does BlizzCon mean to me? BlizzCon means competition.
Comes the incarnation. 5 more seconds. He needs 5 more seconds. The ghost is through.
BlizzCon means passion.
To get the kill, Cloud9 takes game 1.
BlizzCon means celebration.
BlizzCon means glory.
BlizzCon means community.
BlizzCon means lifelong bonds.
BlizzCon means immersion.
Game-changing.
Charge.
Electrifying.
Rivalry.
Connection.
Massive.
Legends.
Dreams. Honor.
Spirit.
Hype.
BlizzCon means home.
You can hear it in the wind. An echo. A whisper. A calling home.
It welcomes us. Not as wanderers, but as its kin. In search of a memory of what once was, where purpose ignites.
A refuge where warriors can lay down their weapons and join forces with one another. You can feel the power as countless worlds collide.
A new future with endless possibilities. A place to unite. To imagine.
To belong.
Are you ready, BlizzCon?
It's about time.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to day number 2 of the AWC Grand Finals. The competition will be ramping up today. This is where we truly start the path to finding out who becomes the EU and NA champion of the AWC. Hello, everyone. My name is Aya. I'm here with Super T's Venriky and Zika. Will be joined with Azael just a little bit later, of course. But yesterday, we set the stage with the gauntlet. If you missed that, go check out the VOD on YouTube. It was a very exciting day of competition for EU and for EU and NA. Only 2 teams made it out alive, and they will be competing for today's championship. But Super T's, did the gauntlet day live up to your expectations?
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of deep runs. Buff Mistweaver, a little bit disappointed they didn't make it into the broadcast, but DOBOB was absolutely returning to their former glory, which is amazing for today because they're going to be right up against Echo in the first series of the day. So I'm very happy with DOBOB's performance there. And then over in North America, very similarly with Cats and Dogs, they've been leveling up. They've incorporated Dallas, their 4th player, into their roster expertly here. And I think that they're looking like they can have a fair shot now as well against Welcome to the JUNG. So both North America and Europe were set up excellently from that gauntlet.
I could not agree more. And they've got a shot at $200,000. $200,000 is on the line today for all of the players that will be competing in both EU and NA. $50,000 for first place, $25,000 for second, and $15,000 for third, and $10,000 for fourth place. So competition leveling up just a little bit this weekend. Not only that, of course, they've got the medals as well, and they are so cool looking. Here they are. Definitely something cool to bring home alongside that prize pool if they end up winning the entire thing for their respective region. But Ben, what do you think it would mean for these players to take the win this weekend, especially when looking towards midnight and the road to BlizzCon?
It's like you said, right? They're working towards these amazing medals. This is the tournament that has the highest prize money on the line, which are both great. But it's also just kind of the highest achievement you can have right now. as a PvP player. So this is what these players are working towards, being the best in their region. And I think this year is particularly important because we do have BlizzCon coming next year, first international competition in a long time. And if you could be that team representing your region at that highest level and have the momentum going into BlizzCon, I mean, that would be an amazing feeling. So I think for these players, this is very important.
Absolutely, and that's a good point about BlizzCon as well. We should talk about that. If you guys didn't see somehow yet, it is returning in 2026, the return of BlizzCon, and we are all so excited. There's so much to do at BlizzCon as well. We've got the opening ceremony, we've got the BlizzCon store, we've got dev panels, Hearthstone Tavern, the really cozy place to sit and take a break, Overwatch, and so much more. So let us know in the chat what you're looking forward to for BlizzCon. But Zika, we didn't have a chance to hear your thoughts yesterday. Any fond memories from BlizzCon?
I mean, for me, it's just so nice to meet everybody. You kind of have like the little esports fam. You get to see everybody, get to see all your friends from online. But I remember going to BlizzCon, and I was checking in at my hotel. And the first thing I saw when I turned to the left to check in was Mr. Healingstat here and Chaz. Full on gaming, and that's kind of how I knew, okay, we're at BlizzCon, like this is the vibe. So I'm looking forward to just this.
Yeah, me too. Love that. Healingstat, Chaz, taking a break, having a little LAN session before the actual competition starts. But a lot of first timers to BlizzCon, Super T's. I'm seeing a lot of people on Twitter, on WoW Twitter, saying, you know, they bought their first ticket, even though they've been playing the games their entire life, and how excited they are. So for any of these newcomers, Super T's, any tips that you would give them?
I mean, the first thing is bring a comfy pair of shoes because there is a lot of standing. There's a lot of walking. You are going to be peaking 20,000, 30,000 steps by the end of it. So make sure you've got a comfortable pair of shoes. Another important thing is to plan ahead. Make sure, like, you know, you've got very specific things you want to see. Get there early because there's usually lineups and there's usually a big crowd. So if you want to have a good view of it and a good experience of it, make sure you plan ahead for what you want to do and get there a little bit ahead of time. And the third one is kind of go with the flow. Don't get too attached to anybody as you're meeting them because you're going to get separated and joining up with a new crew. So just go with the flow. Be willing to meet new people and incorporate new people as you go. And that's really the most fun experience of it, is just seeing such a diverse range of people and players all from all the different games coming together and make some memories.
Yeah, I could not agree more. I'll definitely be writing those down. But let us know in chat if you've got any tips for some first timers to BlizzCon. But not only that, the Arena World Championship and the Mythic Dungeon International Finals will return to BlizzCon in 2026. And the next wave of BlizzCon passes are available starting November 18th. And you can visit BlizzCon.com for more details. So definitely check that out if you have not gotten a pass just yet. But let's talk about the actual competition and why we're all here today. Of course, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, we did have that gauntlet yesterday. We can get into the EU gauntlet. Sorry, Fisher's bumping against the microphone. He's being a little needy today. But let's look at the gauntlet. If you don't know what that is, basically all of the teams that were 4th through 8th place in the first 3 qualifying cups got sent to this gauntlet. And that means, Fenriky, only one team can make it out from the gauntlet and compete in today's games.
Yeah, it was almost a dream run for Buff MW. They put on an amazing performance. They had a long day. However, some of the matches were really quick, and we can take a look at them here in a second, exactly what that road looked like for them. So for Buff MW, they brought in a very unique composition with this Devastation Evoker, Hunter, as well as Bank on the Mistweaver Monk, playing very aggressive, going for all-out damage as well as crowd control, and they were just kind of taking down Druid after Druid. Gelu was the first victim in this series against YOLO Inc. They were the first team to fall in the gauntlet. Buff Mistweaver really picking up some early momentum. In their second series, they went up against Full Smart. Full Smart bringing in their kind of classic jungle composition, and unfortunately, it was a similar fate for them. Tony kind of just got trained down. Kankito was under fire with crowd control, and they were able to drop him. And at this point, I mean, Buff Mistweaver Monk, they were looking incredibly good, and it's just the nature of bringing in one of these really unique, hyper-aggressive compositions is your team doesn't always have the most practice, and you can get caught off guard. You can see Corky going down there. In their next series, they went up against Cleavepild. Cleavepild bringing in their patented Demon Hunter, Retribution Paladin, with Eliza on the Preservation Evoker. Unfortunately for them, it was a similar fate. McWeedy took a lot of damage in the series. It was back and forth. Cleavepild did end up picking up one win in this series, but ultimately it was Buff MW that came out ahead. This final game, you can see McWeedy ultimately falls. And that's going to set up our next match, which is going to be Buff MW versus, I think, the team that was kind of considered the favorites in the gauntlet, which was DOBOB. A lot of players, a lot of fans really surprised to even see them in the gauntlet to begin with, but they came in with a surprise pick with the Frost Mage playing RMP. Their setups were incredibly clean. They were looking in tip-top form, and they were able to kind of shut down that dream run from Buff MW in this final setup. You can see here, DOBOB just perfect crowd control, perfect damage setups, and they're going to earn that position to fight Echo later on today.
Yes, yeah, little treat. Don't know how excited they are about that one because it's been a bit of an interesting back and forth between these two teams, Echo and DOBOB. But let's actually look at that bracket. DOBOB, as we just saw, made it out of the gauntlet, and now they are facing off against Echo in the top 4 for EU. They've got StreamerZone.gg and Under Pressure as well, Zico. But if you look back to the first cup or two of the season, are you surprised at how this final bracket has actually ended up?
Yes and no. So I'm surprised to see DOBOB in that 4th place facing off against Echo. I thought, based on kind of how last season looked, that it would be Echo first, DOBOB second in the standings, and then that would mean that Echo would face somebody else and DOBOB would face somebody else, and they might meet each other a little bit later in the tournament. So that is surprising to me. The team that has been most surprising to me is also StreamerZone.gg, kind of coming in and just taking the season by a storm, but ultimately, I'm not that surprised to see these 4 teams here. I feel like in Europe, these are the 4 best teams, and Under Pressure took a little while to kind of get going, but these teams, they have so much experience, they're such good players, and this is their chance to actually make it big here. So we'll see how it shapes up, but no, I'm not too surprised seeing these 4 teams being here today.
Absolutely, and there's really so much competitiveness between these teams, Echo and StreamerZone.gg. They were facing off against each other in the finals for basically all 3 of the cups this season. DOBOB and Under Pressure were following very closely behind throughout the season as well. And in our pre-weekend interviews, nearly every team said that Echo was the team that they had in their sights. Supatis, how do you see this bracket playing out?
I mean, assuming that every team is in tip-top shape and tip-top form, I think it's anyone's tournament. Honestly, I think that this is one of the few times where I may be saying this. History might prove me wrong with Echo's dominance. They're a dynasty, right, in the region. But with the performance that I've seen from all of the teams thus far, the unique compositions that they bring to the table, possibly some of the balance changes, as well as some of the format changes that have come through, could give a little bit of an edge or an opportunity to teams that otherwise wouldn't have against Echo. So I really think anybody can take it. That's my prediction. Like, you wanted something specific? I'm not giving anything specific. I think anything is on the table for today, which is a great way to start the finals.
That's completely fair. But in chat, if you're in chat, you can give us your specific predictions and let us know how you feel like this first matchup of the day is going to go. It's Echo versus DOBOB, the 2 teams that we've seen face off against so much this season. But will today be different? Will this weekend be different? It's been a little bit since we've seen these guys face off against each other. We're kind of in a little bit of a new setting, a little bit of a new a zone here. So we'll have to see. It seems like chat thinks 95% is going to actually win over Echo versus the 6% towards DOBOB. Ben, would you agree with chat right now?
I mean, I feel like maybe chat doesn't know the history between these 2 teams. It has been relatively back and forth. A 95-5. I mean, I don't know if they were watching the games from yesterday, but DOBOB was looking good. Obviously, Echo, I think, are the favorites as they are, the back-to-back-to-back champions. But I actually think the team that has the best chance of beating Echo would be DOBOB in the finals. So, I don't know. I think it's going to be closer than chat thinks.
All right. Well, given that, then I'm going to make you do a specific prediction. What is it for this series?
I don't know. Am I going with chat? Am I going a different route? I think this series will be a close one. I think if we're going to a game 5, I think more than likely we're going to be seeing mirror matches the entire time. But I'm feeling DOBOB. I'm going in favor of DOBOB 3-2. So a bold prediction, but I don't know. They were looking really good yesterday.
All right, Zico, you're going to copy Ben's prediction? Or are you going against the grain here?
No, I mean, Ben, he was smiling yesterday. He was talking a lot of smack yesterday, but then, the Oracle did its thing. The crystal ball, the predictions started coming through. It is what it is. So I feel like this is a little bit of desperation here coming in from Ven. I'm going 3-2 for Echo. And honestly, it's a smart move. If I was in Ven's position, where I was, trailing behind a little bit on the standings, I would be doing the same thing, because historically, Echo does tend to drop that very first game. We've seen it, we've seen it happen many times in cups. We've seen it even in the finals. They dropped to Corky's team as well with the Boomkin Rogue. So we have seen that happen. So, and I agree also, DOBOB is their probably toughest opponent. So if there is a game Echo is going to lose, I would say this is a good one to bet for their opponent.
All right, Soup Cheese, you said you didn't want to give a specific number, but unfortunately you have to. So what do you have?
The time has come. I have to commit here.
Time is here, yeah.
I think this is my chance to get ahead of Ven possibly on the leaderboard, so I'm not entirely sad with his prediction going in DOBOB's favor. I'm going in with the traditional pick here with Echo. I think that it's likely going to be leaning more into the 3-1 than the 3-2 category there. I think that Echo is just such a dominant rogue mage at the moment, and I'm anticipating those mirrors coming between DOBOB and Echo. Been back and forth, but I think Echo is starting to snowball their win rate against DOBOB over time, and I don't know if DOBOB's going to be able to step up to the plate, so I'm taking the safe route here.
Okay, all right. Coin is 1-0. I am also on the side of Echo. I think it's going to be 3-2. I think it's going to be
perfect.
very much a back and forth. Ben just said this is perfect, so I hope you eat your words, Ben Ruki. But it looks like chat was a little bit influenced by you, Ben.
Ben just changed the vote.
6-7%. Echo versus DOBOB. And we've got Azale and D-Machine both in favor of Echo as well. But yeah, D-Machine thinks it's a 3-0. A slam dunk. I don't know about that. I think that is I don't think that is interesting, but we'll have to see. It looks like we're getting into the matchup. It is a big one as well. And it's Echo, it's DOBOB. These are two teams that we know very, very well, but who will take the win today? We have seen this matchup time and time again throughout the War Within, but we are in a completely different context today. It is the finals for the War Within, the last season. The last moment starts right now. Echo versus DOBOB, game number 1.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest RMP of all? Gates are open and the teams are moving in. Waz and Brunhitty going to be looking for saps, but both mages grab combat, so Waz is just going to pull the trigger, stun locking 2 targets right away. Raikou goes for a Ring of Frost, he blinks through, he gets the Dragon's Breath, he fakes the kick, he gets the Polymorph. Beautiful setup from Raikou just on these initial stage, and now Relza actually has used his medallion in this exchange, so already burning through the healer trinket and the mage trinket. This is a lead for Echo.
Yeah, that's not ideal. I mean, DOBOB, a bit of a mistake there. They trade out the greater invisibility, the Tessia's trinket, as well as Relza's trinket. So for Echo, that's about as good a start as you can get. They are going after Waz, though, and we've seen in these matchups before kind of going after the mage, quite consistently trying to shut them down, but actually it's the rogue that ends up falling, especially Brunhitty. So
Ooh, that fade.
We'll have to see what Echo does. Nicely done there. Waz continuing to go for a setup. Cheap shot here onto Relza into the full blind. Raikou going for a Ring of Frost. Does he find it? No, he gets counterspell, but the Polymorph lands. Beautiful setup here by Echo.
Echo is playing aggressive. This is very abnormal. Usually they play conservative in the early game and they drag their opponents out into dampening, but they're just right on top of DOBOB with the gas pedal down at the moment, trying to take advantage of this window while Relza can't escape from a polymorph for another 38 seconds or so. JT fades, but he doesn't hit the kidney shot. Brunhitty was patient, and now will they find the crowd control that they need onto JT out of it? They can't, and likely Raikou will recover in a moment, but Waz is dismantled. Perhaps not. Combustion is available for Tessia. Combustion available for Raikou. It's going to be an advantage for Raikou because Waz hasn't stunned yet. Cheap shot engage. Here comes the combustion, and Raikou is ripping. He gets knocked in on top of Relza, possibly for a double Dragon's Breath if he's not careful. Big meteorites connecting, and Tessia's line of sighting the Phoenix. Very important during that combustion window to line of sight it, but he actually just wrapped back into it. Raikou gets gripped back to JT into the backside of the pillar here. They knock Brunhitty. He grapples right back in. Kidney shot, but he gets feared away on the go. Defensive Ring of Frost as well. They're trying to prevent the setup, and they've denied the damage to Waz so far, but a triple Dragon's Breath from Tessia. Waz gets cheap shot. Big turnaround onto him with the polymorph over onto JT, and the focus is entirely different. Echo targeting down Tessia. DOBOB targeting now Waz a lot more, although now targeting Raikou a bit. They've got a 30-second window. DOBOB, they've recovered. They've got their medallions rotating back up. They're in a solid position as long as they're not too greedy here. Killing spree from Waz is ripping in on Tessia.
At that last setup, they actually procced the Guardian Spirit of Relza as well, so it's going to be a 3-minute cooldown, which is a massive win for Echo as this game goes on. Big setup on Waz. Waz might just fall. Big damage. Guardian Spirit does land. JT, a bit of a panic moment there, but he still has his trinket. There are cooldowns to trade, but that was a close call. DOBOB's had good pressure on Waz so far in this game, and now they're going after Raikou. It's back and forth. I feel like DOBOB, they've kind of found their footing in the match. It was all Echo in the early stages, but DOBOB is swinging back.
Nice knock on Raikou from Tessia. It stopped his polymorph. Relza could escape. Now Tessia gets gripped back away from the combustion. Both combustions are rolling, but one Phoenix is connecting and the other isn't. Raikou's taking a lot more damage from that Phoenix at the moment, holding him at about 50% health. They fear Waz instantly breaks, though. Brunhilde gets knocked, but he was on a hill there. He's not going to go too far, but he does get polymorph behind the pillar. Relza trying to wrap around, dispel the Frost Nova. JT looking to reposition back at the pillar as well. They're taking a neutral position, but I think Raikou has the advantage. He's closer to Relza. Brunhilde's trying to close the gap. He gets a kidney shot, and now Tessia gets stunned. He blinks, but he blinks the wrong way because he's facing that direction. He's not going to be able to sheep JT, but he's still just blasting damage in. Raikou will barrier, absorb the hits. A kick lands onto fire. He uses shifting power to punish that interrupt usage. Nice play from Raikou to maximize his uptime there with that cooldown reduction. That gets his greater invis. He'll get to another barrier a bit faster. He'll also get to his combustion significantly faster. So nice play from Raikou. JT, he's sneaking in full fear. Tessia getting blasted. Relza on the right side of the pillar, ready to make a move if necessary here. Is going to have to be a void shift or something because he doesn't really have a lot of other options with no trinket right now. Waz is setting up. Cheap shot. Are they going to go? It doesn't look like they can get to Relza. They're just attacking Tessia, but Tessia fakes the kick. He's spamming polymorph on Raikou, trying to stall the go, buying time on the clock for Relza to start having some cooldowns, but Raikou sees that. Waz sees it. He grapples in. Relza fades and fears Waz away on his grapple. Now they catch Waz behind the pillar and a kidney shot. Beautiful catch here from Brunhilde onto Waz. This is combustion for Raikou, but they're not really able to connect too much. Brunhilde's just going to evasion preemptively, and now Tessia is tearing into Raikou. JT grips him out away from the combustion behind the pillar. Beautiful positioning away from the Phoenixes. You can tell that these teams have mastered the matchup in the downtime between the Cups and the finals.
JT is playing insanely well with his positioning, the way he's line of sighting in this game. Finally, the full blind will land. What is he going to do? Raikou going for potential Ring of Frost. Unfortunately, unable to find it. Waz getting low. Dragon's Breath on the trinket. Nicely done there by Tessia, but at the same time, he is under fire. Needs to be careful. Greater Invis up in 10 seconds. Not many cooldowns to work with. Still has that Ice Block, but doesn't want to have that forced at this point in the game. It is a bit of a race. JT has way more mana in the tank than Relza, and that is a big advantage for Echo as we go deeper into the match.
Relza pre-fading crowd control. Waz gets caught. Tessia is at the pillar. Looking to get on top of JT here. Shifting power, avoiding the interrupts, really important. Shifting power is a key spell that reduces all of the cooldowns of the mage. So their mobility, their damage cooldowns, their crowd control. So Tessia gets a high value shifting power, and he sneaks a polymorph in as well. And Tessia is really carrying right now, but Raiku's trying to turn it around with his combustion, and they just grip Tessia. They're saving the life grips for the combustion so they can grip to a pillar and line of sight the Phoenix. You see one Phoenix blasting Brunhilde at the moment because it can't connect to Tessia. So very good positioning from the Priest with their life grips throughout game number one. Raikou greater invis on the combustion. There's always an answer, and now Tessia is kind of getting punished for making a push into that cooldown. JT pre-fades. They get a Dragon's Breath to catch Waz. Is he going to flounder here? He cloaks with shadows below 50% health at the moment. JT is still in a cheap shot into a Dragon's Breath with no trinket. Two players critically low in game number one. Can DOBOB manage to secure a kill? Just moments away, but JT is there. Apotheosis, big heals. Waz is top, but Raikou is still low. Barrier available for him. He's choosing to be greedy and hold on to it. He's going for a shifting power. Not going to get too much value, though, using the barrier. Would have given him a little bit of extra time there. JT's mana is slightly ahead in this position, and it could come down to mana now that we're at the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, it's evened out a little bit, though, so I think DOBOB, as the match goes on, they're picking up momentum. Tessia down to 50% health. Full stun onto JT into a full blind. Is he going to shrink it for momentum, or is he going to sit it? Looks like he's just going to sit it for the time being. Both Waz and Raikou are looking A-OK, so not falling for the bait on that blind. Nicely done there by Echo and JT. Combustion up for Raikou right now as they're trying to get some damage rolling. DOBOB with a defensive positioning. Let's see, actually just going into the middle of the map now, trying to get the counter pressure here onto Raikou with his combustion, now putting some damage here onto Waz, but Brunhilde's unable to find some damage. Waz just throws him into a cheap shot, and Echo will continue their push.
Oh, big push. He's dying through angel heals right now. Relza can't top Tessia. This is insane pressure. Raikou suddenly low as well. Relza, he's out of that angel form. Who's going to fall first? Raikou fakes a kick. Polymorphs are coming through. Both teams playing out of their minds, but Raikou secures a counterspell. Brunhilde grapples in, but he gets dismantled for a moment. He connects the kidney shot. They swap back on Waz. Is Waz ready? He trinkets, and he pops a vanish. He had no cloak of shadows. He gets out of the smoke bomb, and now Waz has a smoke bomb. Where is he going to commit it, though? Brunhilde is still holding onto the medallion. Raikou is low at this point. It's a mage race. Who's going to fall first? Barrier pops for Raikou, absorbing the hits at this critical moment. Waz can't connect. He's caught in a Frost Nova at the moment, doing what he can to try and just pistol shot to get combo points to get into the match here. He's ready to go. He rolls the bones, but Raikou fakes another kick. Raikou is faking so many interrupts. It's going to put his team massively ahead. Look at this pressure. Combustion available at any moment. Raikou can pull the trigger and just absolutely demolish Tessia if he's not careful. And they see it. They grip him back to the pillar. He blinks out of line of sight of the Phoenix right away. Brunhilde line of sighting the Phoenix as well, and they're just going to completely abandon that push. They don't want to give Raikou momentum, but Relza has 0 mana. What can they do? How much time do they have left, Ven?
I mean, doesn't look like very much. However, JT's into a chastise. He's got no trinket. Where are they going? Can they take down Waz? It's back and forth between Brunhilde and Waz. Brunhilde vanishes out. He gets dismantled. Nicely done there by Waz, but Raikou and Waz are low. Raikou trades out his ice block as well. This is an opportunity for DOBOB to strike back right at the potential end of this match. Relza has no mana left whatsoever. I don't know how he's keeping his team alive, and Raikou might just end up dying. Guardian Spirit comes out from JT. Raikou survives, and now it's Tessia under fire.
Oh, they're very close to getting the block here. Relza's got Guardian Spirit, but 0 mana, and they're likely going to proc the Condor. I can't believe they didn't proc it right there. They're blasting him down, but Raikou has almost nothing. JT needs to get ready, but JT, I think he got a drink or something. He's got a tiny bit of mana that he can keep this game going. Raikou's got Combustion. Tessia gets Counterspell. Cauterized Ice Block. Massive Spell can be hit by JT. Is he going to commit the mana or not? He's not going to commit the mana. He wants to play it safe, but is safe going to be enough at this point in the Grand Finals of Europe? Dragon's Breath on Relza around the corner. No Polymorph for follow-up. Power Infusion, Angel Form to deny the spell steal in the Purge. Relza getting big value out of this. He's getting a lot of free flash heals with that Power Infusion haste, boosting his cast, and he's actually managed to tie his mana again with JT at this point. Combustion is up, but Echo know that they need to retreat. They catch Tessia in a smoke bomb. They stun his blink. Massive catch. He does manage to displace back just in the nick of time, though, to Relza's side, and this is a nail-biting game 1 coming down to the finish line here very shortly at the 9-minute mark.
Oh my gosh, it's so back and forth. 9 minutes, 47% dampening. Full Ring of Frost here onto JT. Void Shift available for both priests. They can exchange their health for their mages if they need to at some point in the match. Both teams just taking a moment to breathe. Good control out here onto Brunhilde. Raikou doing what he can to slow down the damage. Tessia moving back to his healer, but both mages just popping a big amount of damage, just exchanging blows in the middle of the map. Pressure at this point of the game is very important. Waz gets feared away and dismantled on this push, but he is continuing to go, and Tessia's in trouble.
He's got Combust. He's just popping it. Raikou's just right on top of Tessia's face. He wants to close this. Gouge on Relza. Raikou gets punished. Kidney shot on his blink. Tessia sneaks into shifting power to reset his blazing barrier, but dampening is high. It does basically nothing, and Echo will close it out with no block, no mana remaining. What an insane game 1. This is a masterclass of RMP. We are watching these teams at the pinnacle of their power at the moment.
That was amazing. Relza had his trinket and Void Shift. So I kind of wonder what happened there in those final moments. I mean, that really went the distance. 10 minutes in RMP matchups, but we'll have to see exactly what happened during those final games. But honestly, both these teams were playing at such a high level, like you mentioned. Their ability to deny crowd control, push in at the right moments, pull out at the right moments as well to just avoid combustion damage. But at this point, I mean, what do you do if you're Relza? You're just completely tapped on mana. Raikou has the combustion. Tessia's Ice Block gets forced. You can see here, here's the Guardian Spirit. These are the final moments. And he kind of just, I guess he didn't want to get feared on his trinket, but he did have that as an option. So slight misplay there by DOBOB in the final moments. I wonder, I don't know if that would have made the difference, but I think they could have kept going for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think the Void Shift, either, I guess maybe he doesn't want to overlap it because they just well, actually it's much earlier in the replay, actually. We're going to have to wait until we see the exact moment. So he doesn't have Fade, but I think maybe Trinket Fade swap or something when he gets the Fade is the only thing I see at this point, right? Like, he could Trinket Blind, but he knows something's going to hit him. So he's just waiting. They blind JT, and JT Trinket Fears. It would have been really tough, like the timing on the Trinket Fade there, but I think it was possible. But it's such a tense series. You're at almost 10 minutes into the game, so if he swaps, they're probably just going to kill him immediately after. But it does obviously, you'd rather use the swap and get an extra second just in case. But I do feel like Echo had the advantage for most of this. They were on top of them more often. Tessia towards the mid game, I think, started to get better positioning, but I think this is just attributed to the fact that Raikou is doing such a significant amount of damage. I mean, he is 200 million
That's crazy. That's not normal.
Tessia right now. So check his PC. This is not normal. We also get a details damage breakdown actually between them just to see what's contributing the damage there. I will say that Raikou faked way more interrupts. So if we probably look at like shifting powers casted successfully, I think Raikou got way more, and that's going to be very important because it could have led to him getting an extra 2 combustions in the game, 2 extra Phoenixes. It could definitely be the difference maker in that regard. So let's see what's going to happen here. We're going to Empyrean Domain, and I think we are likely to see this matchup pretty much through the entire series. DOBOB had a little bit of gas left in the tank that they could have pulled, but JT was there to punish if Relza did decide to make the commitment, and he makes it at the incorrect timing there with his fade not completely off cooldown. So I don't blame him for wanting to be too patient there, but they're going to have to give it their all right now. They need to not let their steam, not let the wind get knocked out of their sails, right? Because you lose to Echo like that, it's a 10-minute game. That's a brutal game, right? It's like when you play a 10-minute game and you lose, that's like the worst game to lose. So you've got to keep the wind in your sails here, because this is going to be quite an ocean to cross to be able to take Echo down in the grand finals, because Echo, they want this more than ever, like their thirst and hunger for championship titles is endless. They are the void, the devouring void that consumes every tournament that they come across, and it's all about legacy for Waz. He wants to be known as a legendary player in the AWC, and he probably already is, but he's not going to let go of it without a fight still here in 2025, the final tournament for the War Within, and they're locked in. Probably had to take a second there to get some water or something for how long of a game that was. Maybe try and talk some things through as well, because I do think that games like that went 10 minutes in the past, Echo kind of struggled to finish, and sometimes they fumbled, but this time they didn't. Raikou knew exactly the moment that he could commit, and they committed for it, and they closed the game out. So that was one thing that I could see DOBOB exploiting, but if that isn't there for them to exploit, then this is going to be tough. It's just Tessia needs to get more damage out.
I mean, yeah, I think it comes down to a few things. Honestly, JT really impressed me in that last game. I mean, if you want kind of a masterclass on positioning and how to avoid, incoming damage, which isn't an easy thing to do against like an outlaw rogue and a mage, especially one as good as DOBOB, he did an incredible job with his pre-fades, fearing Brunhilde away, just using the pillar to line of sight, making it really difficult. There was a moment in that last game where Brunhilde was trying to get a cheap shot on JT for like 20 seconds. He was just running in circles, wasting time, when JT was just avoiding him expertly. So I really feel like JT, especially the way he's managed his mana as well, put Echo in such a good position for that last game. So all 3 of them firing on all cylinders, but just wanted to give a little bit of healer love. We don't talk about the healers a lot, but I mean, when you're that lightning fast with your dispels, you're avoiding crowd control, enabling your team to play that aggressive, you're giving your team the mana lead. Like, I think JT was definitely one of the MVPs of that match.
I think both priests had a crazy game there. Relza with some clutch PIs during his Angel, getting heals out just in the nick of time to keep it going with 0 mana. JT being aware that it could go a little bit longer and taking the time to punish and drink whenever he could. I just don't know how this matchup plays if DOBOB... I feel like Tessia is a little bit more hesitant, so he's playing closer to Relza, whereas Raikou, for the most part, is just very far, and JT has confidence on when he needs to life grip or how to get him back, and I just don't know how DOBOB can get in a position where they're the ones on top of JT, because it just feels like it's such an advantage to have your mage on top of the opposing priest.
Well, it kind of felt like that's how it used to be, right? Like when it was DOBOB versus Echo, DOBOB was always the team that was more aggressive. Tessia was always making flashier plays than Raikou, but Echo in this game number 1, they kind of flipped the script. It was DOBOB that was running and hiding for most of the match. They're playing defensive from start to beginning, so I'm curious if DOBOB can, get back to that very aggressive state that we saw them in before, or if Echo is going to continue to mix it up and be the team that just strikes first, gets the crowd control, fakes the interrupts, and just does more overall pressure in the match. Because if that's the Echo we're seeing, I feel like they're looking horrifying once again.
The longest standing rivalry in the European region, DOBOB against Echo, mere RMP, head-to-head in the European Grand Finals. It's Empyrean Domain, game number 2, evenly matched, 10-minute game, right down to the wire. Basically everything given. Can DOBOB keep their momentum and pull this off, because it is going to be a brutal slog of a series for either team to be able to pull this off. But there's no going back. The gates are open and we are flying in. Both mages likely to grab combat off of each other here to deny the saps. Actually playing more patiently this time. This is the first time they might actually get a sap, but are they just going to open with it? They sap Relza. They do decide to open, and Tessia blinks into a wall. Waz catches him with a cheap shot, positioned there so they can catch him. They get through the barrier. They're cutting through it. Raikou going for crowd control, gets the Dragon's Breath. You can't go for the polymorph. They landed the sap already. Pre-grip on Brunhilde from Relza. Nice play, anticipating the smoke bomb here, but the combustions are rolling. Raikou seems to be the one taking the brunt of this exchange, and JT's immediately going to go into Angel Farm. Even though he's not under threat for crowd control, he needs the mana efficiency for the late game.
Yeah, big setup here onto Waz. Needs to be careful. JT tops him off quite easily there, coming out of the Spirit of the Redeemer. Both teams stable in this position at the 1 minute mark. Let's see if Echo's going to be able to find crowd control. Cheap shot has been initiated. Raikou looking like he's not going to be able to. Unfortunately, Brunhilde is there to deny.
JT.
Nicely done there by JT once again. That's what I'm talking about. Just so good at avoiding the crowd control. Inevitably, the kidney shot will land, and the full polymorph will land also, but Waz strikes back with cheap shot on Brunhilde and Tessia, slowing down the go of DOBOB.
All right, they're just in midfield right now. Both positioned defensively, away from the attackers. Mana totally even. Where's the next attack? Tessia barriers it. They're targeting down Raikou. Combustion available for both mages in just a moment. Dragon's Breath on Brunhilde. I think Raikou wants to pull the trigger on a push here. He's going to Frost Nova Brunhilde, baiting the Dispel. And he's likely going to look for a polymorph in the near future. Waz dodges the Dragon's Breath. JT fades, but the kidney shot connects, and both mages are in trouble. It's a huge blast of damage from both sides right now as they are unable to get behind the pillar. And those Phoenixes are ripping in, but the priests do another miraculous recovery throughout that exchange to keep their teams going. Another swing of damage, another swell, and Tessia is forced back to the pillar. They proc his cauterize. Waz is all over him right now. Out of nowhere, the tail end, that hyperthermia window when the combustion ends, where you just spam Pyroblast. Raikou got a big window right there. Tessia thought he was safe when the Phoenix faded, but Raikou had more damage in his pocket, and now they've got momentum. They're on top of them again. DOBOB need to find a way to push them back.
Raikou is just absolutely owning once again. I mean, look at his damage. It is sky high. He's leading the meters, and he's just popping Tessia's combustion. I mean, that was a really scary moment there for DOBOB, and it's not a good feeling as a Fire Mage to not have that kind of life insurance policy with the cheat death from the cauterize. Tessia under fire once again. Big damage here from Raikou as he is just ramping up, putting on tons of pressure on the Tessia, who is just forced defensive once again. And this typically is not how these matchups go. Normally it's Echo playing much more defensive, but they are playing in a phenomenal series here so far.
Oh, Raikou knocks Brunhilde away here. He gets caught in a fear. Setting up for Brunhilde's killing spree. Big damage, but JT's in angel form, so he completely negates that push. Really well-timed Spirit of the Redeemer. JT grips Raikou into the ring to get AoE damage to break the Ring of Frost. Another clutch play from JT, but he does try to pre-fade. Are they going to catch something here? They stun Waz, but the dismantle is going to stop any follow-up damage. Both mages exchanging Pyroblast in the midfield once again, but Raikou's getting his combustion faster and faster. Look at that damage meter. Just a bigger and bigger gap. Relza with the pre-fade. Nice play, but Tessia is still being pressured. Here comes a combustion. Raikou just pulls the trigger on it once again. He gets caught in a Dragon's Breath, but that Phoenix is blasting Tessia in the middle of the map right now. It's doing all of the work to get momentum for the team, and they get a kidney shot. Raikou's getting in position. Ring of Frost. He can't land it. He misses around the corner, but he does get the polymorph for good measure, and Tessia actually blinks into the ring. They got Relza's trinket. Guess what? Waz has blind. Waz has smoke bomb. Tessia still has a block, but he could get mass dispelled on it. This is not going to be a comfy round for DOBOB. Look at their mana. Look at the cooldowns. Look at the damage, and they're just starting to fall apart. Echo are running away with this.
Yeah, Echo is looking incredibly good, building a bigger and bigger lead in the match. Full blind now into Relza. Tessia's low. This could easily be the ice block.
He got it instantly.
Spell comes in immediately, and Tessia falls. Echo domination. This game looked better than the first. I mean, this is absolutely insane. Echo is here to play. These guys are not messing around. And, I mean, that's scary for the teams in this competition because Echo normally plays out of their minds, but this seems to be like almost a different level.
All right, you didn't think Echo could get any better, and they do. They go even further beyond here against DOBOB. And I think the one main distinct difference that I'm seeing is that Raikou is just unafraid to pull the trigger. If he sees an opportunity to do maximum damage, he takes it. He doesn't worry. He's not trying to be delicate. You know, he's not trying to be precise. Like, I need a cheap shot on this before I can press combustion, and I need to make sure this is Nova, and it needs to be perfect. Raikou's just like, no, I can do max damage. It's time to go. And he is just sending combustion basically on cooldown anytime he can guarantee that his Phoenix will stay in line of sight. And then he's also finding crowd control off that momentum, and that was just such a crazy final play. The smoke bomb on the block, anticipating the life swap. He did try to blink out of it, but because he had no trinket from the polymorph earlier, he couldn't escape from the crowd control. So really clutch setups from Echo. They've got a lot of momentum, so Contestia adapt here. They've got to... I feel like they need to either make a choice. If they're going to play this kind of precision-based team, I think they should try Subtlety Rogue instead of Outlaw Rogue. I think it could play better for them. It just seems like the Outlaw Raikou is just able to get more sustain. I would actually like to see DOBOB make like a Subtlety Rogue switch as far as strategy here.
Really? I mean, all right. I'd be curious to see it. I don't know how effective the Subtlety Rogue is going to be against a mage that with Blink, but it could be. Maybe they focus the Rogue a little bit more, but I mean, even if you just look at the damage meters right now, damage meters don't tell the whole story, but in a matchup like this, it is important. You see Waz, Raikou, and JT all ahead. So in general, that just tells the story that Echo is able to play much more aggressive. They're finding the crowd control. They're forcing Tessie and Brunhilde to play very defensive in the match, and the damage differential between Raikou and Tessia it's massive. I mean, we keep mentioning it, but that is really going to put your team in a very good position. Unfortunately for Relza, he's going to have to heal through way more damage in the match. And yeah, I mean, I did not expect this to potentially be a 3-0 here in favor of Echo. We are going to be going to Enigma Crucible, and we'll see. Does DOBOB mix it up? Did they bring in the Subtlety Rogue? I kind of doubt it myself. I feel like it's every single... Correct me if I'm wrong, Super Thieves, but I think every single game between these two teams this entire season and all the cups and the finals has just been this mirror match.
I believe so, but I just
Maybe
feel like
this
matchup and the playstyle that they're doing just doesn't feel like it's going to cut it. Raikou is just having too much free reign. I feel like they need something else that's more threatening in a different direction. If they're going to be able to, just based off that last game. The first game, I was thinking like, okay, this is looking a lot more even, but that second game just felt like everything was falling apart for them. So I feel like I could see them making a significant change, or this is just what they've prepared and they're going to go into it. I mean, I can imagine they've got a lot of war games with the mirror matchup, so maybe my idea of Subtlety Rogue they've already tried and it's just looked abysmal. It's not even going to be a consideration. But I think it could be underrated as far as being like a going after Waz strategy, which seems to be the games that they win, I think, have historically been Waz as the target, so it would likely increase their odds of actually taking him down as a target. But Echo are locked in, they're dialed in, they're ready to go, they came to play, they're not slowing down. You know, sometimes in tournaments, Echo's first round, they get defeated and then they just absolutely destroy the lower bracket, but this time around they're just full power, maybe even beyond what the full power would have been considered for them for this tournament, and now DOBOB are the ones that need to deal with it. So first game, really close, but it was a momentum killer. Now I think the wind has been completely knocked out of their sails based off that last game. So how can they get it back? How can they turn this around? Do they bring in flappers? They have tried that, but it just feels like the Feral is a little bit too slow compared to the Rogue as far as lockdown. And he just wasn't able to get a lot going when he was brought in the final game when DOBOB were in a position like this where they were down 2 games in the mirrors. And given that it's a big map, I kind of doubt it. I think they would have wanted to bring him in on the cage. So I think DOBOB likely are going to do the same thing here unless they've got something totally left field. But they need to find a way to get Tessia enabled to do more damage. It just seems like the flashy plays not going to cut it. You need brute force. You need brute force and flash, because Raikou honestly has flash. Like, he's faking every interrupt that's coming his way. He's getting every setup and he's doing maximum damage. So you can't just be like the one trick strategist where you're doing all the stylish little CC setups and that's how you win. That's not going to cut it, because Raikou is the whole package.
Yeah, indeed. And yeah, this is not looking good for my prediction. DOBOB's going to need a reverse sweep in this position.
I need this to catch up to you. You know, even my prediction curse might not be enough to stop Echo. And my prediction curse is pretty strong. So yeah, maybe we'll see here. Maybe this is the reverse sweep, but DOBOB need to win 3 games in a row to win this series against Echo to start the day.
They're going to have to step up in a big way because, yeah, game number 1 looked kind of one-sided. Game number 2 looked especially one-sided. Like, it looked even better for Echo. But that's sometimes the way the matchups go, right? Like, it can be very momentum-based, tempo-based. We got an early sap from Echo in that last game, and maybe that just put them far ahead. We can see here the build from Raikou, focusing a lot on versatility, trying to just be as durable as possible in the match, as you can see. As well, just, yeah, maximizing his damage. PvP talent's going to be playing the Master Shepherd. So when he is landing polymorphs, he's going to be getting a boost in damage as well as defense. With the bonus versatility, some increased movement speed. Kind of standard Fire Mage build that he's playing right now, but yeah, making it look very good, as he always does. Raikou has been a very good mage for a long time.
I feel like it's also like a double-edged sword with counterspell, right? Because if you land a kick, it's a shorter cooldown, right? So if you're missing every kick, you're just getting a longer cooldown. And so if Raikou's landing every kick and faking every kick, he's getting more kicks, and Tessia just gets less overall in terms of value. But the build looks pretty much identical.
I think it's the exact same.
Yeah, there's no difference in build, so it just goes to show how much of a difference you can make in play. And I think positioning is a really key one, right? Being able to spawn your Phoenix in basically is a huge part of this, right? He's like a little Gatling gun turret, and you want to spawn him in a spot where he gets the maximum uptime. It's kind of like Bob in Overwatch, where you the Bob ultimate, and you call him in and he's blasting damage out. So I feel like Raikou's getting really good positioning whenever he's popping combustion, so that even if Tessia blinks or gets gripped, the Phoenix will get like 2 or 3 casts off before he's able to get out of line of sight. And it's all about maximizing that Phoenix uptime and then getting shifting powers off successfully to get more of those Phoenixes. And that seems to be the main edge that Raikou has right now. Is that he's just able to get better positioning during these combustion windows to guarantee that that Phoenix connects. So if Tessia can make an adaptation there, maybe they can turn this around. But this is a tough spot to be in, man. They came out of the gauntlet. They knew that Echo was going to be their opponents. They knew it would be this challenging. They had such an amazing game one. I would hate to see them just snuffed out 3-0 after that performance. So here's hoping that they can kind of gather themselves together here for this potentially final game.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams have been titans in the region for a long time. Like you mentioned, for DOBOB, they just won the gauntlet. So getting to that 4th place position. Of course, no team today, I believe, gets eliminated. So even if they lose here today, they go down to the lower bracket. They'll have opportunities tomorrow to continue to push. And we'll see what they could do. But for them, they need to just focus on this matchup. It's got to be a reverse sweep. Can't count them out just yet. But things are definitely not looking super good here for DOBOB. Echo came to play. They look like they're playing at their absolute best in these mirror matchups, and that is a really scary place to be if you're one of these opponents that has to go up against them. You want Echo to have a bad day, and it does not seem like they really are. So, yeah, they've just been so solid such a long time. We can take a look at Waz's build as well. A little bit of crit, a little haste. Those crack shot windows on the Outlaw Rogue, a lot of versatility, realizing he could probably be a target in the match, so wants to be super durable and just playing kind of a standard build as far as I know. And DOBOB is using their delay. So we'll be in the game soon, but DOBOB just taking a moment here to potentially change up their build, talk some strategies, maybe do some quick VOD reviews and figure out how that game went so bad.
Yeah, because that was a lot more one-sided than game number 1. And it was, I think, just the disrespect for the hyperthermia window on the Fire Mage, which is after you combust, you can basically just spam Pyroblast for a couple of seconds. I think Tessia just miscalculated. He thought, like, oh, the bust is over, I can play here, and then he just got Pyroblasted to oblivion at that point. But the builds are very similar across the board between all the specializations. So it's really just coming down to strategy and execution at the moment between the teams, and every minor detail matters a lot. The successful interrupts secured, the pre-fades on the kidney shots, the life grips on the combustions. These kind of windows of opportunity are important. Shutting down the shifting powers, noticing and punishing positioning between the teams. If the rogue's going in a little bit too deep, trying to get like a fear setup behind the pillar can be an option a lot of the times here. And JT choosing for the crystalline reflection, getting a little bit of extra healing there on the instant healing, but generally pretty standard build. You can go with a little bit less versatility, I think, also in this matchup, so he's got a lot more mastery. And actually, Relza's got a bit more versatility in the build. And it seems like he is a bit more worried about being targeted with that Desperate Prayer choice off to the left. So maybe that is one thing that could maybe put DOBOB in a better spot. Tessia is getting gapped on damage so hard, I really can't feel like it's Relza missing like maybe 2,000 extra mastery that's making a difference, but every little difference might be a major factor. And here we are. It's match point, the first series of the day in the European Grand Finals, the last chance to show that you are the best of the best when it comes to the AWC.
Go, Echo. Are they going to be winning this 3-0, or is DOBOB going to be able to strike back, put a point on the board, Honestly, I think they need it. They need a little bit of a confidence booster. I mean, even if they make it through the lower bracket and get the rematch against Echo, potentially, you want to at least be able to put a point on the board because, yeah, these games so far have looked pretty one-sided. Let's see how this one goes. Tessia blinks out of the stun, displaces back immediately, gets a blazing barrier, and shuts down and diffuses this initial pressure here from Waz. Big setup onto Waz immediately. They pull the trigger on the combustion. Waz gets stunned up, but looks like JT should be able to keep him alive, going to the Spirit of the Redeemer and deflecting this initial attack.
I kind of like this from Tessia. He's getting a lot more Phoenix value. He's getting a lot more combustion value. Just maximize his combustion, even if it's on Waz. Just guarantee that he's getting Phoenix damage. But now they're stacked up in cheap shots into a full blind. They're looking to bait Rel's trinket here, but Tessia has barrier. He's absorbing hits. Barrier has now been cut through. They get the polymorph off the tail end of the blind, and Relza opts to trinket. Now JT in a blind, and they're targeting Waz down heavily, and that forces JT to trinket. A lot more evenly matched here, I will say, for Game 3, an even position in terms of cooldowns, although a distinct difference in strategy. Waz has been the primary focus for DOBOB.
I do like that they're keeping Waz honest in the match. It's going to make him use, his Cloak of Shadow, potentially defensive. Save it for that. Now Raikou under fire. So DOBOB doing a good job just getting pressure on multiple targets in the match. Tessia's damage is looking a lot better in this match. Beautifully done. JT's feared, and this could be an ice block from Raikou, or at least a cauterize, but no, he managed to hold on. Nicely done there by Raikou and JT. They hold on. Tessia pre-positioning away as they make a setup onto Waz, and DOBOB is looking a lot better in this third game.
You see that positioning from Tessia? He pulled behind the pillar, so the Phoenix spawns back there. It's not going to get a lot of pressure, unfortunately, and that's what I mean by like the Phoenix positioning. Whereas Raikou right here, Phoenix blasting away, getting quite a bit of value, but Tessia repositions now away from it. It's all about playing around that. Although I do like that Tessia is just sending combustion on cooldown this time. And the way they're enabling that is that they just stun Waz when he has it. And they just send it on Waz to guarantee that they get value. And it's putting them in such a good spot. Even dies their cloak, and DOBOB do it. They make the strategy adjustment. They find a weak point and they secure a kill, putting a point on the board.
This is what I wanted to see. DOBOB, they played this one way better. This is the team that we've known and loved from the past. It's a lot more aggression, going after Waz more in the match, and keeping kind of Echo on the back foot, which is a huge adjustment. DOBOB strikes back to put a point on the board, and we can see exactly how it played out here, Super T's.
Just beautiful setups. Anytime they had DR, Tessia would pull Waz away and then do a setup on Waz, try and get a cooldown, get him a little bit further behind, and Tessia was able to do a lot more damage as a result. And then between those goes, they would start switching to Raikou. Now JT sits through that fear, but now he's in a kidney shot, and Waz is behind the pillar. It's just really bad timing on the positioning here. He can't get to him, and he'll die to the killing spree of Brunhilde. The Dragon's Breath couldn't come in time, so they catch Waz in an awkward position. They were not anticipating the game to be able to end that early, I can imagine, given how long the first game is. Think about it relative to this game, right? So DOBOB, they strike back, they find an opening, but I can imagine that Echo, they could see that strategy and be like, hey, that was kind of good. I think we're going to do that now. And then what happens when both teams are doing the same strategy? Because basically they didn't look at Brunhilde the entire game, whereas every single time they had a DR, they were sending on Waz. But just this crowd control on JT around the corner is so tragic. Waz is running for his life, like, save me, JT, please. And JT's like, get to the choppa, but he cannot get to the choppa. He goes down around the corner. DOBOB point on the board. Echo, though, now, are they going to lock small maps in? Are they going to play aggressively? Are they going to go the same pace, just keep picking the bigger maps and see this adjustment and strategy and then adjust accordingly themselves? This is where we see the teams forced to adapt and overcome.
Yeah, it's very interesting. So look at Relza here. Oh, okay. So yeah, I just wanted to see if he had a fear there, if he got to like fear his trinket or feared after the chastise or what. But yeah, great setup there by DOBOB. And it's interesting because in a matchup like this, like this is where if DOBOB wins this next game, all of a sudden they have the mental advantage, right? Like when you're going into a best of 5, if you win the first 2, and especially when it's like really one-sided like that, you feel so good, right? You're like, okay, we're 1 away. This is going to be done and dusted. Then you lose, and you're like, okay, well, maybe that was just a fluke. We're definitely going to win this next one. And then if DOBOB ties it up, all of a sudden DOBOB has all the momentum, and Echo is thinking, oh no, we don't want to get reverse swept, So I feel like this series is still very much on DOBOB. If they can pick up this next game, I think it's going to be a really scary situation for Echo to be in. We are going to be going to Ashamane's Fall, and we'll see what Echo does to adjust. Are they going to go after Brunhilde more, or maybe just not have that same kind of mismanagement with positioning where Waz gets caught out of line of sight? Because honestly, I think that last game was extremely well played by DOBOB, and it's kind of what you expect from this team. Just a lot of aggression, a lot of swapping around, finding those opportunities to win, and they caught Echo.
All right, let's see what they can do here. Gates are about to open. It's been an epic series. I'm so grateful that DOBOB managed to put something together here. That delay time was more than worth it. I know we have to sit here in anticipation when teams use delay, but now we should all appreciate that they use the delay there to consider their options, their strategies, puts a point on the board, and now we've got a series. Now we've got a threat for Echo to deal with. They're not just going to be having a cakewalk, a walk in the park here in Ashamane's fall. So they're deciding to go for a large map as well, not opting for like any sort of strategy change there on Echo's part, but they will know that Waz is a susceptible target. They're going to be sticking to the Night Elf to get that extra Shadow Meld, that extra subterfuge window, as opposed to maybe switching, maybe going like an Orc could help him out if he's going to be tunneled most of the game, but no switches there. Gates are open. No going back. Waz is just immediately sprinting, and he wants to go fast, I think. He's going to kidney shot. They set things up. Brunhilde sets things up. This is so fast from both teams. JT into the blind, into the cheap shot. Combustions are rolling, and Pyroblasts are firing. Which mage is going to go down first? JT decides to Medallion first, and I think that is an advantage towards DOBOB, but Waz is still sitting on that blind. So if Relza can outplay this blind, death it, or fade it, his team will have a huge advantage.
Let's see what he can do. Raikou playing on top of Relza right now, going for shifting power, gets feared. Raikou trinkets, goes for the Dragon's Breath. Brunhilde is the only one that could save the day, and he does with a beautiful gouge. JT goes for a nice fade into a Divine Hymn, and that's going to allow Echo an opportunity to get aggressive. Beautiful denial once again. Relza doing such a good job. They really shut down Raikou there. Did not allow him to get that polymorph out, but a big setup onto Tessia. Here comes the smoke bomb. Can they get the cauterized? Tessia holding on by a thread. Somehow they do not get it. I don't know if they proc the Guardian Spirit. I will have to wait and see.
I think they did. I think it's going to be a 3-minute cooldown. And if he has a 3-minute cooldown on that here in a second, it's going to be very bad for DOBOB. I'm seeing that angel that's glowing. Does it have a 3? It doesn't. Oh my god. They still have a chance. JT in a Ring of Frost now. They're setting up damage on Raikou. And DOBOB are mixing it up. They're not going after Waz at all. They're doing kind of like a fake out. Oh, that grip before the wall. And we see an Ice Wall tech from Tessia. This has been his staple in this matchup with the Ice Wall, but JT outplays it with the Life Grip. So let's see what Tessia can do. He's adapting his strategy. They're switching back onto Waz. Smoke Bomb comes down. Is Waz just going to trinket Cloak like he has? JT fades into the bomb, but gets caught in a cheap shot. He gets to the Cloak. Is he going to die through Cloak once again here? He's so low on health. Cloak is about to subside. He has the Guardian Spirit. They chastise him for extra damage. Instant Holy Fires is going in. Echo could be going down. He's gone to a full blind. No trinket. 2 seconds. Waz grapples around the corner of the pillar, running for his life right now. He blinds Brunhilde in desperation, and Brunhilde doesn't want to throw the game. He's going to sit it. They get the swap. They get everything. DOBOB are on fire in game number 4.
What a setup. They get literally every cooldown. I mean, Waz, the only thing he has is his trinket, but there's no Cloak of Shadows, there's no Vanish, there's no Evasion. JT has no trinket. DOBOB is potentially one setup away from closing out this game. They can get the combustion. Here comes the cheap shot. Is there any follow-up?
Got the poly.
Polymorph lands. Nicely done. Raikou trying to deflect with a beautiful Dragon's Breath. Goes in the invisibility, denies the damage, and Echo stays alive. But DOBOB, that next combustion is going to be lethal.
So invisibility on these mages reduces damage by 65%. So Raikou timed it right when JT went into polymorph. He took 0 damage in that exchange. Relza grips Tessia back to the pillar to line of sight the combustion. Tessia has combustion coming off cooldown. They could target down Waz here, but they're the ones being attacked at the moment as Waz is engaging, but they don't get follow-up. And now Tessia is pushing forward on Raikou, but it's a risky exchange. He wants to build his lead, but oh, that angel from JT pre-phase into the angel, anticipating Brunhilde's plays, but they could catch Raikou behind the pillar. Nice. Ice Wall on the angel. It's going to force the Master Spell, and now there won't be a Master Spell threat for an ice block. Raikou gets low, but a big heal comes in. JT's line of sighting Tessia here during this window of time. Raikou shifting power fully channel. That's a big timing for Raikou. He's going to get to this next combustion way faster. He's 1 combustion ahead, and you can see that in the damage meter down below as well. So if DOBOB don't do something quick to end the game with the advantage that they built earlier, I think Raikou is going to start to snowball this lead. Here comes another huge hit. Tessia is running for his life, but Killing Spree is connecting. Gouge onto Relza. Raikou wraps around the corner, and he knocks them back, but he can't get there. Tessia is top. Blind on JT. Big setup. Cheap shots are in. Double fear. Locking down the entire team. Sap off the blind. Excellent setup from Brunhilde. Is there a massive spell for Raikou's block? JT trinkets out of the sap. Tessia can't punish with the poly. Raikou shuts it down with the counter spell. Tessia pushing towards JT. Shifting power. Beautiful timing from Tessia. Seeing that counter spell on cooldown. Gets to his combustion now. 4 seconds. They've got pressure on 2 players. Dragon's Breath, but it's on DR. He knocks him behind the pillar. They're just going for the win right now. Can they finish? Raikou. Is he going to choke? He has a lot of options. He blinks back to JT. Big heals come in. Barrier should be able to keep him going. Waz is on the defensive. We see Echo forced into a corner right now. DOBOB, for the first time, have an advantage.
Yeah, and that was actually a defensive blind, I think, from Waz 2 onto Tessia to try to slow down that combustion damage.
Another setup.
Really using a lot. Big setup here on the Waz. Once again, another polymorph will land. These consistent polymorph setups are just such a nightmare for Echo to deal with, but Waz manages to hold on. Now playing aggressive here on Tessia. Raiku's looking to strike back if he can. He's got the combustion available, but is he going to use it? He pulls the trigger, and Tessia now under fire. Will just line of sight. Great job here by Relza. Preemptive Spirit of the Redeemer, and that should be enough for the side of DOBOB to hold on.
All right, Tessia combustion's coming back up, but they're targeting down Brunhilde. Relza, Mana, pretty close, but slightly behind. Waz in polymorphs at the moment, setting up for the kidney shot so he can't faint. That was an excellent polymorph to set this up, but he just pre-grips the Chastise. JT playing out of his mind right now. They can't get the setup. They're going after Brunhilde, just trying to collapse their damage at this point. They land a kick on Tessia. He goes for a Ring of Frost. He gets that. Raikou, nice play, double ring. He's looking for another polymorph, gets Dragon's Breath. Is he going to be able to land it? He can't. Relza is going to wrap around the corner in a moment here, but Raiku's playing with confidence here on top of them, and Echo are starting to even out that deficit that they had earlier on. Now at the 5-minute mark, it's going to be non-consequential. JT's in Angel. Big heals coming through, maximizing his mana efficiency. Here comes Echo, looking for a turnaround. Combustion coming up in 14 seconds for Raikou. He's got his Dragon's Breath. He's ready to go, but they're pressuring him. Is he going to be able to get his footing here to be able to make the push? He gets counterspelled on fire, so he's going to be able to free cast polymorphs on the go. He's shifting powers to reset the combustion. Raikou punishes it. Ice Wall comes down, but JT wraps around the other side. They blind him, but can Brunhilde get there for anything out of the blind? They can't, and JT sitting a blind for free this late in the game is huge. Here comes combustion for Raikou, and Relza has no trinket, caught in a cheap shot at the moment, into a gouge, and Waz is looking to secure a kill here on Tessia. He's so low, but he manages to greet it with the barrier at 1%. And DOBOB hang on.
They didn't even get the cauterize. That's an absolute nightmare for Echo. 6 minutes has elapsed in the game. Tessia now continuing to make a push. Chastise here onto JT. What do they have to follow it up? A full kidney shot lands, but there's not a lot of damage. Potential polymorph coming in. No, Raikou shuts it down. Beautifully done, but it is Waz still under fire. Fade coming in from JT. Raikou and Waz are both low. They need to try to find some damage. Chastise here on the Relza. He's got no trinket, but there's no follow-up of crowd control, and Relza's going to get to a good position to keep his team alive once again, using this pillar expertly. Raikou in a very defensive position right now with JT, just trying to avoid the fight, finally making a push forward, but a double Dragon's Breath comes in. Nicely done there by Tessia. And he gets caught into a kidney shot. Beautiful grip, but it is still Raikou that is low. Full kidney shot here onto JT. And DOBOB just has all the pressure. They've got all the momentum, making a push here onto Raikou, but they strike back. And now all of a sudden, in a blink of an eye, Tessia might just be forced into his cauterize and the ice block. It is back and forth here in this game 4.
Instant dispel from JT onto the polymorph there. Mana in favor of Relza. Maybe they can take advantage of this. They have blind, but here comes a kidney shot, smoke bomb, double cheap shot. Waz is going for the throat. Will Brunhilde be able to survive? Relza is greedy, so greedy. Line of sights. He gets the void shift off just in the nick of time. Relza makes the exchange, but it could be the last one that he gets to make in this game. JT pre-fades the go. He pre-angels the go, completely negating DOBOB's push here in a window where they had no medallion on JT, no medallion on Raikou to escape it. Beautiful timing from JT, buying his team even more time, but Ice Wall comes down. JT wraps around the side. Brunhilde grapples in for a kidney shot. No trinket. Tessia on the back foot. Is this going to be lights out? Full blind. Tessia so low. Cauterize triggers into the block. Where's the massive spell? JT's not going to find. He's still blinded up. Tessia sitting through this ice block. Echo have all of the cards right now. They can take out anyone in this game. DOBOB need a miracle to stay alive in this series. Are they going to be granted that miracle in the next couple of moments?
Oh my gosh, this is an intense game number 4. What is DOBOB going to do? Not many cooldowns really left to work with, none whatsoever. Raikou, though, under fire, still has the the courtesy of that ice block if he needs it. That safety net. Tessia going for a preemptive Ring of Frost. Manages to find it here onto Raikou. Raikou blinks in. Big damage with the combustion. He novas him in line of sight of the Phoenix. And Tessia is just on the run. Raikou trying to get there. He's caught into the stun. JT pushes in. And it looks like Tessia will be able to hold on. But Relza really struggling to keep him alive. He's got no mana. Flash heals in desperation. But I think dampening is too high. He does get topped off. But look, Brunhilde's low as well. This is a nightmare situation for Relza.
Tessia has one more combust. And Waz has no trinket. They have to kill Waz in a bomb, but I don't think they're going to get there. Gouge, Waz engage. Echo are going for the win. Triple Dragon's Breath. Echo secure it 3-1.
Wow. I mean, it was looking...
Echo secure it 3-1.
Wow. I mean, it was looking so scary. I mean, we look back at this game. I think inevitably it will be Echo that pulls out ahead. I will say in the last game, but inevitably it will be Echo that pulls out ahead. I will say in the last half of that game, it felt like they really kind of put everything together. They started snowballing the cooldowns, the damage, and you could see it on the damage meters once again. Raikou just having a field day in this game with his pressure, just getting immense value with those combustions and putting out a ton of damage for his team. This is that moment I was talking about where Waz is literally like 5% health. We got a full blind on JT. Like, I honestly don't know how Waz survived here. It was like the recuperate, the Crimson Vial with the Guardian Spirit, I guess, is enough healing for him to live, but that was exceptionally close.
Oh man, I will say DOBOB, they didn't really target Waz like almost at all. In the final moments of the game, they could have found an opportunity because Waz gets stunned behind the pillar on his push, and I was thinking, okay, they're gonna smoke bomb him. That's their win con. They got Rogue Trinket. They'll smoke bomb Waz right here. They have smoke bomb, and Waz has no trinket. But they can't get momentum. Waz is just closing the game out before they can get to that opportunity, and JT's also repositioning. So, but the triple hits them, no chance.
And cloak and evasion, like he might actually live. The Dragon's Breath ended was like kind of like a micro stun to just lock him in place after the cheap shot was going to fade. Because I think if that Dragon's Breath didn't land, Brunhilde actually could survive. It's popping Cloak of Shadows and evasion. This makes you immune to basically all damage. So really nice play there by Raikou getting that triple Dragon's Breath.
Right here, man. Echo just looking better than ever. DOBOB showing some signs of life, some opportunities in their strategy, but Echo are not going to give them the time of day to be able to come back in this series, and DOBOB will be now in the lower bracket, but obviously they're going to need an opponent, and Under Pressure and Streamer Zone is the next series. That head-to-head could be completely different, as High Mountain is not selectable for this tournament, and that High Mountain into Demon Hunter was definitely favored, in favor against the Demon Hunter, so I think MVQ's team is probably pretty happy about that for their matchup, because they've been getting some very close games, which could set up possibly if Under Pressure win Echo against Under Pressure, which we've never seen the whole season. So there's still some surprises possibly for this tournament.
Yeah, we certainly could see that. We're seeing a lot of teams face off against each other that we haven't seen yet this season. That next series that we have, as well as you already mentioned, Streamer Zone GG versus Under Pressure. We also kind of don't know how that plays out. So very curious about that one as well. That is an upper bracket series. Also, DOBOB, as Supatis mentioned, will be moving down to the lower bracket. If history says anything, though, we might just see another rematch between these two teams. Then does it kind of feel like Echo has their number? Does it kind of feel like Echo has DOBOB figured out? Or is there anything else that we think DOBOB might be able to kind of come up with between now and whoever they do end up playing for their second matchup?
I mean, going into the third game, that's one of the things I was saying. Is like for DOBOB, they kind of need to pick up a win to just get like a confidence boost. Because if they had just gotten completely destroyed 3-0, and they do make it to the finals, let's just say that Echo makes it to the finals, DOBOB makes it through the finals, which isn't guaranteed to happen with the other teams in this tournament. But for DOBOB, I feel like with the way those last two games went, you'd be feeling a lot more confident. Like in Game 3, you played well. Game 4, very close calls as well. So for DOBOB, I feel like they still definitely have a shot in a rematch.
All right, well, we'll be seeing them on Championship Sunday for the first series of the day, and they will be playing the loser of this next up series. So either StreamerZone.gg versus Under Pressure. So that is going to wrap up that series. Quick 3-1 for a Game 4 series, and we're going to head to a break. When we come back, another upper bracket series for you guys. StreamerZone.gg versus Under Pressure coming up next after this break. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're in the second matchup of the day. We're in the EU region. We just had Echo and DOBOB face off against each other, the two pillars of the EU region in AWC this season, and it was Echo that ended up sending DOBOB down to the lower bracket. Now we've moved on to StreamerZone.gg versus Under Pressure, two just as competitive teams. Zico just haven't quite been able to, get to that top spot, but this could be their moment this weekend.
Absolutely. I mean, during the regular season, StreamerZone was able to kind of challenge Echo a couple of times at least, but of course, Echo, the team to beat right now.
Echoed.
yeah. The results echoed. But StreamerZone, I wonder if they kind of hit their peak during the season, or if they've kind of kept that form and maybe even surprised something for us. Because individually, they are such a solid roster, and throughout the season, they have been kind of the main team to challenge Echo. So I'm excited to see what they are bringing for this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel a bit bad for Under Pressure because it just feels like they always run into StreamerZone and they never get a chance to actually play Echo. Like you look back at Cup 3, they got 3-0'd by them in the upper bracket, and then StreamerZone loses to Echo, and then Under Pressure runs in StreamerZone again, gets 3-0'd again by them in the lower bracket. They keep running into them over and over, and it's kind of crazy that they've never played Echo because they just always run into StreamerZone.
Yeah, definitely. Two very evenly matched teams. Doesn't seem like chat agrees though. 81% on the side of StreamerZone.gg, 19% for Under Pressure. Azael, do you feel like that reflects your opinions on how this matchup is going to go?
I'm kind of hoping it's going to be closer. I mean, in Cup 3, if you're just looking at Cup 3, they 6-0'd them, right? So if you're looking at Cup 3 only, then I think, that's maybe kind of fair, but I know they've had closer matchups in the past, and I'm hoping that this is going to be a closer one here. They've had some time to prepare, so I always kind of think that, if a team is like constantly stumping you, maybe you've prepped something new to try to bring out and try to change things a little bit. So I'm thinking it's going to be closer, but I'm definitely still thinking StreamerZone.gg is going to be taking the win.
Yeah, I think that's fair. All right, well, give us your exact prediction then on this series.
I'm going 3-2. I'm hoping for a close series. I think StreamerZone's going to win, but I'm hoping that we're going to get a close competitive series.
Okay, Zico, what about you?
I am going 3-2. Basically same prediction here as Azel. I think it's going to be a close series. I think that Under Pressure has had some time to kind of develop their strategies, but so has StreamerZone. So I am still leaning a little bit more in favor of StreamerZone. But honestly, who knows? Like that's the beauty of having a little break between the last cup and the actual finals, is that teams know ahead of time who they are going to be facing, and what are we bringing to the table?
Yeah. I am down at the bottom for predictions, so I'm going to do something bold, and I'm actually on the side of Under Pressure for this one. I'm 2-3 in favor of Under Pressure. I just thought I would do something different. I may eat my words. We'll have to see. But, I've got nothing to lose down at the bottom here in the leaderboards for the caster predictions. But I'm curious to see what everybody else thinks. We've got Super T's and D Machine as well for their predictions. And I'm curious to see what they think. But 28% on the side of Under Pressure. So certainly fighting an uphill battle. They fought each other 5 times. And it's been StreamerZone every single time. So they've kind of been a brick wall, as you already said, sort of, Azael. So 1-3. Okay, good. Oh, all right. Excellent. I've got 2 people on my side. Fantastic. Cool. And I'm surprised Benruki's got 1-3. Zico, you kind of know.
He's got to take risks.
What's inside
He's fallen
his mind.
behind. He's fallen behind.
Is that really what it is?
It reeks of desperation.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you think this isn't a logic-based choice then, Azael? You just think it's I have to get ahead of him.
I think Benruki has fallen behind. He's got to catch up to Zico, so he's got to make some bold moves. He already went against Echo, which is that's like a 1 in 100 chance. The Echo loses. Echo just always wins. So if you're gonna take the first risk, you gotta keep betting it big.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, if you are on the side of Under Pressure, Azael, what do you think some of the things that they could maybe do to get an edge over StreamerZone.gg?
I mean, it is tough. They've tried a lot of different compositions, right? And I think it's going to just be about trying to figure out a comp that is actually going to really work for them, because this team has been super flexible. They've tried a ton of different stuff. You know, when you look back, they've done DHDK, they've done DHLE, they've done DH Moonkin, they've done, you know, like all kinds of different healers and stuff. So I think for them, it's really just going to be about aligning on one specific comp that is actually going to work well against Streamer Zone GG, because they've stayed pretty steady against them. Streamer Zone has just been running this like Holy Pally, Hunter Ellie mostly when in their, at least in Cup 3, that's what they ran all 6 games. So to me, it's going to be mostly about the matchups, just trying to figure out a comp that is actually going to work into that. And then you obviously have to execute because you're playing against some of the best players in the world.
Yeah, most definitely. So it kind of the time is now as well. This is the end of the season. This is the grand finals for the entire War Within, basically. This is their final moment, and this is a team that they've consistently struggled against. So you never know. It's do or die here. So they certainly could have something that they have thought up for the potentially final time that they do have to face this team. But Zico, what about you? What in your mind is something that you want to see from Under Pressure, the underdogs here in this series?
I mean, they have tried a lot of surprises, kind of like Azel mentioned, especially the double Demon Hunter was a big surprise. I think just more experimentation. I think that hopefully
more
for them,
than double Demon Hunter?
Triple Demon Hunter is what Zico wants.
Send the triple Ds.
Get a Vengeance Demon Hunter in there. Why not?
No, but on the real, I want to see them maybe try to figure out something that can specifically deal with that survival hunter of Big Mechs. If they can find a way to actually bring Big Mechs out of the game, if they can have some kind of composition that is kind of focused on getting him out and getting him back on the bench, I think that could be a big way for them to actually swing this matchup in their favor. But it's tough. I mean, Under Pressure has a lot of different compositions that they can run, so hopefully they did cook something up, but we'll also see what Streamer Zone has been cooking. So I'm just excited to get this first game on the road.
I'm excited as well. Looks like we are almost there. We're going to be able to see what they have for their blind picks on both sides. Very important decision here as we head into game number 1. Best of 5. And there's that double Demon Hunter that we were talking about, Zico.
Yeah, so they're going to be running the double Demon Hunter yet again here. Borug is going to be on his main, the Holy Paladin. Seen actually a decent amount of Holy Paladins lately, even in the Gauntlet yesterday. Big Mix, of course, rocking the Survival Hunter, and Limps is tagged in on the Demon Hunter. So let's see how this plays out. The Pressure already going to be looking for Big Mix here, trying to take him out of the match. 2 Demon Hunters on you as a Survival Hunter is not an easy choice. But he's going to get the scatter shot onto Lontar, get the half trap, and that is going to be reversed immediately. And that's very, very tough for Big Mex. Relying on those freezing traps when there's double reverse magic is not going to be great for him.
No, not at all. I mean, that's going to be basically impossible. And you can see the Hex there over onto Borug. You talked about trying to find a comp that is going to be able to take Big Mex out. And this might just be that comp. They're trying to just train him into the ground. It's a good start so far, but there's a Hodge over on Lontar, and Fuston taking a lot of damage himself. There's a Scatter to follow it up over on Lontar. The CC is just continuing more and more and more coming out there. MVQ getting topped off, though, by Lontar there before another interrupt does come through. Or going to be CC'd up, though, and Big Mac's getting incredibly low. Big Mac's going to have to trade out the turtle, but they overlapped. There was the human racial plus the lay on hands at the same time as that turtle came through. So Streamer Zone could be in a little bit of trouble as a result of that.
Yeah, big overlap coming out, and that's an early darkness there from Fuston. Big Mac is just going to kite out of that darkness. And I don't know exactly how Streamer Zone is actually going to be able to find the win condition here. They haven't been able to get Lontar's Trinket just yet. I don't know how they're actually going to be able to CC him with those reverse magics. Look at Fuston eating the trap right there from his healer. And that means that now the reverse magic is going to be available for Fuston. Then it's going to be available again for MVQ. So Big Mac's in a lot of trouble. The hunt connects. Fury of the Eagle, but it gets interrupted. Huge damage coming out. Borg has a lot of work ahead of him. He's dying through the sacrifice. He's just going to die to this damage from the double Demon Hunter. Under Pressure, taking game number 1 here in a very surprising fashion.
No kidding. I mean, it's so interesting actually seeing, you know, both the way that it turned out, but also the composition, because we saw that Streamer Zone GG used the Ellie in all 6 of their games in Cup 3, so that's kind of what I was expecting that they would actually bring out. But under pressure coming out with this double Demon Hunter and kind of just dominating the game start to finish. They never even got the trinket from Lontar. They never got Spirit Link. They never got, a lot of these major cooldowns that were still up and available for under pressure. And Big Mex was just the target pretty much start to finish. I feel like they may have accomplished what you kind of wanted them to already in this first game, because if they're going to lock in the double Demon Hunter for round 2, I feel like Streamer Zone will be pretty hesitant to just run back the same comp.
Oh yeah, 100%. But the question is, are they going to take Big Mex out? Because as you mentioned,
or just put Swapsy
we have
on
seen,
LA.
yeah, that's what we've seen in the past, is Swapsy being tagged in on the LA Shaman. But man, that damage at the end was actually so insane. I feel like he got the sacrifice from Borug. So this was a little bit earlier. We got the turtle and the overlap there with the lay on hands. And at the end here, did he have sacrifice? No, yeah, he did get sacrifice at about 50% HP, and Borg is spamming out the heals, but it's just so much damage that he just dies through it. So
it's so
pretty
funny.
insane.
I think we were thinking the same thing, because you're like, did he get the sacrifice? And I was thinking, I wonder if he sacrificed the wrong person, because he just got one shot through it, and then you see it and you're like, no, they just did that much damage. They just did that much damage to him. Like, he got blasted. Usually sacrifice is like a save, you know what I mean? Like, that goes up, you're gonna be fine, unless the healer is fully CC'd, and he wasn't. So pretty shocking how much damage actually came through. I mean, you can look at all of those hits coming through in those final moments. It's no massive individual numbers, but definitely a lot of damage going out.
Yeah, it's just all about the uptime also. Like, you can't really get rid of these Demon Hunters. You can kite them.
Never.
And obviously, you can't CC the healer either when you have two of them spamming reverse magic. So it's pretty brutal. I think we're probably gonna see the Diamond Eyes trap though, which is just shorter duration, but you can't reverse magic it from Big Mex. And I do think probably we're gonna see Swapsy as well on Imperium Domain.
Do you think Under Pressure will change their comp preemptively though? Oh no, same thing.
No. No, I don't think. My prediction is that they will keep the same comp.
Oh, that's a good prediction.
But I do think that if they tag in Swapsy, they're not going to tag in Swapsy. I was going to say, because he's LA Shaman, I get it.
No, I wasn't even going for that.
But with Swapsy, you actually get the Hex, and you can't reverse magic the Hex. So Swapsy can make some big plays. That's how they've won this in the past. I mean, if you're under pressure, you're probably pretty happy with this. You just get to play the same matchup once again. Just a little bit bigger map, but Nagrand is already a big map. So I feel like if you're under pressure, you don't mind this too much.
No, not at all. I mean, I'm honestly really surprised. Like, obviously, you can go Diamond Dice, like you said, and then you can't reverse that. But it is a shorter duration as the trade-off. And it didn't feel like, oh, if you just had 2 more seconds of CC, you would have had a really good go. Like, maybe that will be enough that they just get that little bit of CC, and that's going to be starting to force Lontar's cooldowns. And, it's kind of like get through a lot of these cooldowns really quickly. But it felt super one-sided, because it just felt like Big Mex could never get away. And that's not going to change, whether you're changing your talents or not. Like, he's never going to escape from those 2 Demon Hunters. So the question is just like, can you get enough CC on the Shaman that these Demon Hunters actually have to run, actually have to be scared? There was obviously that earlier overlap as well with the turtle and the lay on hands. He died through the sacrifice. So I'm sure that Streamer Zone is thinking, okay, we could clean some things up defensively. We could make it last a little bit longer. Maybe that, in addition to the Diamond Ice change that we're expecting, will be enough. But definitely risky going back to that after what felt like a very one-sided game 1.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll see if they have some tricks up their sleeve, but I do think Big Mex probably going to be running Diamond Eyes, so they at least have some crowd control. But I do wonder what the game plan also is here, because I'm not sure they actually win the long game into the Resto Shaman either with the Holy Paladin. So we'll see if they can take somebody down maybe in a burst. Full scatter shot there coming out onto Lontar, and he's not playing the Diamond Eyes, so he's still rocking the regular trap. It's going to be a Hammer of Justice there onto Lontar as well. We're not playing the Repentance either, so not going to have too much CC, but already forcing out the Darkness, getting a nice swap actually onto Lontar, trying to cleave them down a little bit. Limp's doing a lot of work here in this position, but the Darkness is very, very much needed. from Limps there as well. So another major defensive already off the checklist here from Streamer Zone, and Big Mix could still be in some trouble. Borg has the sacrifice. Can't wait too long, though, to pop it, because we saw what happened last time, but at the same time, look at his damage coming out on both Demon Hunters.
Whoa.
Huge pressure on both of them, and Streamer Zone getting themselves some well-needed cooldowns there. The Nether Walk being popped for Fusen, and he's still not out of the woods yet.
They got double Netherwalk at the exact same time. MVQ used his as well, and now Darkness coming down from MVQ. He's getting in a lot of trouble. Limp's down incredibly low as well, though. He's going to have to Netherwalk also. Buy some time here for Borog to try to catch back up. Streamer Zone's GG really putting on the pressure in this second game. There's another scatter there onto Lontar. He does still have his Trinket. He does still have his Link, but MVQ in a lot of trouble, and Lontar might have to use some major cooldowns to try to pick him back up. Limps now swapping over onto Lontar. Lontar going for the Hex, is going to be able to land it over onto Borog there, who was actually imprisoned at the same time. Big Max still under pressure, but he's doing so much better at actually just kiting this out, at keeping the damage rolling himself, as it feels like MVQ really is that primary target. He's under a lot of threat so far. Houston still does have his Darkness himself. There's the scatter. There's the trap coming down onto Lontar. He's going to be able to sit through both, but Borog positioned well in the back, going to get stunned up now here. And there's a follow-up stun coming out as well. Borog still not having the Trinket, is doing a great job positioning here as Lontar goes into the Hodge.
Yeah, but Big Max had to use his last charge of Survival of the Fittest. Darkness also getting popped there for Houston, and Big Max is not out of the woods yet. The sacrifice comes through from Borog. Saved by the Light is going to proc there for Big Max as well. Borog has a lot of work ahead of him, though, but at the same time, MVQ in big trouble right now. He's caught up in the stun. Lontar Trinket straight out the Spirit Link Totem there to save his Demon Hunter, and these setups are looking very deadly from Streamer Zone. I don't know exactly what changed, but their damage just seems to be way higher here in game number 2. MVQ not out of the woods just yet. There's a full Chaos Nova onto Lontar. Gets reverse magic, though, and that means that they can potentially land a full freezing trap. Big Mac still doing pretty hot right now. Still has his turtle, still has his Trinket, but right now no small defensives here. He might need to pop them right now. It's very, very low. Does have the turtle. Is he gonna trade? No. The lay on hands comes through from Borog instead. The trap gets reversed there as well, and now MVQ in massive trouble here. The next Hammer of Justice is gonna be there, and MVQ running for the hills, manages to duck around the corner, but Limps is all over him. Gets fell erupted. Borog gets wind sheared, and now MVQ has weathered that storm, looking to get aggressive once again onto Big Max with the hunt.
This could be Turtle, though. Big Mac's incredibly low here. Does have to Turtle, as Borog was into a stun, and Borog trying to keep his team offensive. There's the scatter over on Lontar. Trap comes out. Double Chaos Nova. MVQ in some trouble. Has about 20 seconds until that Netherwalk is going to be back. Lontar still CC'd up. MVQ just trying to kite it out, trying to buy time. Big Mac's not going to give him that time, though. In onto him, looking to finish him off. MVQ incredibly low, but does survive, as Lontar able to pick him right back up with that Ascendance, healing him back up to full. MVQ now trying to get aggressive once more. The Netherwalks are coming back up for both Houston and MVQ. This could turn the game right around here, and it's Streamer Zone that might be under some pressure. Houston getting knocked low, but has the Netherwalk up and available once more. It's Big Mac in a lot of trouble. Sacrifice coming back up here now for Borog as soon as he needs it. There's the stun onto both Limps and Big Max. Big Max getting low. Sacrifice was used there. Houston low, MVQ low. Lontar's got a lot of work to do. The Netherwalks are available. They're not going to be used, though, as Darkness is enough to stall them, stall that damage, and buy them time to get picked up once more by Lontar.
He's so greedy to rely on the Darkness, but MVQ caught himself in a stun right now. Might need to trade, and he will trade the Netherwalk, with Houston getting tap targeted as well. Also has to trade his Netherwalk here. Double Netherwalk coming down as soon as they come back off cooldown. MVQ not out of the woods yet. Lontar has a lot of healing to do here. No Spirit Link Totem for another 45 seconds. Darkness is going to trade from MVQ. Gets imprisoned on it. Big Mix could be in trouble here. Lontar looking for the Hex. Manages to pause the damage for a second with a Hex onto Limbs, but it does break to the Demon Hunter cleave. Big Mix now down to 50% HP. Could be in trouble. Trades out the Roar of Sacrifice. Should be fine enough for now, but they're looking for the next go. Borg's pushing in, looking for the Hammer of Justice. Lontar tries to ground it. Does he actually manage to? It doesn't look like it. Houston 50% HP. Borg finds the Hammer of Justice, and Houston, what are you gonna do here? Do they have the follow-up? There's the scatter, and that's
talking about, they need to change talents, they need to change comps, maybe. Streamer Zone says, just get good, just play better, just straight up beat them, and they do it. Like, that is a crazy turnaround. It looks like two completely different games from game 1 to game 2. The way that they played it out, I think defensively was so much better, but offensively, what a difference. It just felt like last time they didn't really have much pressure whatsoever. And this time, yeah, they played it better defensively, but like they were forcing out double Netherwalks as soon as they were up. Netherwalk had to be used again, and even early on, they were really close to killing off MBQ and Houston.
Yeah, no, their offense was the biggest thing, I feel like, from Streamer Zone. I don't know exactly what they changed here, but like you mentioned, it just felt like they had good pressure on both Demon Hunters. And they also were able to land more consistent crowd control. And I think a lot of it also comes down to the fact that Borg felt more confident to kind of push in and land Hammer of Justice. So they would get like a scatter into a trap, and if the trap got reversed, then they would instantly land that Hammer of Justice like we see here at the end. You can see Borg also, towards the end of this match, playing very, very aggressive, pushing in on Lontar early, because he knows when you're playing against the Shaman, there's a bit of a mind game. The Shaman is going to try to outrange you. He's going to try to line of sight you. And then as soon as he gets into your line, he's going to try to drop a grounding totem and try to ground that Hammer of Justice. And if that happens, it's absolute disaster for the Paladin. But Borg, very, very patient with it. They also forced out a lot of these reverse magics with the Chaos Nova from Limps. And in general, Limps did so much damage in this game, just cleaving up both Demon Hunters. So I think definitely it was, small adaptations from all three players on the side of Streamer Zone. But what do you do now, though, if you are on the side of Under Pressure? Do you stick to this comp? Do you swap to something else? Because it feels like this is the matchup they wanted.
Yeah, no. I mean, it is a hard decision, right? You have to kind of think in the minds of those players. Do they think that they can really make some big adjustments here? If there's something that they think they can kind of change up as far as just like improving their play from that game 1 to game 2. Obviously, look completely different for Streamer Zone. We are going to hook point, so maybe they feel like, hey, on this map we could just kind of rush him down a little bit more easily, more difficult perhaps for Big Mex to actually get away from him to position well. So it'll be interesting. I mean, yes, the game was a lot better from Streamer Zone, but it's not as though Under Pressure had no opportunities. They did get Big Mex incredibly low before that first lay on hands came through. They did force through all the cooldowns. They were able to get out Turtle. They got out the lay on hands. They got out, a lot of those defensive tools. So maybe feeling like, hey, if we get a little bit more CC, if we get a little bit better setups, we could maybe, find an opportunity earlier to get a kill. But it's tough because I feel like you said, that was the matchup that they wanted. And if Streamer Zone's just kind of confident in it, then I feel like you kind of just need to be as well.
Yeah, it's a game of chicken here, potentially. Let's see what Under Pressure does. And we just saw 2 RMP mirrors, and now we're seeing a bunch of Demon Hunters here.
3 Demon Hunters in one game. We didn't get the triple Demon Hunter on one team, but we did get the triple Demon Hunter.
That would have been insane, actually. Just a double demon. Actually, no. We've had that in the past. I take it back. That was awful. I did not like the double demon hunter into the double demon hunter. That was in
those are dark times.
Those were absolutely dark times. The what was it called, Mana Rift talent. Just stunned up the healer and just mana burnt the healer. And you just had 2 demon hunters doing that the whole game. That was not it. But Under Pressure, they're going to lock it in again. So relying on hook point. Streamer Zone obviously want the larger maps, want to give space for Big Mex to kite around, drag the Demon Hunters to bad spots behind the pillars. Not going to be able to do that on hook point. And this might be one of those series that kind of comes down to the map picks. Because there's definitely enough small and big maps in the pool. So it could be one of those series that actually gets decided by the blind pick. I know that's what Benruki's hoping for with his prediction.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, and if that's the case, then Under Pressure are still in control, right? Because they only have to win on their map picks since they did win that first game. It's going to be interesting. I am still really surprised that Big Mex didn't change over to the Diamond Ice Trap. But it's kind of interesting because, they just had so many little CCs that even with reverses coming through, it's like you get Hodged and then you get Scattered and then you get Demon Hunter Feared and then you get Trapped and then you get, like Silenced. And there's like all these little mini CCs that are coming through that even though they're reversing a lot of them, you can't stop all of them, right? Like there's just all these micro CCs, and when there's 3 or 4 little things in a row, it can, turn into a lot, right? It can really start forcing out those cooldowns, and that's kind of what Streamer Zone really relied on, right? So they played it out really well, and I'm not even sure like what is he giving up to try to swap to Diamond Ice? Like what is he feeling like he's gaining by not doing it? Because generally in these kind of situations, I feel like you always see hunters make that swap. So I'm curious what the advantage is to not doing it.
I think he gets so when the biggest trade-off is the trap duration that you give up. Your trap is usually longer.
Of course, yeah. But I just mean like what other talent he's getting by not using it.
I'm actually not sure.
That's more what I'm interested in, because like I know, you get a shorter trap with Diamond Ice to make it undispellable.
I think it's I think that you give up the disarm potentially.
That makes sense then. Because if he's just thinking it's just going to be like micro CCs anyway, then like maybe that's really what it makes sense.
I don't think you ever swap Chimera Sting, and I don't think you ever swap the Feign Death talent. So I'm pretty sure it's the disarm. And the disarm is you can hit it on both Demon Hunters, so I guess it's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The sticky tar bomb.
Yeah, probably it's either that or the Feign Death. So I don't know. The Feign Death is also like it's a big deal having the damage reduction when you pop that Feign Death. So we'll see what they actually decide to do here in game number 3. It is the swing match here. BigMax actually sitting in the room here, so actually isolating Lontar away from his Demon Hunters. Gets the half trap there out of the scatter shot, and they don't have the follow-up. Triple Chaos Nova, triple Fear coming out, and that is going to be responded to with the Darkness from the double Demon Hunter side, but BigMax still extremely low. Limps had to trade out basically his entire spellbook here. Not a great opener here from the Streamer Zone. Actually, they had to use their own Darkness there as well, so BigMax not feeling too confident right now.
No, that was a horrible start. I mean, triple Chaos Nova, triple Feared. It cost Limp Darkness, Netherwalk. BigMax is still not out of the woods, even with all those cooldowns being used. And Limps is going to be a target himself, which Under Pressure hasn't really been looking towards just yet. Houston and MVQ still have everything really up and available as far as their major cooldowns. BigMax is just getting rocked, even through the sacrifice. We saw him go down in game number 1, and now the Lay on Hands had to be used at the same time as the sacrifice. Streamer Zone are just getting destroyed in this game. BigMax incredibly low. It feels like every defensive is just being used in a row here by Streamer Zone, and they just cannot stabilize, let alone get something going offensively. There's the scatter now coming onto Lontar. Can they try to turn it around? That trap is going to be reversed immediately as Lontar just wants to keep his team aggressive, keep them on the back of BigMax here, and just keep pushing through these defensives. BigMax does, of course, still have his turtle, but after that, it could be lights out. Lontar now sitting through that Hodge, as some damage is coming down onto MVQ and Houston, but still Under Pressure is dominating the start of this game.
Yeah, but finally some damage coming out onto MVQ. The disarm is there onto Houston. Oh, BigMax trying to buy a little bit of time, but gets feared on the scatter trap. Houston super low here, needs to make the trade, and he will trade out the Netherwalk in that position. So a little bit of a cooldown trade at least for them, but still BigMax might have to pop the turtle right now. Still down to 50% HP. Borg's out of crowd control. He's trying to keep him alive. They're trying to be greedy. The double Chaos Nova from Limps is good, buying them a little bit of time, but Borg caught up in that imprisonment. Saved by the Light is going to proc. BigMax gets stunned up, but Borg is going to be able to keep him alive for now. Big heals coming through there from the Paladin. Great stall there from Limps, actually, saving that turtle, but they need to find some pressure. There's the triple blinding shot. DR Hodge onto Lontar, but I don't think it's going to be enough crowd control to really topple MVQ in this position. There's the big stun onto MVQ, but Limps caught up in a hex there for a short moment. Borg in a stun as well, and that is BigMax turtle. They don't have too many buttons now. Nothing left on BigMax. Borg's going to have to be the one who saves the day.
Yep, sacrifice is back up, though, for Borog, and he still has his trinket. He still has that bubble. BigMax stunned up, though, getting low here once again. Houston, though, in a stun himself. So is Lontar. Houston in a lot of trouble. There's the trinket link, as Houston had to double up on both the Darkness and the Netherwalk on that last go, and now MVQ used his Darkness as well on that trinket link. So they're overlapping a lot of defensives here on the side of Under Pressure as Streamer Zone try to turn things around. Borog is going to be stunned up. He's going to trinket that. There's a sacrifice, but can they kill BigMax through it? BigMax still getting rocked. Borg desperately trying to top his hunter off, but he's struggling to do so. He's even getting low himself through that damage that is just getting piled onto the back of BigMax here. Finally, now they're able to stabilize as Limps is just in their face, constantly putting on this pressure. Fear lands over on Lontar. He's going to get blinded up as well. The micro CC's just landing on Lontar one after another. Borg going to be into the bubble, though, just trying to keep BigMax stabilized, trying to delay for another cooldown. He's going to have that Lay on Hands in just under 20 seconds here as another stun now lands onto Lontar. Houston is the main target here. He's still topped off for now. Lontar looking for a Hex, can't quite find it as he's going to be LOS. Big Mac's just on the run, trying to stay away as long as he possibly can, and they have lived until that lay on hands is back up, but MBQ in a lot of trouble. MBQ incredibly low, and he just dies in the stun. Cannot get the Nether Walk off as the cross CC is enough. Streamer Zone take another game, even with that really tough start.
Oh man, that looked so brutal to heal. Borg, man, what are we doing right now? This guy, he sacrificed Big Max. There's just 2 hunts being popped on Big Max. He's like, yep, that's not going to be enough. So he pops the magic bop as well. Then he has to chain that with the bubble as well, just to keep up with the damage that his hunter is taking. He had to trade out his entire spell book, and he managed to keep him alive. And then we saw it at the end there. So they got Lontar's trinket. They got the trinket from both demon hunters as well as both reverse magic. So they had that kind of golden opportunity where there actually was no way to stop the CC. So they just played for that win condition. That was the moment right there where they chained all of those defensives, and then Big Mix goes in. There's the stun onto MBQ. There's the stun onto Lontar, and it's exactly what you highlighted earlier, where they overlap those darknesses with the link. They overlapped basically everything defensively as well from the side of under pressure, and yeah, it's gonna cost you at that position. You can see this was actually right there. So Lontar trinket links. MBQ also dropped his trinket darkness. So at this point, they have no trinket on Lontar, no trinket on Fusedon, no trinket on MBQ, and no reverse magic on either demon hunter. So this is a guaranteed setup. Lontar actually did pre-earthen wall it as well, but it just wasn't enough. Like, the damage is actually incredible with that focused assault coming out from Big Max.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough, you know, in some of those situations. You've got to really like align on the cooldown ordering, right? Like, who's going to use what cooldowns when and in what order. Otherwise, in these panic situations, when people get low, everyone's just kind of pressing buttons, and it just feels like under pressure, we're feeling the heat a little bit, you know, in some of these moments where a lot of damage came down. You know, early on, Houston used the darkness for himself, but then he got nervous, like, what if I just die through darkness? So then he nether walked in his own darkness. Then on the next one, you know, as we were talking about, it's Trinket Link at the same time as Trinket Darkness. If MVQ had his Trinket Darkness, if they hadn't overlapped on the previous one as well, that is a very livable go. And we saw how many cooldowns they got through, you know, trying to truck down this hunter. It looked like next time their cooldowns are back up, they very likely could have actually killed off the hunter. So I feel like that is one of those ones that is going to cost you big time. You lose a game like that because of these overlaps. It is so punishing, especially against a team that has just had your number, that has beaten you so many times in a row, and you feel like you have an opportunity here. Those games really are frustrating.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, for under pressure, yeah, I was going to say, I want to just see them keep locking this in, because it feels like it's coming down to a little bit of mistakes, right? Like, they are overlapping some of those defensives, and it feels like Streamer Zone is the team on a timer. It feels like if the game just plays out standard, under pressure should win. The problem is that they get themselves into these situations where they get caught in a double stun, and both demon hunters are trinket nether walking, and they're just not making the optimal defensive trades at all times, which is, of course, a lot easier said than done.
Of course.
When we're seeing the damage that, you know, Streamer Zone can do also in just like a matter of seconds. But I think that's one thing that especially Borg and Big Mix have been doing really well. Big Mix, they only had one overlap, and that was in that game number 1 when they used the human racial lay on hands with the turtle, and surprise, they instantly lost that game.
Yep, so, exactly.
For Streamer Zone, they have been a lot cleaner with that. It's been the survival of the fittest from Big Mix. He's popping it early. He's using his own personal defensives, Roar of Sacrifice, and then they start using the Paladin cooldowns to kind of stall those back up, and it's been working really well for them. And Borg also, I think he made a bit of a missed kind of judgment call in terms of how much damage they actually can do. Because, believe it or not, but I don't think that they have a lot of experience playing into double Demon Hunter. It's not like something that you're just like, okay, let's queue up on the ladder, and here's double Demon Hunter, you know, or rocking.
Maybe in solo shuffle, ladder. You know?
Yeah, in solo shuffle is a different story. You definitely face it there, but it's definitely limited experience. I think Borg in that first game, he thought like, okay, this is normal levels of damage. Sacrifice is going to be enough, but
this is abnormal.
Yeah, no, he definitely learned his lesson.
Yeah. I just really want to see for this game, under pressure, if both these Demon Hunters are in trouble, someone needs to just trinket early in darkness, just make sure it's communicated who's going to do it. Try to get those cooldowns out early to hold on. If you're rotating through those trinkets really well, just saving each other, with those darknesses, I think they have a good opportunity here. Lontar, though, already an early CC, a nice blind comes out, and Houston getting trucked right now early on. Big Mex just pumping out that damage alongside Limps, and they are onto the back of Houston and MVQ. Big Mex, though, of course, is the target as always, kind of stacking in here on top of Lontar, and he's getting involved as well. MVQ's just going to get sent. Just got one shot there. That was insane, the burst coming through from Big Mex and Limps. I did not think MVQ was going to die like that. That was crazy. He got deleted.
I'm speechless. What the heck just happened? I just saw this big bomb explode, and so did MVQ, man. What? That was an insane. We need to see a replay. We need to see it in slow motion. We need to see exactly what that was. That is just, I mean,
that's wild.
If your streamer's on, you'll take it.
I guess we can see why there was some defensive overlaps at times. If damage like that can come in, it's hard to wait and make sure that you have everything ordered correctly, because that was just crazy. I mean, they didn't have blur, but I mean, he had darkness, he had netherwalk, he had trinket, like they had a lot of stuff. He just kind of got one shot. It looked like from about 80% HP, he just insta-died.
Yeah, no, we're gonna see it here. I mean, he did pop his blur like early on, and then he got disarmed, and then here it comes. What?
Dude,
I mean,
and look at
stunned?
Houston and Lontar's health as well, by the way. They both went to half HP too. It was almost just like a triple kill 10 seconds into the game.
That is insane. That is just insane. Yeah, I don't know. Like, we talked about it after that first game. Like, yeah, it feels like their offense changed on Streamer Zone. It feels like they're just doing way more damage. And I guess in this game they just peaked, because this is actually insane. They just killed him in a disarm. He wasn't even stunned.
And look at Lontar's health and Fusion's health as well, by the way. Like, they're all getting cleaved. Like, MVQ dies. Look at the other two's health.
Oh my god.
That was like, they all lost 60 to 70% of their health instantaneously at the same time.
Yeah, we don't even
this
see
is
a
like,
log
you know
on
what?
that.
Obviously, it's not this, but you know what this reminds me of? Have you ever had one of those games where it's like, I don't think it works this way anymore, but like back in the day when your gear would be broken and you'd like zone into an arena, you do no damage, right? And then you remember and you repair and you go back in the next game. It's
Yeah,
like,
no,
wow,
I
that
think-
was a lot easier.
I think it actually still does work that way, by the way.
Oh, it does? Oh, I thought it
yeah.
got changed a while ago where it didn't actually matter anymore.
No, I think you lose item levels. So your character is weaker.
Okay,
At least
but
last
it's not
time I
just,
checked that.
Not just like full doing nothing. That's
No, you're not like full naked at least.
Yeah.
But still.
Maybe they just had to repair their gear after game one, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe they just had red gear. Maybe that's what it comes down to. It definitely looked that way. I mean, look at his graph too. Like you see like the
Look at
normal
the
damage like at
DPS.
the beginning.
20 million DPS. 20 million. This is just like some world first rating right there, man. They're parsing. Definitely getting a 1%er, a 1% parse there.
It's the
that's the big
wildfire
parse.
bomb explosive shot. And then look at that bore charge as well. That's crazy.
Definitely crazy. Well, that's going to be a 3-1 for Streamer Zone GG. Fantastic work by them. Were we kind of worried about, the loss of High Mountain Tor and how they would do, Zika? Are you surprised that there was a 3-1 so dominating on the side of Streamer Zone?
I'm not gonna lie, after that first game I was sweating a little bit. And the second game I wasn't convinced either.
Sure, Big
but-
Mex was too a little bit.
Yeah, a lot more than us. I think under pressure they I don't know, that last game it happens, right? We've all been there, getting one tapped in the opener. It happens, but I think in general they brought something unique, and I could see it working. I could definitely see it working. It was just, I guess maybe they also didn't anticipate what kind of damage Big Mex is packing.
They didn't anticipate the 20 million DPS.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they are going to go up against DOBOB for Championship Sunday, as you can see here in the bracket. I mean, do you think that's something they bring out again, Azale, that double Demon Hunter, or do you want to see them play something else in that blind?
I wouldn't think that they would be bringing that out against DOBOB. I mean, maybe they'll surprise me. I feel like this was supposed to be an answer specifically to the Hunter, because you can just kind of stay on top of them. You can reverse all the traps, and like I can see that mindset of, hey, if he can't get traps, and if we can just stick on him start to finish, we should be able to win on mana. But they are a flexible team. They can bring out a lot of different comps, so they're going to have to figure out exactly what they want to bring out against DOBOB.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a potentially pretty tough matchup for them as well. So definitely be sure to be tuning in for Championship Sunday. That is going to be the best, or the first series of the day. They played against each other once before. I do believe that it was actually DOBOB that ended up winning that. So hopefully they've got something up their sleeve for that series, because that's their last chance. That is they're in the lower bracket. It's an elimination series for them, but that means that we are going to be heading to our next up series, upper bracket, Echo versus StreamerZone.gg. Zico, what do you make of that series?
I mean, I hope Echo saw what just happened here. I don't envy JT having to heal the damage that's coming out from StreamerZone, but in general, it has been more Echo favored, but StreamerZone definitely looking good right now. We didn't see too much of Limps during the regular season, so it's nice to see him being tagged back in. So we'll see how they can kind of navigate that, what they have prepared for Echo, because we talked about it at the start of the day. Echo has a giant target on their back. Everybody knows Echo is the team to beat in Europe. So everybody has dedicated a lot of time specifically preparing for them. So I'm excited to see what StreamerZone came up with.
Yeah, it should be really hype. I mean, especially coming off the back of the finals of Cup 3, actually was 6 out of the 7 games, right? So it was a very competitive series. StreamerZone brought a lot of different stuff out. But the thing that always kind of impresses me with Echo is that they just seem to kind of master certain comps, and they don't necessarily feel the need to always adjust, right? They will if they feel like they have to, but they stuck with, in all 6 games, that Rogue Priest Destro Warlock. And I always just think it's so fun to watch teams that really have mastered these comps like Echo have, because no matter what composition you bring, they have so much experience, so much synergy that you have to play it at a near perfect level, even if it's like a counter, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely have a lot of confidence in themselves as players, in their roster, and especially in those compositions. So we will see what they're going to be locking in for the next series. It's Echo versus StreamerZone.gg coming up next after this break. We'll be right back.
The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light
Liadrin, it has begun. I need you with me on the wall.
Lorthamar, the void will envelop us soon. Only the light can save us now.
No. The time for prayer has passed.
The Sunwell will not fall. Not while I draw breath. Little elves. I can see you grow weary. How much longer can you hold out? Flee and save yourselves.
Liadrin, don't.
Light be with you. You see? She understands it's hopeless. Soon, you all will. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through... I know that I am unworthy. I don't know if I deserve your help, but I know my people do. Please give them strength.
I admire your spirit, but that will not save you. Soon, I will break your world.
You can't even break one elf.
This darkness comes to devour everything. And when it is finished, there will be no more light. Without your aid, we will perish. I beg you, help us.
Not while we draw breath.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We've got another series for you coming up here. It is Echo versus StreamerZone.gg. Echo has been the most consistent team in EU for some time now. StreamerZone.gg, they've fought against Echo 5 times and have not been able to beat them yet, but seems like they're having a pretty good day today. Zico, do you feel like they have enough to take on the challenge of Echo?
I'm having a really tough time actually predicting this one. I don't know. I feel like StreamerZone looked so hot in their last series. They really done a good job kind of incorporating limps, doing a lot of damage. I mean, we all saw that last game, what just happened. to MVQ. So I don't know, but Echo also looked really hot against DOBOB. It's really tough. It's really tough.
Tough for sure. Kind of a couple different factors also, Ven, that could be working against us in this matchup. We've got some Void Weaver nerfs coming in. Do you expect that to come into play based on what we've seen so far?
Yeah, so the Void Weaver changes are interesting, right? Like, we saw a little bit of a preview of it yesterday with Cats and Dogs. Cats and Dogs were still able to claim victory, so it has been one of the things Echo has used as a tool to beat Streamer Zone. Like you mentioned, they got some nerfs. I feel like the nerfs are kind of slight, and in the matchups where Void Weaver looked good, it may continue to look good, but it might just be one of those things, right? Like Streamer Zone, they've had time to adjust. I know, maybe look back at some of the VODs, get some practice in, as well as those nerfs. Like, all these little things could put the matchup in Streamer Zone's favor.
Okay. I don't know if chat believes in you, though. 8% in favor of StreamerZone.gg. If you're in chat and you haven't gotten in your prediction, make sure you do that now. Get some points. Oh, 60%. It's going up. It's getting there. But they're clearly the underdog here, Zico. So I'm curious to see what your prediction is.
I swapped it. I was going first in favor of Streamer Zone, but I swapped it at the last second to Echo 3-2. Ven mind gamed me a little bit.
Okay.
How?
Ben,
Well, explain that. Like, how did I mind game you?
Because I thought you would go for Streamer Zone because you're getting Despy. But then you kind of gave it away that you're not going for Streamer Zone. So now I'm going for Echo.
Yeah, I'm such an easy read. That's unlucky for me. But actually, I am going in favor of Streamer Zone. So Streamer Zone.
Oh!
I had it right. No!
Streamer Zone. I don't know. I mean, going with Echo, that's the safe bet, right? They're the champions. You know, they've been looking good. But I feel like Streamer Zone and Big Mix, I believe. Like, I've been saying it. I feel like this weekend, things are going to shake up in both regions. And I think this is just one of those steps for that to happen.
Yeah, I was speaking of Big Mex. He was a little vulnerable in that last series, especially in those first couple of games against Under Pressure. Zico, do you expect that to be the same here in this series against Echo?
I don't know, because I feel like Big Mex is just a tier above all the other hunters right now in the game. That's not a shot at anybody. That's just like my observation. Big Mex is just at the top of his game. He's playing so well. Sure, the high mountain thing is going to hurt his game a little bit, but I do feel like Hunter specifically is really annoying for the Fire Mage because for every single combustion, you're going to have that Roar of Sacrifice, and the Fire Mage is kind of fighting an uphill battle to try to desync that Roar of Sacrifice with his own cooldown. So usually you'll pop like your combustion on somebody else like Swapsy or Limps, and then the remainder of that combustion you can maybe swap to Big Mex with it. Or you try to Ring of Frostapeth and do a combustion like that, and then you can kind of desync those two cooldowns. So if they decide to go with the Fire Mage, I think that that could be a big tool. But I do think that Echo probably will just tag in Mercy for this, Streamer Zone is gonna have to deal with that.
Right. Looks like we're winning them over a little bit on the side of Streamer Zone GG. 25% in favor of them now. So they're starting to believe a little bit, Ben. I'm kind of curious I don't know if we actually showed it or not, but what the rest of the casters think, and if there's anybody that is also rooting for the underdog. I'm got Rio, Ritu, 01 with the coins on your side, Ben. Let's look at Super T's, D-Machine, and Azael's predictions. 3-1-3-1, 2-3. Okay, D-Machine.
I knew I could count on you. I love it.
He's got you. He's got you. I mean,
D-Machine sees the vision. He has to say he's like me. He can just see the future a little bit. Don't always get it right, but believes. And
I think I heard him say once that he likes to be the contrarian with predictions. I don't know if that was like real or I imagine that.
That sounds like somebody else. I don't know.
Really? Nah.
I mean, I've gotten every single prediction wrong today, so it's not looking good. Like,
I
think my last 5 are wrong, so
okay.
Hoping to break the streak here. Putting a lot of faith in Streamer Zone.
Speaking of predictions, I do think that we have the updated prediction leaderboard. Is it maybe time to take a quick? I think we should. Let's do it. Thank you so much, production. All right. Okay, wait. Hold on. I'm so far down. There's a 2-point differential between me and Ben. Okay, I think we should take it off. Take it off. I don't want to see it.
You're getting farmed by the coin.
No, don't. Are we zooming in right now? All right, Zico.
You're out. They're doing what you want. You're hitting.
Listen,
now.
You're a last hope. You've got to beat at least Azael. You got to get up there. You're almost there. You can't let the new guy
I mean,
win.
I'm going to be honest, like Azale, like I'm not trying to throw Azale under the bus or anything like that, but he basically told me he's going on vibes and good feels and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. he's actually, he's got the most perfects and the most accuracy, and he's literally just feeling it out with vibes, so.
Yeah. I mean, it's working pretty well for him, I think. He's at the top. He's got 4 perfect predictions. You've got 5 perfect predictions, though, Van. That's interesting.
Yeah, see? It's like, I might not always get it right. When I get it right, it's really right. So take that, Zico. Your perfects are not looking so good.
That's okay. I'm not going for the perfects. I had enough perfects during the regular season.
No, is that true?
I think that is true. But, you know, we wiped that ladder. We wiped the leaderboard, so we don't need to look at that. You're just going to have to take my word for it instead. But yeah, I had basically like all of my predictions. I think maybe like 1 or 2 weren't perfect. But yeah. Anyway, Echo and Streamer Zone. Ben, you are you're in Despy territory. But the good news for you...
I'm not.
Is,
what?
the good news for you...
Should I remind you of the
Who am I betting on?
statistics?
What is this, like 3-time BlizzCon champ Swapsy, you know? We got Big Mix, one of the greatest to ever do it on the Hunter. Hunters are looking good. He's coming off a phenomenal series. Like, this isn't desperation, okay? This is putting my chips, you know, this is a careful assessment, and I think
But
this is
I'm
the
curious
right call.
what you think the difference is between the last time we saw these two teams fight against each other and now. Is it just that, you know, that 3 weeks? I don't know how long it's been, 2-3 weeks. Time difference? You think they're just kind of ramping up a little bit since last we saw them?
The series record is 11-1. Yeesh.
Yeah,
yeah. Yeah, I think it's a time. It's just a time thing.
Void Weaver nerfs.
Void Weaver's got a little bit nerfed. They got some time. You know, they've had some, you know, ability to reassess. Swapsy's a mastermind, you know, putting some thought there.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah. Guy's very methodical. Do you feel like that comes across in the way that they've been playing so far then, Vin?
Well, I think, I mean, for me, I didn't know how this team was going to function. I was like, what? How is that?
Like in the beginning of the season, you mean?
Yeah. It's like, well, okay, well, they picked up a survival hunter. Like, they don't really have a feral druid, so what are they going to do? And then they start playing Ellie survival and making that look good. And then demon hunter survival and making that look good. And then Swapsy also happened to play a feral druid, and he did pretty well. So they definitely have thought this out quite a bit. I think survival is in probably the best place we've ever seen it, at least that I can remember. So if they do have a time to pick up kind of like a one-trick survival hunter that is extremely good, this is the time to do it, and it might pay off huge for them.
Yeah, definitely could. I think it's interesting you kind of mentioned that you weren't sure how this team is going to work, because I feel like we could say that a lot about a lot of the newer rosters, Zico, this season that we're seeing. You know, Gators back comes to mind, some of these newly formed rosters of players that we've seen time and time again in the AWC, like, I don't know how that's going to go, and then they end up actually doing incredibly well.
Yeah, I mean, with Gators back, I feel like we've seen Calvish on a couple of different, like, kind of star-packed rosters, but we always talk about, like, how it doesn't feel like his success in the AWC matches, you know, how actually good he is of a player. But this season, over in North America, which, by the way, is coming up later today, it feels like he actually has lived up to that potential, and he actually is kind of in a team that is on that level. So very excited for them. Of course, we also have Cats and Dogs in North America that has been looking like a really, really solid addition as well. But over here in Europe, we're taking a look at the Purple Sky over Nagrand.
So nice.
And we're seeing double purple as well. Limps on Demon Hunter, Mercy on the Warlock. Not a huge fan of the Demon Hunter into the Rogue matchup, though.
It's Outlaw, so maybe it's not as bad, but I do understand what you're meaning. I mean, Demon Hunters normally, they're susceptible to being locked down, so this could be a scary matchup. Deep Shot comes in, one Chaos Bolt lands, Limp's already just on the verge of dying in the opening stages of the match through his blur as well, so bit of a scary moment. JT's just going to go ahead and throw out some damage, get into the ultimate penitence right away, and Echo is playing this super aggressive with their cooldowns, and Borg might just die. I mean, this is insane amounts of pressure from Echo.
Yeah, and Borog trying to wrap around the corner, trying to land maybe a stun here onto JT. Already had to trade out his lay on hands in that opener, but Mercy's taking a lot of damage here from Big Mex. But Big Mex is isolated in the backline. Waz is going to pounce. There's the cheap shot coming out onto Big Mex. How are they going to deal with this right now? Huge damage coming out onto both of them. Limbs also dropping to about 20% HP. This is not looking like a good matchup at all. Echo might be getting a triple kill here in the opener. Waz gets scatter shot. JT in a freezing trap. Borog's there with the follow-up blind, but Borog still flailing behind the pillar, trying to stay alive. Nice hammer of justice onto Waz. He's actually going to just trinket out of that one to get aggressive. Not in line for that master spell, but at the same time, Mercy is taking a lot of damage. Pain suppressor will be traded. Limbs finds himself in a cheap shot. One smoke, one chaos bolt is going to land, as well as Borog pre-sacrificing that fear right there. Otherwise, that potentially would have been his divine shield. But look at his pressure. They swap on the sacrifice. Borog has to bop himself. Now he's on forbearance. There is a window where they can just 100-0 Borog.
Yeah, definitely opportunities here. Limps, Big Mix down 50% health, and Streamer Zone are just flailing to survive, but they're still pulling cooldowns. We got the trinket out of the way. Big Chaos Bolt by Mercy, and Big Mix is forced to run behind the pillar. Limps is still just outright dead. Borog is having such a difficult time healing. This could be a quick 1-0 here for Echo if Streamer Zone is not careful. Finally, the heals connect. Another cheap shot. Borog is just getting owned in this game. Waz is all over the map, going after all three targets. Another full stun lands here onto Limps, and this is looking like a nightmare for Streamer Zone.
Yeah, Limbs, what are you going to do right now? Down to 20% HP, has the darkness, has the nether walk, doesn't want to trade it. The hunt gets line of sighted there by Mercy, nicely done there, buying himself a little bit of time. JT now out of crowd control, should be able to just spam damage here. Void Blast coming in, Dark Reprimands, he's got the power infusion, big dam coming out from JT here, keeping his team nicely top. Double coil coming out from Mercy, and Borog sitting through a blind right now. Do they have any follow-up? CC was looking for the sap, not able to find it. Borog was in combat, instead he's going to go for the gouge. There's the cheap shot onto Limbs, now a cheap shot onto Borog into a full fear, but Waz actually breaks it. Wanted to swap to Borog in that position, so a little bit of desync there in the Echo department. Mercy porting away to safety. JT trying to fade the trap. Can they find it? There's the double blinding light. Mercy in big trouble here. Big Mix has the freezing trap, and he connects it. Mercy, what are you going to do? Trades out the unending resolve. JT's actually sitting through that trap, not using his trinket. There's the DR Hodge as well coming out. Finally, some signs of life from Streamer Zone, but Big Mix still down to half HP here. No turtle available. Sacrifice plus trinket comes out from Borog to save the day.
Oh, Borg's just threatening an interrupt. Can he land the kick? He's trying to, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to land it here onto JT. Limps is getting low and might just die. Netherwalk comes in.
Oh my
1% health. Somehow holds on by a thread, but Streamer Zone, they still could win. Limps caught to a smoke bomb. The cheap shots come in, and Echo takes game one. And I mean, there was a few moments where Streamer Zone looked like maybe they could win, but Echo was in the driver's seat for 95% of this match.
Yeah, JT keeping up with Limps on the damage board as well. So that is not a great sign here for Streamer Zone. But at the end there, I think they actually got a master spell on that Divine Shield as he walked into the smoke bomb, and then they covered it with a cheap shot. So Echo, I mean, it's looking pretty good for Echo here. So they get this was the close call onto Mercy. They get the full trap, and JT just sits through that, relying on that unending resolve. And then here, this is a kill moment. They get a Chaos Bolt onto Limbs. He drops very low. Gouge onto Borog during that nether walk into a cheap shot. Borog bubbles, gets master spelled here, I believe, from JT. Yeah, there's the master spell. And then immediately getting a DR cheap shot into a full fear as well. And they are able to take him down. So this looks like a brutal matchup for Echo, honestly. Like, Waz is just so good on the rogue. He's all over the place, especially in the early game. He's not letting anyone play the game. They're going after Limbs. He uses a cooldown. They're immediately going after Big Mix, CCing Borog. Okay, Big Mix now has to use a cooldown. Now they're going after Borog. So Borog doesn't have time to catch up on the heals. And even when he uses the sacrifice to kind of save his teams, he just can't do anything about it because they're just swapping to him on the sacrifice. So it's just so much pressure coming out from Echo in Mercy's first game of the tournament, coming out of the bench and immediately topping the leaderboard.
I don't really. One thing I do not like about what Streamer Zone has is they don't really have an answer for the Havoc, right? Like Mercy's, you're just going to get full Havoc value all the time, land the double coils, which is very unfortunate for Streamer Zone because they're eating a lot of cleave damage from the Chaos Bolts and during those double coil moments. So I don't know. I feel like for Streamer Zone, this is not the composition that really looked that strong I almost want to see like a DK be tagged in, like an Unholy Death Knight. I feel like that's one of the things we've seen be pretty effective against a Void Weaver, just because Strangulate is such a strong cooldown. You can chain the Strangulate with the blind into a stun and really put a Void Weaver Discipline Priest behind with that. So I wonder if that's something that they could play. Maybe Hook Point is giving that away just a little bit. Or maybe they try running it back, playing the same thing. But I don't know. That seemed very unconvincing to me.
I feel like Streamer Zone knew what they were going up against.
Yeah.
But we have seen that work in the past. You know, playing. So would you want to see that paired with a Demon Hunter then, or with Big Mac still? Because we have seen it with Big Macs. We have seen people go after the healer with the DKs.
Have they ever played a game without Big Mix this entire season? I feel like he's been kind of like the main person. I don't think a single composition they played has been without Big Mix.
Yeah,
maybe they just need to actually tag him out and try DHDK, because that's one of those things that in NA seem to be decent. You know, like the Assassination Rogue with the DK, the DHDK, and actually taking down a Void Weaver. But maybe when you have, you know, Mercy and Waz backing up JT, it's just not going to work the same.
Yeah. I mean, I personally, I would rather see Limps on the Warrior if they're doing that. I would rather see some good old-fashioned TSG. I don't like DH into any rogue spec. Like maybe SS, but like I don't really like it into any rogue spec, because it just keeps happening, right? We've seen it so many times. You just get caught up, like even in the opener, like Limps pre-blurred that opener. If he doesn't pre-blur that, he's just dead instantly. Like it's it's just instantly. The worst case scenario is he gets stunned, he trinket blurs, but he gets stunned on his trinket, and then he just gets 100-0'd. Like that actually can happen. He can actually just, there's a win condition as soon as the gates open, and he just has to be preemptively outplaying them. And I think that it works to a certain degree. You can stall the ghost, you can try to pop defensives before the go happens. And a lot of the times you can get away with it, because what you do is you track enemy cooldowns, and as soon as enemy cooldowns are popped, you pop a defensive, because you can kind of anticipate, okay, they're going to pop these cooldowns on me. But when you're fighting against a team of Echo's caliber, a lot of the time they will pre-CC you before they go. So they will get a fear on Limbs, and then out of the fear, they'll swap to him, and he can't do anything then. Or they will gouge him, or they will double coil. So a lot of the time they just stop that from being a factor altogether, and the price is always so expensive in terms of what you're actually going to have to use, that I just don't like the matchup. I think that it's just such a clear win condition. You have a Destruction Warlock, plus you have a Rogue that's going to enable the Destruction Warlock, and you have classes that die in stuns. Like that's just a recipe for disaster. So yeah, I don't know what you do here. But yeah, seeing Swapsy and Limps maybe on a Warrior could be good, but they're gonna run it back on a small map. So again, they're gonna have at least a good uptime here on Hook Point, and we'll see if that is going to be enough here for Streamer Zone. Small map, so again, they're gonna have at least a good uptime here on Hook Point, and we'll see if that is going to be enough here for Streamer Zone.
All right, here we go. Echo versus Streamer Zone. And there's a lot on the line. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Zico. I think it's like $10,000 on the line for this match, as you're guaranteed top 2 if you do win this, as you will be in the finals. Gates are open. And let's see what Echo's going to be able to do, or if Streamer Zone is going to be able to strike back. We're going to need to see some really good crowd control. I do like the fact that they have Borug on the Priest now, so they can at least potentially follow up, you know, traps with fears. My only thing that I'm scared about here for Barug is if he just gets crowd controlled so much by Waz and Mercy and JT, he's not really able to get, you know, those effective crowd control chains off. Big Mix down to stun early on. A little bit of a better start here for Streamer Zone, not under pressure so much in the earlier stages of this match.
Yeah, that was a great opener from JT as well. He kind of fades the hook there from Big Max, and then goes into the sky with the ulti penny just to avoid that CC and get counter pressure. Full cheap shot into a full fear onto Borog, and Limb's already taking a lot of damage. Pre-blur, though, is going to be enough to save the day. Nice imprisonment onto Mercy to get the interrupt as well. But here comes the Chaos Bolt. One is going to connect onto Big Max. He's going to immediately pre-pop Survival of the Fittest. Also had to use his Exil heal. Here comes another Chaos Bolt, though. Big Max looks like he feigned death that one. So Big Max being able to soak up a lot of these Chaos Bolts outside of stuns is going to be really key for his team. But there's a full blind now onto Borog. They're going for a play onto Limbs. What are they going to be able to do here? JT is cooking in the back line, doing a lot of damage, but no follow-up CC just yet. They get a gouge onto Borog, but there was a gap there, so Borog was able to get a lot of healing out in that position. Limbs is going to be the next target here for Echo, and already you can see him down to 50% HP. Full coil. Here comes the Chaos Bolt. There's the stun as well onto Limbs. Huge damage. Borog trades out the Will of Forsaken, manages to get a heal onto Limbs, and I do think Limbs is going to survive that one, but again, very expensive here for Borog.
Has to trade out in a big way, but just have the trinket rotating back up. Good pressure! Really nicely done here. Streamer Zone finally getting some damage rolling on Mercy, and that's that fear I was talking about. Bringing in the Priest extends the crowd control chain and makes it a little bit more scary here for Mercy and Waz. And Streamer Zone really just focused on going after Mercy in this match. Big hunt will connect here on Mercy, and he's just getting ripped apart right now. JT responds with a few Void Blasts as well as that Power Word Barrier, keeping Mercy a little bit more healthy, but an inevitable setup's going to be coming in here from Echo. Full trap lands, though. Mercy is still low. Has to use the coil defensive, and that's really going to hurt the offense of Echo here. However, Limps is down in a stun lock, and it looks like Waz is just on a solo mission, getting all those cooldowns by himself, forcing out the Netherwalk.
Great play from Waz there. JT was in a trap. Borog was on top of him to fear him, but as the trap had like 2 seconds left, he just ducks over, gets a cheap shot onto Borog, and then JT gets the first fear as a result. So Waz really playing the goalkeeper here. Borog now in a full cheap shot. JT not able to find a follow-up fear, though. Gets chastised stun. Borog, though, in a blind, so Waz doing a great job here. One Chaos Bolt is going to connect onto Limbs. He manages to escape the second one there, but it's going to be enough. He's still very, very low. He has the darkness. He ducks out of the smoke bomb. Beautiful defensive plays here from Limbs as well. That metamorphosis is the only reason actually on that Chaos Bolt why he's still breathing in this position. Borog did have to trade out his trinket though, but at least the blind was used there for Waz, so a little bit of a small victory with that at least being used, but still Mercy kiting away to the other side of the map. JT in a cheap shot. Borog in a gouge. JT pushes in, looking for the fear. Not able to find it. There's the double coil. Mercy gets interrupted, though. Gets put in banished there for a second, but here comes the Chaos Bolt. One is going to connect onto Limbs. Big damage. Borog's in a fear. There's the killing spree. Beautiful darkness, though, to respond from Limbs. Is going to be enough defense for now, but they are running low on cooldowns here. Borog needs to find some fears onto JT.
Yeah, JT is just doing a really good job. I mean, Limps is just getting blasted throughout the entirety of this game. While he's getting feared up right now as Limps continues to make a push, but Big Mix needs to land the trap after the explosion goes off. It's going to be a big amount of healing. Now manages to find it here onto JT, and Mercy is in trouble. Still has the unending resolve. JT, unfortunately, that will break. The trap will break. Going to be Baruch into a sap. Really good control here from Waz, setting up his team nicely once again. Mercy under fire, both Limps and Big Mix all over him. JT just uses the gateway to get away and grip Mercy to safety. Really good teamwork there by JT, but Streamer Zone, they're being unrelenting right now. They have a lot of pressure, Zico.
Yeah, big damage here onto Mercy, but the pain suppression should be enough. JT, though, in a full stun. Big Max lands the trap. Here comes the double Chaos Nova. Mercy trinkets out. Big damage coming out. Imprisonment onto Waz. Ulti Penny in the sky for JT, trying to neutralize the threat and manages to top his team off. But Borog with no Will of Forsaken, JT with no trinket. Whoever lands that next fear first could get a big advantage. But here's the blind onto Borog. Limps with no trinket. That could just be it. Can Mercy close it out? Do they have the damage? No. The Guardian sneaks through right before the fear comes out from that blind, but it might not even be enough. Limbs gets caught around the corner. One Chaos Bolt is going to connect. 2 Chaos Bolt is going to connect. Borog connects with the Void Shift, but Limbs still dying through all of these cooldowns. Finally, Angel Form comes out. Divine Hymn manages to stabilize the team for now, but that costed them literally every single button. I don't know how Limbs is going to survive that next setup.
I don't think that he is. I mean, the Guardian Spirit is even a 3-minute cooldown at this point. At this point, we need Streamer Zone to win. They have to win in this setup or this game is over. Full fear lands. Kidney shot as well. Chaos Bolts come crashing in. And Limp somehow, someway, manages to sneak away with the Netherwalk and holds on. I can't believe Limps is still alive, and he's making the push on Mercy, and all of a sudden, Mercy is the one that's in trouble. JT's got no trinket. He's traded out his pain suppression. It is back and forth in game 2.
they're winning on mana. If they can just hold on a little bit longer, JT in a full fear trades out the Will of Forsaken Mercy, caught behind the pillar. Can they do it? Streamer Zone pushing for the win. Waz manages to duck over to the Limbs, trying to get a stun onto him, but he gets put in prison. Mercy down to 50% HP. Borg with no defensives though. If Waz can connect with anything onto Borg, they could close it up, but at the same time, Mercy is falling further and further behind. It's a race to the finish. Can they find the trap? Big Mix has a 10-second window. There it is. Full in-team stun. Waz tries to eat the trap. Doesn't get it. Mercy gets stunned behind the pillar. Beautiful Chaos Nova, but the trap breaks there. It looks like the Imp might have actually dispelled it for Mercy. Waz is left behind though. He's getting cleaved down. He's taking a lot of damage. Boro gripping Limbs behind the pillar, away from those nasty Chaos Bolts. JT, no mana left. Streamer Zone are pushing for the win.
If they can put a point on the board, they need to win on the small map. This is a crucial game for Streamer Zone. They've held on for this long. JT is completely tapped on mana, and I fear Mercy won't live much longer. JT caught into a fear. Mercy in desperation goes for the coil, lands one Chaos Bolt. Can they actually reverse the pressure? Borg doing such a good job keeping him alive. The smoke bomb comes down. I think it's a bit defensive, though. They really can't get any kind of damage going. Beautiful imprisonment by Limps, realizing he can just put control on Waz at this point of the game as JT's out of mana. Can't really do too much, and Big Mix might just outright die through the heels of the Spirit of the Redeemer. I can't believe Big Mix almost died there. Now Streamer Zone, they need to make a push. This is their last moment. There's no pain suppression. There's no trinket for JT. Big Mix just has to hold on.
Yeah, Big Mix trades the Roar of Sacrifice, trades the Survival of the Fittest. He should be fine for now, but that collapsing Void is crashing onto Big Mix. He's got nothing left. Exile in a couple of seconds. JT tries to fade the trap. Doesn't manage to. He fears Big Mix. Big Mix on 1% HP. Has the Exile in just 7 seconds. Borg grips him back to safety. Borg trinkets out of the finish of Mercy. Gets cross-killed on the other side of the map by Limbs. And Waz gets put in prison on his blind go. Looking for the win. Big Mix still trying to stall it out there with the scattershot. Borg with a little bit of mana left. Has the Guardian rotating back up. And I think Streamer Zone can safely assume that they have won this one. That was a hard-fought battle. Streamer Zone held on, and they find victory. Absolutely insane performance here from Streamer Zone. I can't believe it. It was looking dicey there for a second, and they managed to turn it around.
Yeah, we can see these final moments here. It was actually a little bit earlier on in the game. It was just close call after close call. We thought that Limps was going to die, but I mean, there's just a few gaps in the stun. I don't know if Big Mix was able to get there for scatters or stuns or what, but he managed to buy a little bit of time for Limps to get the Nether Walk off and hold on. And they brought it the distance. I mean, JT ran out of mana. Even during this moment, you can see Big Mix, he gets gripped to the pillar, and Limps is just going to be pushing in, trying to take him down. Now, wait, I want to see that final moment again. Did Limps reverse a coil? I feel like he might have reversed a coil onto Mercy there. Like, I want to see that again, because I'm pretty sure Big Mix got coiled, and I saw a coil on Mercy at the same time. I might be completely wrong about that, but I do want to see that final coil. We'll see. So Big Mix, he gets low on health. Here comes the double coil.
There, he did.
Did he reverse it? Did he actually reverse? No, he didn't reverse it. He just gets silenced. Okay, at the same time. So Big Mix managed to land the silence.
He got dispelled.
Okay. Yeah.
Or he dispelled it.
That's crazy. But yeah, really, really good game either way. And I mean, that's a huge victory for Streamer Zone. They need to win on the small maps. And they want to win the series now. They're going to have to win on a big map as well. So this is just the first step of a long journey. But the fact that they were able to actually beat Echo, let's keep in mind, the series score between these two teams, I think, was 11-1 going into this matchup. So they've already doubled their wins against Echo.
Yep. And keep in mind, in their previous series, Streamer Zone lost. Sorry. Streamer Zone lost pretty horribly that first game. But then they made a big comeback in that series. So I don't know, man. Maybe Streamer Zone are cooking here with this Demon Hunter, Survival Hunter. But it feels so rough. There's so many close calls. Limps has to be so good defensively. There was one moment where he meta-immuned a Chaos Bolt that guaranteed would have killed him. There's so many close calls like that where even like at one point they had to rely on the darkness, which is a little bit of RNG. Still, of course, in the Demon Hunter's favor. But if you get unlucky with the darkness, you just lose the game right there. So it is crazy. And also, the mind game between Big Mix and Waz is really, really fun to watch because you got both healers are pushing in for fears. Both healers are trying to be aggressive and land fears on the other healer. And that's a big win condition, especially for Streamer Zone. So anytime you see JT is sitting through a trap, you're going to see Borug pushing towards JT to fear him out of that trap. And that is when Waz comes in, tries to get a stun onto Borug, and then JT can get the first fear. But if Big Mix can manage to get over there to Borug and knock him away, or get a counter stun on him, then all of a sudden Borug does get that first fear. And it's so interesting to watch these DPS players, how they are trying to put their healer in that position to get the first fear, because that is a huge win con for both of these teams. So Wes did a really good job with that in that last game, but Streamer Zone, they played a really, really solid defense while also keeping up the pressure. It's not like they were just running the whole game, but in those moments where Echo is looking for the 100-0, they weren't able to find it a single time, and as a result, Streamer Zone runs them out of mana, has good pressure on the Warlock, and wins. Now though, Pure and Domain. Sketchy.
Big one. It's a big map. This is a Wizard World. And unfortunately for Streamer Zone, Echo actually is playing some variant of Wizard. His JT on the Void Weaver is doing insane amounts of damage. Like, if you guys haven't been paying attention, he's doing pretty much the same damage as Waz, and even in that last game, almost the same damage as Mercy. So, extremely threatening. But I feel like the thing for Streamer Zone is the game can look really bad, but as long as they're surviving, they're getting their consistent setups, they can inevitably win the game. You know, it's likely to go the distance. There's cooldowns that Echo has to trade, but as long as they can reliably land those setups and survive for the late game, their pressure overall seems to be a little bit higher, and inevitably the Survival Hunter and Demon Hunter should be able to close it out. So, game's far from over, but I think this big map is going to play into Echo's hand quite well. Absolutely.
I mean, it's big map, small pillars, so pretty bad if you're going up against a Destruction Warlock on a map like that. Even worse if that Warlock happens to be Mercy. Let's see if Streamer Zone can take the swing match here, or if Echo is going to bring us to match point here. The gates are open. Game number 3, Echo versus Streamer Zone. This is, of course, in the upper bracket. Whoever wins this game guarantees themselves another $10,000 minimum in the prize pool. So definitely a lot to play for here. Limb's already taking a lot of damage here from those Chaos Bolts, but it looks like they're going to be able to silence JT with that Hunter silence into the fear. Then they get the full trap as well out of it. So great synergy there between Big Mex and Borug, but Waz finds a sap onto Borug there as well as a cheap shot, and now JT is ready for the follow-up fear as well. Manages to get a half fear and good pressure coming out. Mercy fake casts the kick. There's one Chaos Bolt onto Limbs. Limbs finds himself in a cheap shot. Another Chaos Bolts come through. Borug has to grip him back to safety, but they did not use any of those precious trinkets. So still looking good defensively here for Streamer Zone.
I actually think it was a masterclass by both teams, avoiding damage. Both healers got put in an extended crowd control chain, and both DPS managed to survive without minimal cooldown usage. This time, though, Mercy down to about half, uses the Dark Pact, trying to just give himself some big absorbs. JT's going to have to keep him alive, and he will. Void Blast come in with the Mind Blast. If you can get those Void Blasts off, like, it's very unlikely Mercy will go down. So you basically want to time your crowd control for after that giant black hole on your screen disappears, because it is going to provide a large heal, and that is a moment where Streamer Zone can now play aggressive. Rogue, of course, on that Holy Priest as well, can get solo crowd control chains. You can go in and get Chastised Fears. Limbs, in the meantime, though, getting absolutely shredded. Needs to be careful. The coil comes in. Mercy gets silenced up. Good peels there by Big Mix, but what a close call.
Yeah, he almost got killed through his trinket there. But here comes the fear, though, into JT. JT manages to use his Will of the Forsaken. Mercy ducks away for cover. One Chaos Bolt is going to connect here onto Big Max. Takes a decent chunk of damage. Borug is in Angel form. Look at JT. He's just standing on top of him. As soon as Borug comes out of that Angel, he's getting fear. JT is ready for it. Master Spell coming out there. Borug trying to avoid the fear for a moment with the Fade. He actually doesn't manage to. Limps, though, with the preemptive darkness there. Realizing that if I get stunned right now while Borug's in this fear, it is going to be very bad. Manages to soak up the Chaos Bolts there and survive for now. Limp's now looking for the setup, gets a stun onto JT. Can Big Mix find the trap? No. Mercy denies the trap by fearing Big Mix in that position. So good plays from both members here on both sides. And Limp's now behind the pillar, getting a couple of heals from Borug. Is going to be able to get himself topped, but now Limps is off stun DR. Waz is pushing in. There's the triple chaos, the triple infernal into a full fear onto Borug. And here's the stun onto Limps. The fear breaks though on Borug, and he connects with the Guardian. Limps survives yet another lethal go.
Yeah, really nicely done there. Mercy lands one Chaos Bolt, gets gripped away, and Big Mix is doing such a good job playing defense for his team. landing crucial silences, making sure he's line of sighting, he's knocking Mercy, he's rooting Mercy, making it really difficult for him to actually survive. Beautiful pre-port here by Mercy. You can see the trap on JT. Mercy just ports out of there immediately, and now they're able to reverse the pressure on the Lims. The smoke bomb comes in. Oh, Waz just turned that setup on its head. I mean, that was, we're going to see in those final moments, but I was talking about Mercy with a beautiful preemptive portal on the trap on JT. Then Big Mix, of course, and Limps are going in to try to actually close out the game and get on top of Mercy, and Waz just punishes in a big way with the Sunlock and the smoke bomb. Unfortunately, Borug just doesn't have much to respond with.
Yeah, it's just so rough because you want to get aggressive in that moment. You have the trap on the enemy healer. You want to turn the pressure back in your favor. But when you do so on Imperial Domain, you leave yourself exposed. You had to trinket earlier, and this was the setup here. Like, look at Limbs here. He almost dies through his trinket. He gets coiled, he trinkets, gets the nether walk off, and then he got stunned 0.1 out of that on his trinket. So really fast reactions there from Limbs, but he had to trade out his trinket, which means he is exposed now to a smoke bomb, and that's exactly what happens. They get a full trap on the JT, and then Limbs is like, okay, well, I'm going to go for Mercy here, and then he realizes, oh, wait, Borug's in a kidney shot. I am in big trouble. So you can kind of tell he's hesitating. He takes a step to the pillar to avoid Mercy, but at that point, it doesn't matter. You get kidneyed, or sorry, your healer's in a kidney, you get sheep shotted at 40% HP. The Void Weaver plus the Rogue is just going to be enough to take you down. Like, maybe like, Mercy added like a Shadow Burn or something, but you don't really need a Chaos Bolt.
Just imagine Wazen comes like, I'll just do everything. Gets a stun on Burug, comes over, gets the cheap shot, you know, has pretty much all the damage to actually take him down. I think Mercy throws in one Shadow Burn there. Really well played there by the entire team. I mean, JT and Mercy doing a great job defensively. Waz doing a great job offensively, setting up the team, but close game once again. I think this big map definitely paid huge favors for Mercy. The way he positioned on the Warlock, the way he ported when his healer was in crowd control, it was just textbook.
Yeah, definitely. Really nice kiting here, and good setup as well. But yeah, for Limbs, I mean, he has no buttons here anyway. So like the only one who actually can save him there is Borug. So it's a little bit rough because also if you stack with Borug there, then you're also going to leave Mercy open to free cast Chaos Bolts on you. So it's not an ideal position to be in, but yeah, definitely should have just stacked on his healer there on the kidney. But getting aggressive themselves in that position is kind of what tricked them. And now we are going back to Nokudon Proving Grounds. This is a map that Streamer Zone likes to pick and actually has had decent success on in general during the AWC. So we'll see. Probably going to be the same compositions from both sides. But what they like about this map is that you can basically do just the infinity circle. You just like run in a big lap infinitely. And you can actually stall out the game pretty well like that and avoid a lot of that Warlock's damage.
I'm curious. It is a very chaotic map. Echo, I think it's likely we do see the exact same thing. For Streamer Zone, maybe they mix it up. I mean, they're having decent success with the Demon Hunter, but I don't know. Maybe they do try something else on Nokudon Proving Grounds. I don't know. I feel like I am a fan of this matchup. It's just like you mentioned, the Demon Hunter is so vulnerable to the Rogue. When you're caught in a stun, that's not a place you really want to be as a Demon Hunter. And Waz, unfortunately, is extremely good at finding these moments in the match to actually really punish Streamer Zone. But on the same token, this is like the first time we've seen them actually take a win off Echo in quite some time. So maybe you don't want to abandon the strategy that's been working the best for you.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, if you are going to experiment, this is not an elimination series, so at least for Streamer Zone, they have that flexibility to go down to the lower bracket if they end up losing this series. So maybe this is the time to experiment. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's time to just stick to your guns and, you know, just try to clean up certain things. I do like that they swapped off the Holy Paladin at least. The Holy Paladin didn't look good at all. So definitely keep the Holy Priest in there. Borug's been looking good at it. But the problem is, on this map, it's also really hard for Borug to push in and find those spheres. So I'm not sure what Streamer Zone wants to do. They definitely have a lot of options. The way I see it is they have Swapsy, right? And Swapsy can basically play anything. We've seen him a lot on the Feral Druid, so they could try to play jungle into what Echo is bringing. We've seen that in the past. They could also bring in Swapsy on the DK and bring in Limps on the Warrior and try to go after JT. Probably not a good map for that strategy, but they have a lot of different ways to actually play into Echo. But I don't know. I don't know which way is the right one. I personally, like I said in the beginning, I don't like the Demon Hunter into Rogue. Like, period.
Enhancement Shaman.
Swapsy Enhancement Shaman?
Yeah, I mean, seen it before. I haven't seen it this season. I don't think too much of.
With
but...
what? With Survival Hunter?
Yeah, why not? Right?
Did it work?
Good old-fashioned Beast Cleave, you know, a little variant on it, anyways.
Yeah, of course. Ben is advocating for the Beast Cleave.
Yeah, well, you know, if it works. It works. Oh, Ellie. Okay, see, I wasn't
Ellie.
too far off.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like that. Get the Demon Hunter out of here. It's time. Nymphs, you played good, but like it's a bad matchup for you, bro. It's time for the bench. Swapsy on the Ellie Shaman. Gonna be able to do a lot of work here. And they still have that win condition in dampening, but I am a little bit worried still. I feel like Warlock is more annoying for the Ellie Shaman than the Ellie Shaman is for the Warlock. What do you think about that statement?
The Warlock is more annoying for the Ellie than the Ellie is for the Warlock.
Yeah.
That's something that used to not be the case, you know?
Yeah.
I think it just has more to do with the rogue. Like, if you're a caster, you know this, and every single person that plays a caster, whether you're a Shadow Priest, a Mage, a Warlock, you always want to have the rogue on your team because he's just making your life easy. He's getting stuns on everybody, just allowing you to free cast, you know, finding the game-winning crowd control. It's just serving everyone up on a silver platter. So I feel like if it was Mercy having to play into Waz and Swapsy, then I think it would be maybe a different story. But I do think in this particular matchup, it's like it's not so bad for Mercy on the Warlock.
Yeah, I'd rather be Mercy in this matchup than
Swapsy. For sure.
And also, when you have a Void Weaver, it's so nice, right? Because when you're playing with another caster, it feels so good because you have another person soaking up some of the aggro, soaking up a few interrupts, soaking up some stuns, soaking up some of the CC, right? And that's basically what JT is in this matchup, right? He's basically a second DPS threat. You are going to have to interrupt some of his Mind Blasts. You are going to have to pay attention to his ultimate penitence and stuff like that. So it's really nice when you're the Warlock and then you have a second caster that's tanking some of that some of the stuff that can stop you. Whereas for Swapsy, I mean, Holy Priest, they don't really cast that much, especially when they're not in Angel form. That's really the only time they do cast. And he's playing with a Hunter, so Swapsy is probably receiving 99% of all interrupts and stuns that are available on Echo on DR. So he's going to be shut down a lot more in this matchup, but one good thing for Streamer Zone is that they now have the Hex, right? The annoying thing about the Trap is that you constantly have to play this 50-50 game where Mercy is trying to dispel the Trap, and his Imp works in a way that it dispels one magic debuff. So if you have a Trap and a Hunter's Mark, it can remove the Hunter's Mark, and then you get the full Trap, and you get pressure, but it can also just remove the Trap. So if you get unlucky and it just keeps removing the Trap every single time you're going for that, it's really hard to develop pressure on the Hunter side. But if you have Hex, then that's a curse, so you can't dispel it with the Imp. So it forces Mercy to potentially play with the Spelllock instead.
And you have the opportunity to Hex Waz, and they have no Hex to spell, you know, with a Void Reaver, so you can get control of the Rogue as well. So I think this is a good decision. Composition to me makes a little bit more sense. You have the Grounding Totem, you have a little bit more defense in the stuns with, you know, things like the Thunderstorm, and Swapsy is just such a phenomenal Elemental Shaman as well. One of those things you love to see. Gates are now open as both teams are going to be charging towards the middle. Keep in mind, this is Streamer Zone's composition and map pick, so they need to win this map, obviously, if they want to stay alive, and there's a lot on the line. I think it's $10,000 guaranteed extra if you do win this series, as you are guaranteed into the finals, and you know you're not guaranteed into the finals if you lose this one. So it's a lot on the line for these teams. Let's see if Echo's going to be able to do it, or if Streamer Zone can strike back.
Yeah, let's see it. Already, actually, Big Mac's finding Waz here, getting a scatter shot onto Waz, and just to slow down his opener, Swapsy with the Lightning Lasso as well, and make sure that Waz gets no value here into a disarm. So Waz Really not getting too much work done, but now they've used kind of all the stops for him, and here he comes. Kidney shot onto Swapsy, gets knocked away for a second. Cheap shot onto Big Max. Mercy loading up Chaos Bolts, actually onto Big Max. Early power word barrier coming out from JT, dropping that down and getting a lot of healing done as well with his damage. Borog and JT kind of playing really close to each other. It looks like JT is going to push in for the fear, and he should be able to find it here at the very last second. No, it's going to be a blind out of that cheap shot, and Borog should actually be dropping combat here, so Wes potentially could get the sap. No, Big Max shuts it down there. Nice blinding shot. Borog does get caught up in the DR fear. JT now in a full trap. Swapsy looking to unleash some of that damage onto Mercy. He's taking a decent beating here, but JT now out of crowd control potentially. That's going to be one Chaos Bolt landing. Swapsy, I think, grounded it. And the second Chaos Bolt is going to land here on to Big Max. But so far, both teams not really using any defensives. The most major thing that's been used so far is that Will of Forsaken from Borog.
Yep. See if Swapsy's going to be able to push or play a little bit more of a passive game. Or see going for Chaos Bolts on the Pet. The Pet is almost dead here, but it looks like a Wind Shear will shut down the follow-up damage as Waz rolls back to get some defensive kidney shots here on a Big Mix. Counting Totem drops down. Beautifully done there by Swapsy once again. Playing defense for his team and keeping Big Mix alive as he was forced to kind of make a push. Scatter shot onto Waz as he's going for a play. Gets feared out of that. Now it's actually Mercy in trouble. The full trap lands. And Mercy is in a bit of a vulnerable position right now. Needs to be very careful. Swapsy exploding with a bit of lava damage there. Take him down, but JT's just positioned so far away. If he can get cast off, will likely be able to stay alive. And he's just attacking the Pet. And this is one thing you can do as the Void Weaver. You don't need to attack Swapsy and Big Mix. Their line of sighting, just hit anything you can, including the Hunter Pet, which is just giving JT a bunch of free healing.
Yeah, good recovery here so far, but that was a close call onto Mercy. He did have to use his health stone. Mercy now caught up in Lightning Lasso. Swapsy is blasting off full Hex as well. Secured onto Waz there, but unfortunately DR'd from the scatter shot. Big Mix now, though, is getting fake casted on his kick thanks to 2 Chaos Bolts. Full blind onto Borog. Mercy looking for the fear as well. Looks like Swapsy, actually no, just broke 2 damage. Gouch to follow up that blind. Here comes the stun onto Swapsy. Do they have anything more? Do they have the smoke bomb? Waz doesn't want to commit it in this position. Angel form coming out for Borog. A lot of healing here available on the side of Streamer Zone. They should be able to recover in this position, but still, now it's going to be Waz and Mercy on the back foot. Double Infernal stun though coming out. JT gets the Mind Blast off as well. He's spamming out the Void Blast here, getting a lot of healing, but Waz is still not feeling too confident. Down to 50% HP. Has Cloak, has Evasion, tries to eat the trap, not able to find it. Waz now ducking for cover. Mercy porting away. Good pressure. JT manages to fade that Hex right there. Otherwise, that could have been an extended CC chain. But so far, from Streamer Zone, the pressure is looking a lot better, actually. They feel like they're more sturdy, and they're actually getting them to run on the side of Echo.
Doesn't feel like they have to push in to win as well. You know, like, Swapsy has kind of like an ace in the hole that he can use with his Ascendance. It's a ton of damage, so it's not like, you know, Echo being able to stall and sit back is that bad, because Swapsy can always just rely on that major offensive cooldown to kind of force them defensive. Full kidney shot lands. Swapsy just goes for a Lightning Lasso, shuts down Waz, denying the incoming damage, and just a much more passive game. Both teams just basically doing as much damage as they possibly can, not overextending. Big Mix now tries to go for an engagement onto Mercy. JT just grips him away. It's back and forth once again. Here comes the Ascendance from Swapsy. How much damage can he really get rolling? Doesn't look like so much at this moment. Waz seems to be totally fine going for stuns on Big Mix. Now going for stuns here onto Swapsy, but he's getting blasted. Good damage. Full trap lands on JT. Waz could be in trouble. They force out the Cloak of Shadows. Pre-flare there by Big Mix as well, not allowing him to vanish, even though it's on cooldown. I still like that move there by Big Mix.
Yeah, the flare is very key for sure. But still, Swapsy now taking a lot of damage. He's got that Overfiend in the backline, spamming out extra Chaos Bolts onto him. And no Astral Shift here. So Swapsy is an exposed target here at this point. He has the Trinket plus Burrow, so he still has, you know, some defensives. But right now, it's going to be a little bit of a window for Waz and Echo to maybe get aggressive. Borog resetting the cooldowns here with that Symbols of Hope, so that Astral Shift's coming back up in only 10 seconds. Really good usage of that ability. Now Borog also chaining his Spirit of the Redeemer, which is going to buy them another 10 seconds, and now Swapsy is going to have that cooldown back up. So good defensive recovery. Swapsy dog gets put in a cheap shot kidney, and they're going after Big Mix actually on the side of Echo, but look at Waz taking so much damage. Has to trade out the Evasion. Now no Cloak, no Evasion, and no Healthstone on Waz. Still has the Trinket, but no Vanish as well. So Waz actually could just get absolutely evaporated. Mercy taking a lot of damage here in this position as well. Swapsy really coming out guns blazing in this potential final game here with his team against with their backs against the wall. Big Mix gets gripped, gets the Guardian Angel there from Borog, or could put in a cheap shot as well. Takes a decent amount of damage. Mercy looking for the Chaos Bolts, not able to find them. There's the blinding shot onto Mercy, gets dispelled for now. That Void is going to collapse here and top off everyone on the side of Echo, but here comes the killing spree. But Big Mix, what are you going to do? Scatter shot onto Waz, slowing down the damage, but he does get fake casted on his kick. 2 Chaos Bolts comes through. Swapsy and Big Mix taking so much damage in this position. Will be the burrow here for Swapsy.
Yeah, it's a full blind on Borog as well. He does not want to have to trinket, but they might force it. The full kidney shot lands. At the same time, though, Waz is low on health, and he has to abandon the push. Getting a little bit of pressure here onto Borog. See JT once again just attacking the pet as much as he can, and that's very annoying for Swapsy, Big Mix, and Borog. However, Waz still in danger, and I feel like Streamer Zone, they're playing just very passive in this match. They're trying to pull away and not allow JT to really get too much rolling. Unfortunately for him, the trap will break once again. Unlucky on that 50-50 with the imp, and Big Mix is now getting absolutely destroyed. Double coil coming in. Do they have the damage to close it out? Echo is looking to close out this game, but once again, Streamers on, they're looking quite good. This sturdy defense, still a lot of pressure. Borog dampening is getting higher and higher, and is more and more difficult for him to actually top off his team. At the same time, Waz needs to be careful.
Yeah, Waz manages to recover though. Has his Cloak of Shadows as well. Big Mix. Garden is going to fade here. Mercy is going to be a big threat if he can find those Chaos Bolts, but they're already preemptively lining. And this is one nice thing about the Ellie Shaman. You can just spam out instants and just keep lining. If you're not in a stun, you're very unlikely to actually tank damage from the Warlock. But here comes the stun. Nice knockdown to Mercy, but he's going to still be able to get 1 Chaos Bolt onto Big Max. There's the cheap shot as well. Huge damage coming out, but Mercy is taking so much pressure as well. There's the triple stun into the double coil, but he has to run for his life. Full trap on the JT. They might have actually done it here on the side of Streamers on Trinket, Void Shift. JT though in a full fear. Nice smoke bomb though. They're trying to turn it around back onto Big Max. JT still not out of crowd control. Can they turn to JT? Maybe try to take him down. Doesn't look like it. Swamps is trying. He manages to get the win shear. They're going for JT. He pops the pain suppression, gets the mind blast off. JT should be able to recover. Swampsy now on 1% HP. Beautiful Void Shift coming out from Borog there as well with his Trinket. Both teams with no cooldowns remaining. Who is going to take a dampening at 42% right now?
I'm really afraid for both these teams. I mean, this is really coming down to the wire. Big Mix is low on health. Waz needs to be very careful. He's got the Cloak of Shadows. He's caught into a lightning lasso. Immediate Trinket does not allow them to build any kind of damage. Big Chaos Bolt lands on a Big Mix. JT as well going for some smites, and I think that could be the game. Big Mix manages to get off the aspect of the turtle. Beautifully done there by Swapsy, backing him up with the healing surge, and now it's going to be Mercy on the back foot. The scatter lands. Can they take him down? Here comes the trap. The singe lands. They need the fear. The stun comes in. They need to land a fear onto JT, and they could take down Mercy. This is the pain suppression. Big Mix is overextended and might just die. Gets gripped away. This is a race to the finish. Dampening is so high. Mercy is not recovered. I'm so afraid. Waz, they might do it. They snipe him. Streamer Zone tie it up. Are you kidding me? Swapsy on the Elemental Shaman. They came to play and they look good, but what a close game, Zico.
That was an insane game. I didn't even know who was going to take it there at the end. It was complete chaos. Both teams, like, I thought Big Mix actually was going to die there at the end. I was a little bit surprised on that Waz swap. So this is when basically all hell broke loose here for both of these teams. So JT trinkets out, gets the Void Shift, then he gets feared on the Void Shift there. Then they swap to JT. He trades out the pain suppression, and at this point they're like, okay, we're going to recover. And then Swapsy randomly out of nowhere just gets 2 Chaos Bolted to the face. Trinket Void Shift comes out from Borog, and then here I actually thought Big Mix was toast. I was very surprised to see that it ended up being Waz actually that went down, because right before that, Big Mix was so low and he got Chaos Bolted, but I think he traded out Roar of Sacrifice to survive that situation. So just so back and forth, both teams playing out of their minds. Swapsy tagged off from the bench and gets a W on the board for his team. And Streamer Zone now taking us to game number 5. And I don't know, man. I don't think we're actually seeing anything change here in the compositional department. So looking very good here for both of these teams. That chastise stun as well at the end there from Borog to seal the deal. Really, really nice stuff.
You know what I like about this composition for Streamer Zone is they don't feel pressured to make a push. Like, they can win with crowd control, but they can also kind of sit back. And if Echo wants to play a defensive game where Mercy and JT are just running away, like they don't really care. They'll just attack Waz, they'll line of sight, they'll hit whatever they can. If Mercy feels like, okay, he needs to push in to get kind of any kind of damage out, then they can go after him. And I think it just makes it a lot less annoying, because the last composition they're running, they feel pressured, right? It's always they have to go. They need to be running in on top of Mercy. They have to get clotheslined by Waz over and over. But as this, they can take a moment to breathe. They can just run away if they need to recover, hold on to some cooldowns, let that Ascendance come up. And yeah, you can see Big Mix and Swapsy really popped off on this match. Orug as well did such a good job. Just a really amazing game. Could not ask for a better semifinals.
Yeah, no, definitely. Both of these teams really want this. They're playing their hearts out. We're going to Muldrex's Coliseum. Streamer Zone has to lock in blind against Echo. I don't think, as long as Big Mix is in the match, that we're seeing Raikou tagged in on the Fire Mage.
No way, dude. Can you imagine Raikou? I mean, I don't know. We both play a little bit of Mage. But like as a Fire Mage fighting LE Survival, I feel like Streamer Zone could feel pretty confident that you're going to be fighting the same comp.
Yep. Well, they could fight Waz form. That could be the one thing that changed. So they could go up against Feral Destro on the side of Echo. Echo also could swap their healer if they don't feel like playing Void Weaver. So, I mean, Echo still has some flexibility that they could change, that they have to kind of respect on the side of Streamer Zone. But ultimately, I think if we lock in the Demon Hunter on a large map, we've already seen what happens. I think Swapsy is just... I seriously doubt it. I would be shocked.
If we do not see LE Survival, I don't know. I'm gonna cry. Like
I'm calling Swapsy.
They gotta do it, man.
I'm writing an angry worded letter to Swapsy if he's not playing this game.
I like that though. I feel like Swapsy is kind of like the team captain, So when you're down 0-2 in the match, I like that Swapsy tags himself in. I don't know exactly if that's played out, but that would be a good story. He steps up to the plate.
That's how we imagine
the story we're
it.
going with. Swapsy's like, it's okay, guys. I need to come in, and he manages, to get some wins. So beautifully done there. Elemental Shaman looking good. I did want to kind of talk a little bit about the LE Shaman, because LE Shaman is not popular in North America. Like nobody's playing LE Shaman. It's actually wild. Europe's still just holding it down with the LE Shamans. It seems like that's their thing. They have a lot of good LE Shamans. Swapsy being one of them, representing the specialization, because we're not seeing too much Enhance, we're not seeing too much Elemental, but the Shamans that can play it, they make it look actually pretty good. See Swapsy as well playing a ton of versatility. He wants to be very durable in this match.
Swapsy loves being tanky. He loves playing Orc, and he loves playing comps that don't have to push in. So this all plays into to his play style for sure. But it is interesting what you said about North America, because in North America, we typically see a lot more Windwalkers. We almost never see Windwalkers tagged in EU, but we see a lot more Windwalkers in North America. Another thing that we see a lot is like Resto Shaman. Usually we see a lot Resto Shaman in North America and a lot of Resto Druid in EU if we look at like history.
Shadow Priest too.
Yeah, Shadow Priest also. We never see Shadow Priest in the EU, but we do see it in North America quite a bit.
Just like the times of Valet. It's just been gone to...
Yeah, they're just extinct ever since Valet. Actually, I heard that Valet has been playing, trying to get into the MDI. Trying to play for the MDI.
That's cool.
Yeah, so he's doing a complete 180. But somebody who's not doing a 180 is, of course, Echo. They are locking in the exact same thing. We're not seeing Waz form tagged in. And Streamer Zone locking in the same thing. So both teams basically playing the game that we just saw. So I'm excited. I'm very excited. Large map. No excuses here. We've seen both sides can win this. It's just going to be about who plays it better, who makes better decisions. Yeah. What do you think, Van? You feeling good about your prediction?
I mean, better than I was a few matchups ago, So this looks a lot more like realistic to me. Like just watching the games, it feels like Streamer Zone, they have more of like a presence in the match. It feels like they don't have to kind of pigeonhole themselves into one strategy. They've got big cooldowns they can wait to. That Ascendance is one of the best cooldowns in the entire game. So if they are just going to stall, they have that opportunity to overwhelm, and that's one of the things that happens against the Voidweaver Monk is it looks really, really good, and then at a certain point in the game, you kind of get overwhelmed, and if you fall behind on healing, it becomes really difficult to recover. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, one of us is going to be right. We both did a 3-2 series here, so either way, I'm happy with the series because I just feel like the games have been so close that even with Echo playing against DOBOB earlier, it's like I don't think anyone's guaranteed. I think Super Tees was right. There's no guarantees in this one. Anyone could still win.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, how crazy would that be if Streamer Zone kicks down Echo to the lower bracket, and then Echo just gets kicked out early? Like that would be. I can't even remember the last time that's happened. So that would be crazy.
We talked about it too. I mean, like we got BlizzCon next year, right? You want to be the team that wins this. This is the year to win. So you have that, reputation as the best team,
Yup.
Imagine it's Streamer Zone and Swapsy. They get the title this year. I mean, that would mean so much to them.
Yeah, I feel like Swapsy, he won 3 BlizzCons. But then he kind of fell off a little bit. But now with this roster, I feel like he's really proven himself this season that he's still got it. he's still, one of the best players in the entire game. And we'll see here if they can take out Waz and Echo. Game number 5, Echo versus Streamer Zone. Both teams playing their mains. There is no time for guessing who is going to take it here. Let's see what they can do in this opener. They already pulled Waz out of stealth, so similar opener to that last game. Mercy already blasting off here on the Pat because he can't hit anyone else. Keep shot coming out onto Swapsy, kidney shot onto Borug, potentially followed up with the blind. There it is, full blind as well. Did Borug manage to do something here to keep himself in combat? No, full sap is going to connect. Swapsy in big trouble here, but look at Waz! Takes a massive, huge hit of damage, and they will respond here on the side of Streamer Zone. And again, Borg sat through an entire CC chain. They didn't use any trinkets. Good recovery here from the side of Streamer Zone.
Yeah, this is like a strategy reminiscent of like something you'd see in Solo Shuffle of just run away from the Destro the whole game. Run away from the Void Weaver, run away from the Destro, and just kind of hit Waz. I mean, they're getting cooldowns. They get the Cloak of Shadows. JT walks into a fear. Beautifully done here by Streamer Zone. And Waz could be in danger. Evasion, no Cloak of Shadows. They're already getting so many cooldowns out of the way. Streamer Zone is playing this out beautifully. And Echo, you can tell they feel pressure to actually make a push here. Swapsy now gets caught into a kidney shot. Borg grips him to potentially out of line of sight, but JT is there to blast off with Dark Reprimands, getting the damage rolling. Borg just going to go into the Spirit of the Redeemer, deflect this initial damage. But so far, I feel like Streamer Zone is pulling out ahead in this game.
Absolutely, but I don't like that there's triple stacking right now. It's going to be so easy for West to get these setups. And look at Big Max almost going down immediately. Trinket Guardian coming out there for Borg to save Big Max from having to use anything. But there's a stun onto JT. Waz trying to eat the trap, and he does manage to eat the trap. Huge play there from Waz. Now Mercy, what are you going to do? He's going to Trinket actually out of Swapsy's pet stun in that position. Swapsy tries to gust of wind behind the pillar, but he gets clotheslined with the kidney shot. Mercy in the scatter shot though. Really nicely done there by Big Max, shutting down the damage before it starts rolling. But they are in this position where they're just triple stacking, and as long as JT can even attack the pet, he's going to be able to heal them while they're pushing in behind that pillar. So Waz not feeling too confident here, but with JT backing him up with that extra damage on the pet, he is going to be somewhat safe. Lightning Lasso did come out from Swapsy there as well, trying to punish the position. But Waz with no Cloak of Shadows, with no evasion, could be a target. At the same time, though, there's the blind onto Borug. Do they have the follow-up? No. Look at Big Max. Gets the root onto Waz with the flare, so he can't get that Vanish Sap. Nicely shut down there. But look at Borug now getting swapped too. No! Huge KO attempt coming out here. Big Max tries to get the scatter shot in time. The Inferno Stun is there. Borug, is he going to be able to survive? Thanks to Big Max. He leaves a gap in the CC chain. That coil is just a tiny microsecond too late, and Borg will survive thanks to Big Max.
Big Max, he's just playing out of his mind in this matchup, landing a knock as well on Mercy, out of line of sight, so we can't actually connect any damage on Borug. So extremely well done. Good defense there by the side of Streamer Zone, and they're still continuing to get the offense rolling. Unfortunately, Borug's a little bit behind on mana. One Chaos Bolt lands. Another stun here from Big Mix, slowing down the damage onto Swapsy as they're continuing to just use this pillar, run around it, and try to just bait Waz to overextend. So far, he's not doing it, though. Cloak of Shadows and Evasion are up, and Waz is going to be feeling a lot more confident to potentially make a push to set up his team.
Yeah, and they're just forced to kind of play at this pillar here, triple stacking, It's a bit of a mouse and chicken game here, or cat and mouse game, sorry. Borug, though, caught up in a full kidney shot. Swapsy fake has the kick, gets a Hex onto Waz. That will shut down the setup immediately. Borog in Angel form, getting a Divine Hymn here on the entire roster. Manages to keep everyone nicely topped. Gets a Mass Dispel right at the end too, just to dispel some of those Immolates. And JT in a full trap, but gets dispelled there by Mercy. Borog, unfortunately, can't get the spell on that sap. And now Swapsy in big trouble. Trades out the Burrow. Didn't have the Astral Shift. So he's going to have to trade that Burrow, which is a big deal for him later on in the match. Now, Killing Spree coming out onto Big Mix as well. And I feel like, look at the damage done here. Waz is keeping up here with Swapsy, even doing more damage than him, thanks to the fact that they're stacking. Nice grip there. Scatter Shot onto Mercy as well, shutting down those Kidney Shot Chaos Bolts. But I actually don't feel like this is a winning strategy right now for Streamer Zone. Maybe they just need a little bit more dampening before we can see kind of what they're trying to do. But line of sighting the Void Weaver and line of sighting the Destruction Warlock so far has kept them alive, but it hasn't actually put them in a position to win. Triple Infernal coming out. There's Chaos Balls. Swapsy, what are you gonna do? He tanks one. Astral Shift comes through with his trinket there, but that leaves him exposed to a smoke bomb later on.
Oh, they need to get crowd control on JT. Can they find it? Flopsy doing a decent job there, using the Astral Shift to survive, but he had to trade out his trinket. Luckily for him, Borog still has most of his cooldowns. Waz now getting absolutely smoked. Beautiful defensive fear there by Mercy, shutting down the Fury of the Eagle from Big Mix. And I think you're right. They need dampening. So Streamer Zone, their entire game plan right now is to just force Echo to overextend, and that's where Big Mix can go and get the stun trap onto JT, but they're struggling to find damage so far in this match. If Mercy just get a portal in aggressively, you do not want Mercy to be able to port in aggressively in the match. They need to get some damage rolling on him. I feel like Streamer Zone might be playing too defensive, but maybe it pays off. Maybe it pays off if they can get deep into dampening. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, Big Mix tanks 2 Chaos Bolts as he makes his way back to that pillar, but they're feeling so confident on the side of Echo here. JT also pushing in for triple Fierce, and that's going to be another big problem here. If they can stun... Oh, here we go. You get a full stun trap, but it does get the spell there. Unlucky with the Imp. And instead, it's going to be Borog now caught up in a gouge into a full blind Swapsy. What are you going to do here? He's in a very dangerous situation. Caught up in the cheap shot. Chaos Bolt is going to connect 1%.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my goodness. Borog trinkets at the last second. Gets the Divine Hymn off. Mercy now is taking a lot of damage. He ports away from his healer. The ulti Penny, though, is doing some nice healing there with that Atonement full stun. Coming out onto Mercy. They're trying to turn it around. Borog looking for the killing blow. Can he find it? It's going to be an Imp Dispel once again on the trap on JT, and it looks like both teams will survive, but for how long? Swapsy is so low. Borog in a gouge. Swapsy looking for the Hex. Smoke Bomb comes through. Chaos Bolt is going to connect 1 time, 2 times. Swapsy still at 50% HP. Triple Infernal. Another Chaos Bolt onto Swapsy, making his way to that pillar, but there's the Void Shift from Borog. Should weather the storm for now, but it is not looking good for Streamer Zone. They got nothing left, and Waz is looking for the swap onto Borog. He's caught up in a coil. Do they have the damage to finish him? Looks like Borog is going to survive, but here comes Swapsy with the damage.
This could be it. Swapsy going all in with the Ascendant's Bloodlust, but Waz is keeping him defensive for the moment. Mercy getting absolutely shredded and blasted. Baru gets interrupted. Nicely done there by Waz, continuing to allow Echo to make a push, but it is a race to the finish. Void Shift comes in. Swapsy's low on health. Baruch's low on health. How are they going to survive? Baruch has nothing left. The full fear lands, and Swapsy will get dropped. Echo guarantee their position in the finals, but Streamer Zone... Woo, what a close call. They are here to play, and if they can make it through that lower bracket, wow, we might be seeing this rematch in the grand finals.
Sheesh, what a game 5. What a series between Echo and Streamer Zone. These have been the 2 top dogs throughout the entire season, and you can see how closely matched they are. I mean, that was throughout the entire season, and you can see how closely matched they are. I mean, that was so incredibly close. I thought Mercy was going to go down. I thought Swapsy was going to go down. Ultimately, he did, but this was such a close call right there. Swapsy manages to get that Burrow off just in time, and here Mercy gets absolutely blasted. They force out I believe, the Void Shift from JT. Right there. Get the Void Shift from JT, and then they get the Kidney Shot onto Borog. Lightning Lasso from Swapsy to try to stall, and then he gets a heal on himself, gets the Stormkeeper, but the follow-up fear there onto Borog is just too much CC. Swapsy will fall at the very end there, but this was a really back-and-forth game, and it makes you wonder. They lost that first blind pick, And I don't know, man, if they played... I feel like the map was a big factor here because they kind of had to play a certain way to avoid a lot of that void weaving. They kind of had to stack on this pillar the entire match, which actually made it really easy for Waz to find these triple stuns, these triple infernal stuns from Mercy as well. And yeah, I think ultimately Streamer Zone tried to play to their win condition, try to get to dampening, and then try to find pressure that way. And you could start kind of see it work, but they just fell too far behind before they got to that point. So I wonder if the series would have looked different if they just stuck with this comp all the way through and managed to win that blind pick maybe with the Ellie and Survival.
Yeah, which just goes to show how critical that choice is when you're in a blind pick against a team like Echo, when you're against the team that has kind of been your number one rival, your biggest challenge throughout the season. But I mean, how close was that? Streamer Zone took them all the way to a game number 5 and barely was able to not win that, unfortunately. But Echo taking them 3-2, and now Streamer Zone, we're going to be seeing them again Championship Sunday down there in the lower bracket. And I am curious if we do see this as a rematch, but Echo will be moving on to the grand finals and waiting for a competitor to rise up from the lower bracket. Lower bracket right now, though, Ven, looking tough to get out of.
I mean, yeah, it was gonna be it was gonna be brutal no matter kind of what happened. The teams in Europe are so evenly matched, incredibly strong. But what you were saying, I mean, Streamer Zone, they have to feel really good after the series. They had only beaten Echo in one game prior to this. So in 3 cups, they only had won a single game against Echo. This is their closest series by far. And I feel like even this last game was super close. So if I was Streamer Zone, I would be walking away from the series still feeling very optimistic, very confident. They've also beat all the other teams that are in this tournament. So Streamer Zone, I feel like they can kind of sit pretty at this point because they have a winning record against everybody else.
I feel like that's the closest series we've seen all day, too. So I couldn't agree more. I feel like Streamer Zone GG should definitely be proud of themselves. So maybe we see a rematch, or maybe we see somebody else come up from the lower bracket to meet Echo in the grand finals. But nonetheless, it's been just an incredible day of games so far. Here it is. Here's the bracket right now. As you can see, Echo there in the finals, waiting for an opponent from this lower bracket. DOBOB and Under Pressure will be facing off against each other. Zico in the lower bracket. What do you make of that series? Did you expect those two teams to face off against each other down there?
I want to say no. Well,
you predicted it.
Yeah,
so
yeah. I want to say actually. I take that back. I want to say yes. I want to say yes, but I wasn't sure. Like I wasn't sure because I mean, we're talking about predictions, but all my predictions were 3-2 because I really thought that like Echo and DOBOB could go either way. We've seen DOBOB win that. We've seen Echo win that. And usually in the beginning of a tournament is the highest likelihood of Echo actually losing. So I wasn't, sure. I predicted that the Echo was gonna win, but I wasn't sure. And Streamer Zone Under Pressure, it was looking a little sweaty. It was for sure looking a little sweaty after that first game. I feel like all the teams in Europe are just super evenly matched, and that DOBOB Under Pressure series, I don't know who's gonna take that one. It's gonna be a banger though for sure. But that of course is going to be tomorrow. We have all of North America still happening.
Yeah, we do. We have got North America coming up next. Very excited. We've got 4 teams over there as well. One of them having made it out alive from the gauntlet that we saw yesterday. That, of course, being Cats and Dogs. So that does lead us to our next series that we've got coming up. Welcome to the JUNG versus Cats and Dogs. The top dog, the old school, the team that, seems weird calling Welcome to the JUNG old school, but they have been around for, a number of seasons now. And then Cats and Dogs, the sort of newly formed roster Ven that now made it out of the gauntlet, and they're going to be facing off against Welcome to the JUNG for the first series of the day in the upper bracket.
Yeah, it's exciting because you have like these tournament veterans that have just been winning nonstop with Welcome to the JUNG for years since BFA. Drake and Prev have just been completely owning. They have some new partners now, but still just continuing to dominate. And then you have Cats and Dogs. They've been around for a long time. You got Jax, who's been playing since like the Burning Crusade, getting Gladiator titles and Rank 1 titles, and they've just been a team for a really long time on the ladder, and they managed to do it. They got through the gauntlet. This is going to be a really exciting game.
Yeah, I love when you see like players that you know well from the ladder finally be like, you know what, let's try AWC, and then they just kind of immediately make a touchdown, such as Cats and Dogs. So excited to see what they've got against Welcome to the Jung. We're gonna head to a break. When we come back, we've got that upper bracket series for you up next.
You can hear it in the wind. An echo. A whisper. A calling home.
It welcomes us. Not as wanderers, but as its kin. In search of a memory of what once was, where purpose ignites.
A refuge where warriors can lay down their weapons and join forces with one another.
You can feel the power as countless worlds collide.
A new future with endless possibilities. A place to unite. To imagine.
To belong. Are you ready, BlizzCon?
It's about time.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We just finished off EU for the day. Don't worry, we'll have Championship Sunday tomorrow for that region. Now we're moving on over to North America. We've got 4 teams over here as well. One of them making it out from the gauntlet, and they're going to have to face off, unfortunately, against Welcome to the Jung. But let's quickly talk about the gauntlet. If you missed that or don't quite know what that is, basically teams were trying to get to the top 3 all season long. If they didn't do that, 4th through 8th place got sent here to the gauntlet. Azale, because you talk us through exactly what we did see in yesterday's games in the North American gauntlet.
Well, I'll tell you what we almost saw. We almost saw Left 4 Dead make a pretty insane run through the gauntlet. You know, they went 3 series. Obviously, they started at that round 2, but made it all the way to round 4 before getting knocked down by Cats and Dogs. Had a really good performance. We also had a lot of very close series. Left 4 Dead versus F Tier went all 5. Left 4 Dead versus E-Rated went all 5. And then Left 4 Dead versus Cats and Dogs was 4 games. So a lot of really, really close series, a lot of really competitive series. And it was honestly really exciting to see. Also was very impressed in the final series by how Dallas was playing. You know, he had not played a ton for Cats and Dogs, you know, in the previous cups, but I thought he was absolutely smurfing against Left 4 Dead in that final round to help his team qualify through for the main event here.
Yeah, very tough competition. Kind of mirrors also what Buff Mistweaver did in the EU gauntlet, but unfortunately they didn't quite make it there. And it was Cats and Dogs that did end up coming out victorious, but definitely an incredible run. I do hope that we see this roster once again in Midnight, because there's been a lot of really fun teams that came out this year that were sort of newly formed rosters that it's been really fun to see them sort of progress throughout Cup 1, 2, and 3. But here we are in the finals. The time is now. It is the final hour for all 4 of these teams. As you can see, the bracket for North American finals today, and as I mentioned, that series of Enrique, we got Welcome to the Jung versus Cats and Dogs starting us off.
Yeah, I mean, it's an exciting series for a lot of reasons. I feel like Welcome to the Jung, they have been such a dominant team. Like, if we go back to Battle for Azeroth with Drake and Prev, they've been basically the team that nonstop wins everything. I mean, there's a few times maybe they didn't win, but 90% of the tournaments they're coming out ahead, and it's been kind of similar this season as well, looking absolutely dominant. But there are a few teams that have been able to contest them with Gators back. Maybe we'll see that later. But for Cats and Dogs specifically, this is a team, one of the reasons why I like them so much is because they're kind of like a ladder team. You have players like Jax, like I mentioned, who has been playing since like the Burning Crusade, getting Glad titles, getting rank 1 titles, and they finally decided to go into the tournament. Voidweaver's looking really good. It's something that they heavily relied on. And I think even though Voidweaver's been toned down a little bit, we saw in the last series in Europe that it's still solid. When you have a Destro Warlock that you can play with a Voidweaver, very solid. But I think this is going to be an uphill battle for them. I am a little bit afraid for Cats and Dogs because Welcome to the Jung seems to be that team that kind of has an answer for everything. And
yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the echo of NA as you look at the predictions, right? It's kind of reminiscent of that. They did meet back in Cup 3, and it was a 3-0 for Welcome to the Jung. They were playing the Rogue DK with Drake and Nick, so it'll be interesting to see, you know, if they are going to bring that out or if they're going to be mixing things up. You know, in that series, Cats and Dogs did try a couple different comps. You know, they did try the Feral Destro, then they tried, you know, Assassination Moonkin. So there's a few different comps that they could bring out, but I mean, it's just really, really hard when you're playing against these like tip-top teams like Echo or Welcome to the Jung, because they have so much practice together in these tournaments. They're playing at such an elite level that like having the right comp doesn't do it. You know what I mean? You have to have the right comp and then be able to play at that level yourself to even have a chance.
Yeah. All the time too, you know. I mean, you could be playing, having an incredible series, but then you get knocked down, and you still have to fight your way back up through the lower bracket. So, I mean, the competition here in this type of situation is so tough, and like these guys already mentioned, they are up against quite an uphill battle for sure. So I'm curious to see what everybody's prediction is on this series. Unfortunately, I feel like I could guess they are definitely the underdog. Maybe we should can we just release it all at once for a dramatic effect?
Then it's going to be D-Machine predicting the other team, probably.
It definitely could, yeah. Oh, is Ben different? Is Ben different? Are we holding off on something?
You know, so I want to say one thing about my predictions today. I've been wrong about every single prediction. And at this point, I'm just going with my heart. Like, I don't care about my head anymore. That's out the window, obviously. So I'm going with happy feeling. I'm going with the power of teamwork and friendship. And I think Cats and Dogs has a chance here. So I'm going, it's going to be a close series, but I'm going with them.
Okay, I like that. All right, looks like we've got 6% for cats and dogs. So there's some people on your side, Vendariki, and I think the coin, if I was remembering right, was on your side
is all
also.
Ben's Twitch
These
points,
are brutal predictions.
You've got D Machine not even with you this time, Ben. You're all alone.
David, you've got some explaining to do because you were supposed to be the guy, that I could rely on to, go the other way, but he doesn't have faith. That's brutal.
You know what? That's all they need, though. It's kind of been it's been a good day for underdogs. I feel like we've seen some near upsets, some upsets. We'll see if they can do it here. Cats and dogs against Welcome to the Jung, the absolute powerhouse, the top dog in North America. But they have bled before, so maybe it happens here once again. Welcome to the Jung, Cats and Dogs, game number 1 starting off.
This should be really exciting. We'll have to see if they can live up to that last series then, because that one was an absolute treat. We are going to get DK Hunter here for Welcome to the Jung, and it is going to be the Rogue Destro for Cats and Dogs.
This is super interesting to me because this is a totally different line of play than I was expecting. Welcome to the Jung. Typically in this matchup, they were playing the Unholy Death Knight with the Assassination Rogue and Zheng Bahai on the Holy Priest. So bringing in the Shaman, bringing in the Hunter. This is a bit unexpected to me, but it seems like a good comp. I mean, Shaman obviously going to be strong against the Destruction Warlock with things like Wind Shear and Grounding. You have Prev as well with a ranged interrupt and Feigned Death. Nick's going to be super good on that Unholy Death Knight. So I think this will be difficult here for Cats and Dogs, but this is not the blind pick I was expecting.
Oh, they just used their blind on Prev after that sap, and they're not going to get anything with it at all. Kind of surprising to see that blind thrown onto Prev there. But there's the cheap shot onto Zhang Bahai. There's the kitty over onto Prev. Cheap shot there to follow it up as they're trying to send Prev here pretty heavily right off the bat. Gouge even to follow onto Zhang Bahai as Jack's really focusing on that CC, but not having the blind for the healer could be costly. Nick on the other side now, not too worried about himself, so he's pushing forward, looking to get the damage rolling here on Shards. Shards looking for the Chaos Bolts, will be able to get one down onto Prev, but now it feels like the damage starting to get turned around as Welcome to Jung trying to go offensive here. Full trap there onto Awaken. Shards could be in a little bit of trouble, but Jack's doing a great job peeling them off, and it's actually Prev that takes most of the damage there as Jax was just rocking him and follows it up with a gouge there onto Zhang Bahai, who's able to top off his team one more time.
Yeah, really good defense by Nick, throwing the anti-magic shell onto Shards, landing the interrupts. It's making it difficult for Shards to actually connect during these stun locks when Jax has the damage available. Trap lands on Awaken out of the scatter, but it is going to be Prev taking a little bit of Chaos Bolts here. Big aim shot, big cast out onto Shards as he's going to have to line aside. The Blinding Sleep comes in. Awaken has some catch up ahead of him. He trades out his Trinket, gets shut down on the Mind Blast, going for some flash heals, and Prev getting blasted. Beautiful gouge there by Jax. He's looking to set up the team for a full fear. Now it's actually Prev that's in a little bit of danger.
Yeah, Prev kiting back towards that pillar. Zhang Bahai now out of the CC, has some work to do, but looking like he's going to be able to catch him back up, and Shards is on the run, gateway away, but Nick just grips him right back in the middle of the map. Awaken is in a trap, and Shards is just going to fall there. Awaken had no trinket, and Shards just gets rocked.
Oh no, this is not what we wanted to see in game number 1. Welcome to the Jung. This is what makes this team so deadly is I was expecting one thing, and I'm sure Cats and Dogs was as well, and they just bring in something totally different. It just seems like they're always just one step ahead of the competition, coming up with a composition that's even better, even more durable, even more difficult to deal with for that blind pick. And I don't know if Cats and Dogs is really going to have an answer for this one, but we can see kind of how it played out. It was, like I mentioned when we were watching the European games, the Unholy Death Knight has been one of those things in North America that's been really strong against these Void Weaver Priests. You have a lot of additional crowd control, but this is Prev pretty much winning with the game-winning stun trap, and Shards, unfortunately, just not able to get out of line of sight, eats an instant aim shot, and gets one shot.
Yeah, and I mean, this is something that I think Shards struggled with a little bit yesterday at times, where I think they need to be on the same page of where they're actually kiting to and porting to. You know, when he does go down, he has his port up, but he kind of does this instant gateway, Soulburn gateway, but he does it to a spot where he's then out of range of his port, right? And he can't actually port, and Awaken's in the middle of the map, so he's not playing on a pillar that he can port to. And that was an issue for them at times yesterday as well, where they got punished. But again, against a team of the caliber of Welcome to the Jung, you have got to be on point with where you are kiting.
What was his port?
I think it was on the other side, over by Zhang Bahai, over behind that pillar.
It is. So his port's there. Yeah. What's really nice about this play is Zhang Bahai actually thunderstorms him away from his port. So Shards was like one step away. We'll see it here. So Shards does the instant gateway. We'll watch it. So he uses the instant gateway. He gets away. I mean, if he had gotten that off, maybe he survives for Awaken to get the Void Shift off.
Even then,
Possible.
he'd be opposite corner from Awaken, right?
Yeah, not ideal, but I think he could have lived a little longer.
Yeah, yeah. But I think that's one of those things where it's just like, against these cleave comps, you know, playing a Warlock, you have got to be on the same page as your healer, where you're moving around the map in a way that you can kite to avoid damage, and then as the CC is landing, you can port back to them, right? Like that is the ideal. Either it has to be that, or you have to be able to instant port and just LOS during the CC. You kind of have to do one or the other. But you know, yesterday we saw a similar issue from Shards, where a lot of the time, when he would gate or when he would port, he would then be pulling his healer into the middle of the map in a spot where he would immediately have to run back into LOS and not really avoiding much damage. And if you're going to be playing against something like this DK Hunter that they're just going to instant lock in again, you've got to make sure that how you're kiting is going to be easy for your healer, because you cannot compromise their position, or you know, he's going to get CC'd up and you're just going to get burst down. You know, that was a pretty quick game.
Yeah, insane. So going to a big map, we'll see if Cats and Dogs has any kind of adjustment that they can make. I mean, the only real thing I can think of is if they decide to play the Pharaoh Druid instead, but I'm not sure. Welcome to the Jung. I decide to play the Pharaoh Druid instead, but I'm not sure. Welcome to the Jung. Apparently, it's just they're rank 1 on the ladder with this composition right now, so this is something they have practiced a tremendous amount for these finals, and I think teams have really struggled into it. So I'm curious if Cats and Dogs has any kind of other answer, or if Welcome to Jung is just going to walk away with a really dominant performance with Zhang Bahai on the Resto Shaman, which originally was kind of his preference. Like, I always knew Zhang Bahai as a Restoration Shaman, and it will be Dallas coming in for Jax. And I'm curious, how do you think this is going to affect the matchup?
I mean, it's hard to say. I feel like, you know, you can look at that game and you can say, oh, it's comp, but to me, it's like, at the very least, if they play to the best of their ability, they could have lasted, I think, a lot longer in that last game. So it's not one of those games that I just felt like, okay, it was like purely a comp issue. I will say Dallas yesterday, to me, was kind of the standout player for Cats and Dogs. I thought he was really shining in the gauntlet, was doing a really good job putting on pressure, had great defensive clones when his team was under pressure, had really great offensive CC, was able to pressure the healers well too. So hopefully he can make a difference here, but it's just going to be down to Cats and Dogs to play a really, really bulletproof series defensively, right? Because the CC is going to land on Awaken. It's just going to happen, and you have to be able to kind of survive those windows really, really well. And I feel like both Dallas and Shards could be potential targets for Welcome to Jung, because these kind of comps, I feel like, can kind of hit anyone.
Yeah, this could be a very difficult matchup here for Cats and Dogs, but don't want to count them out. They've done an incredible job so far with the Void Weaver and the Destruction Warlock, but chat is, yeah, they're going heavily in favor here of Welcome to the Jung. I went with my heart, and I don't know, I think I might suffer some heartache after seeing how that first game played out.
You're going for the perfect predictions, but the golf scores. You're going for the golf scores.
But there is some skill in that, right? Getting every prediction wrong. Like...
I say there's just as much skill in getting every prediction wrong as there is in getting every prediction right. So, you know, honestly,
thank you.
At this point,
Zico would not ever say that to me, but I appreciate that you do. You know,
at this point, you know, you should just commit to it. You know, just try to get every single prediction wrong, and try to get the game score as wrong as possible too. Really, you should have gone 3-0 for Cats and Dogs.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you. Maybe that's a strategy. I mean, that's kind of already what I'm doing. So. Yeah, I'll just keep going.
So you just have to commit to the bit though, and then everyone's like, "Oh, maybe he's doing it intentionally." That's kind of crazy. Just because to get every matchup wrong, you have to know who's going to win, right?
Yeah, true. True.
So really, you're smurfing when you think about it. Yeah. You're killing it.
Thanks, Isaac. I do appreciate that. It's not. I don't think it's a smart decision to go against Echo or Welcome to the Jung, and I somehow managed to do both today. So
those ones are just like the freebies, man. You just it's like the getting, you know, on a test when you get 1 point for getting your name right at the top, but you forget to do that.
I think that's an NA thing.
That's basically the equivalent of predicting Echo, I feel like.
Yeah. You get 1 extra for dating it right and putting your name.
Yeah.
Somehow I messed that up, but we'll see. We'll see how this one goes. 6 seconds before the gates open here. Game number 2 And this is not an elimination series, but you definitely don't want to find yourself in the lower bracket this early on in the tournament. Welcome to the Jung looking completely dominant in that game number 1.
Yep, we'll see if Cats and Dogs can turn it around in this second game. Dallas coming in. Thought he played great yesterday for the team. And we'll see exactly how he wants to play it out. Nick and Prev wasting no time. They are just charging right in. Dallas going to be opening up onto the back of Prev. Zhang Bahai, I love how aggressive he's positioning, just taking the pillar on the enemy team's face there. Awaken going to get trapped up, but it is DR. Shards in a lot of trouble already, getting rocked. They had to use a very early PS. Going to be trading that out pretty quickly. Shards, Gateways out in the middle of the map, trying to get some CC down here on Zhang Bahai as he lets the Infernal rip right down onto Prev. Coil's going to get used as well as Awaken gets sheared there by Zhang Bahai. Fear over onto Zhang Bahai as well. Now the grips coming out, just so many interrupts. So frustrating for Shards. He can't get those big Chaos Bolts off, but Prev still gets pretty low. Topped up now by Zhang Bahai.
All right, Prev getting a little bit low. Needs to be careful. Chaos Bolt lands. That is going to be lights out, but just going back to the pillar, using line of sight. That's a nice thing about the Hunter is you can just weave in out of line of sight with the instant aim shots, with the rapid fires, and avoid some of that incoming damage. Wait for Nick to have, his Blinding Sleet, some of his burst damage. And I do think the Unholy Frenzy of the Death Knight is probably the best cooldown in the game, besides maybe the Ascendance of the Shaman. So if Nick can wait to those moments, he is going to have a ton of overwhelming damage. But Cats and Dogs, their pressure in this match has been way better. The big map has allowed them to basically pull Nick and Prev off of the pillar and actually get some damage rolling. But double Blinding Sleet comes in. Nick looking to set up the team. What are they going to be able to do?
Yeah, we'll see. Shards has his port on the other side right now, so he's kiting away from it. He can't actually use that port, so he's just kind of stuck in the middle of the map. And if he ports now, he's going to be a mile away from Awaken, so he's basically just forced to stay in the middle of the map and just taking all this damage. Now he ports away, but your healer's on the other side, so he's going to have to run right back out. Nowhere really to go here at this point. The double PS has already been used there from Awaken. Dallas, though, getting some damage out onto Prev. Awaken able to top Shards back up now as Zhang Bahai in there just trying to interrupt as many of these Chaos Bolts as they possibly can. They're just saving all their interrupts for Shards, trying to shut him down, and he almost just gets one shot there. The Life Swap has to come through, and now they're going to grip in Awaken. Awaken's going to be CC'd up. The shield wall comes out there from Shards, uses the coil defensively, ports away, but it just might not even be enough. He's down incredibly low, and now he's dead. 2-0. Welcome to the Jung. They are just crushing Cats and Dogs in this series.
Yeah. I think it's back to the drawing board for Cats and Dogs, but the thing is, I don't know if they have anything else. Welcome to the Jung. This is looking absolutely insane. I didn't expect this for this tournament based off the cups. This is some new tech coming in that has been doing incredibly well on the ladder, but yeah, it's also doing well in the tournament. Just seems like it's really difficult for Cats and Dogs to find their footing in the match. Nick is doing such a good job playing not only offensively for his team, but defensively as well. Anytime there's an opportunity here for Shards to really get anything going, he's getting blinded, he's getting stunned, he's getting gripped, anti-magic shell is going on the team, and Nick is really just shutting down any kind of potential damage. And the amount of pressure the Marksmanship Hunter Unholy Death Knight has in this match it's sky high. I mean, this is really difficult here for Cats and Dogs.
Yeah, I mean, it's brutal, right? The game is basically 2 minutes, and they go through both PSs, they go through Life Swap, they go through Hellstone, they go through, Unending Resolve, and then they die. And that is basically that. So, not really able to get much of anything done in that situation. Really struggling with it, and we'll have to see if they can, try to change something to maybe get a little bit more, I don't know, like lasting power in this series, because it feels like they're just not lasting long enough to ever really be able to threaten a kill, right? Like I just don't think that they're playing a comp that they're going to be able to, just burst someone down 100-0 unless they get through the CC onto Zhang Bahai, unless they get through his trinket and whatnot, and they're just kind of not lasting long enough to do that. So I feel like they need to shore up their defensive play to be able to have a chance to really pressure Welcome to the Jung at all.
What they decided to do here for game number 3, but they have to win 3 in a row. And it seems like I think every single caster on the desk except me did 3-0 in favor of Welcome to the Jung. So a couple perfect predictions for you guys potentially coming up here, as this is looking like a difficult one. Good thing, though, for the side of Cats and Dogs is they've actually done pretty well into all the other teams in the tournament. Welcome to the Jung has kind of been their kryptonite, but they have done well into everybody else. So not going to be over for them if they do end up losing this matchup, but I just don't know what else they can play, because it seems like the Destro Warlock and the Void Weaver is kind of all that they've done. I think they've maybe experimented with some other compositions a few times, but it never really ended up working out. So might just be one of those situations where you have that one composition. It works well into most people, but the teams that have your number, you just can't beat. Welcome to the Jungle is looking like a brick wall.
Yeah, it is tough. We could see if they want to try the Moonkin Assassination Rogue that they've played before. That's something that they could experiment with, but it is going to be really, really tough. Obviously, they knew what Welcome to the Jungle was going to play in game 2. They brought out a different comp, basically looked the exact same. They're just struggling to last very long in this matchup, and I do think they're going to have to do a really, really good job kiting to be able to, even just give themselves a chance in this series, because Welcome to the Jung are so bulletproof defensively. They're making no mistakes defensively, and Cats and Dogs aren't really even forcing out many, if any, cooldowns. They're not getting any major cooldowns. They're not getting through, Turtle and Trinket Link and any of the big cooldowns. So they're going to have to be able to live a lot longer to realistically even be able to threaten a kill. And I think that's going to require them really doing a great job kiting. You have to be on the same page with your healer, utilize the gateway really well effectively. If you get grip back in, have the life grip come out, like do whatever you possibly can do to create space. And they are going to go for a bit of a different option here. So they're going to go in towards the melee cleave. So Feral Druid Assassination Rogue, maybe that can give them more of an opportunity to just train someone down, maybe simplify things a little bit. But I still think kind of like similar things are going to be the issue. If your priest is getting CC'd up, you could just be getting fully cleaved down by this Hunter DK.
All right, let's see. My biggest fear in this game is when you're going to a melee cleave like this, all of a sudden every single interrupt in the game is on your Void Weaver. Yeah. Like literally everything. So
and they have a lot of interrupts.
They do. This composition is a nightmare. They've got Strangulate. They've got the Blinding Sleet, they have Grip, they have Mind Freeze, they have Counter Shot, they have Wind Shear, Scatter Shot. Like they basically have 20 different stops that they can use here onto Awaken, and he's going to have to navigate that. So I think if Awaken wants to be able to heal through this damage, he's going to have to be the precog king and literally just fake every single interrupt imaginable. Otherwise, this could look even worse than the first 2 games. Yeah,
it can be really tough. And you also get into that weird situation, I think, sometimes when you're like solo caster, and I'm sure you've had this happen a lot of times, where it's like when a team can hold every interrupt for you and you try to really start faking a lot, if they just refuse to use the interrupts, at some point you just have to cast. You know what I mean? Like you can't just sit there and do nothing but fake. And instants are not going to be enough for Awaken. So, if Welcome to the Jung are really disciplined with their interrupts and only sending it at the very end of the cast, it's going to be even harder. And a team at this level is not going to be easy to fake, right? Like it's going to be very, very difficult.
Here we go. Game 3, Welcome to the Jung, looking completely dominant in the cup stages. The only team that was really able to take some games off of them was Gators back. And Cats and Dogs is struggling here. This composition seems to be something they weren't fully prepared for, but they're trying something new. The Assassination Rogue with the Feral Druid. I mean, if we're being like charitable with this composition, you have quite a bit of damage. I mean, good burst from the Assassination Rogue. You're going to have some good cleave pressure. And one of the nice things about Bleeds is it doesn't really care about armor. So maybe they can take down Nick and basically ignore the plate armor that the Unholy Death Knight has. But I still am very afraid here for Awaken. Good thing is he at least went Oracle, so I think it should be a bit better for him to heal through this pressure.
Yeah, a little bit easier, a little bit less class reliant, perhaps. Jack's going to go in, but he gets popped out, so not a great start for him already. But they're going to be right in onto Zhang Bahai. It looks like putting some pressure onto him as well as Nick. Dallas getting a lot of damage down onto Nick, actually down to about half HP, and now swapping some more pressure back onto Zhang Bahai. Zhang Bahai down to about half HP as well, but Dallas getting crushed right now. Blinding Sleet across multiple members, and Awaken already has to Trinket swap this early. Evasion Force there from Jax, Barksian Force from Dallas, and Welcome to the Jung are just crushing through this already.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot left here for Welcome to the Jung. They can keep this going. Mindshear here onto Awaken. If he gets crowd control, this could just be the end of the game. Dallas could easily fall. He pushes forward with the power of that pain suppression, reducing incoming damage, looking for some potential crowd control, getting the bleeds up preemptively into bear form as Awaken is into a trap. So just trying to be as durable as possible, but just burning through defensive cooldowns. No bark skin, no survival instincts, and Dallas is going to be in very, very much trouble here in a second. Unless they can get some counter pressure rolling onto Welcome to the Jung. Jax might just explode. Strangulate comes in, and Jax could easily fall. Double kill potentially here. Welcome to the Jung. Complete domination. I mean, everyone else expected it. I should have expected it. This team is insane.
I mean, that was not even close. It was Trinket swap forced like 10 seconds after they started fighting, it felt like. And then it was Barkskin into PS, into Survival Instincts, into GG. And that was basically it. And not only do they get one kill, they basically double killed him at the end. The amount of pressure that they're putting out was just insane. And yeah, you did put a little bit of pressure on to Nick, a little bit of pressure on Zhang Bahai, but this one, again, not even close. Welcome to the Jung, showcasing why they are the top dogs in NA.
Most definitely. 3-0. That is the second time that these two teams have fought against each other, and the second time that Jung was able to take that victory then with that 3-0.
Yeah, it's just looking so devastating here, Awaken. I mean, there's nothing... The thing is, like, this composition, there's nothing that really helps Awaken with the incoming crowd control, right? Like, he's just dealing with literally everything. The strangulates, the stun, desperation. But Cats and Dogs, they're not out of it, right? They're going down to the lower bracket. They're still alive, and they can continue to make a push. But if they want to win this, they need to figure out this composition, because this was the most one-sided match we've seen today.
Yeah, you guys were talking about, Ven, how you're kind of surprised with that composition pick from Welcome to the Jung. I mean, how do you feel like that? Obviously, it did work out for them, but do you think this is something that we see as we continue on in this bracket? Or do you feel like that was just a counter specifically for Cats and Dogs?
So what's interesting about this composition is it's not something we really saw too much of in the Cup stages, but since the downtime of the Cups, apparently this composition is just all over the North American ladder. I've gotten some intel, like I think the top 6 players are running this right now. So yeah, it's very strong. We might see it from some of the other teams in this tournament as well later on. But yeah, the Shaman and Holy Death Knight Marks Hunter seems to be very popular, and I think we can get used to seeing this in these finals.
All right. Well, that is fair. That means Cats and Dogs, that is not the end of them. They're going to have another chance in the lower bracket for Championship Sunday. So we'll see them once again tomorrow, as well as Welcome to the Jung. We will see them again as well, of course. But we've got that next series coming up here. It is Gators back versus Direwolves. Gators back, the team that won Cup number 1. They actually beat Welcome to the Jung. Direwolves, the newly formed Sea-Doos team under a new banner, and they're going to be facing off against each other for the second North American round of the day. So we're going to head to a break. We've got that next upper bracket series coming up next. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're in the second series of the day here for North America. We've got Gators back versus Direwolves. Gators back, the team that won Cup number 1, sending JUNG down to the lower, not down, well, down to the lower bracket and out of the tournament. It was Gators back that ended up winning that. Direwolves, the team, Sea-Doo's team, under a new banner, and now they're facing off against each other for the second series of the day here in North America. But I'd like to talk, Super T's, about Gators back first. I feel like when we discussed this team early on in the season, it's something we mentioned earlier today as well. Like, we weren't quite sure how this roster was going to work. And now we know, and now they're here in the finals. But what do you make of this team and kind of their journey so far this season?
Well, I think that WizK's maybe found his team for the season. He's been going for this for a while now, trying to get a win in the AWC in a major tournament and just falling short with his former roster, the move. But this is a stacked team, and I'm really wondering if they're going to utilize him. Like, how are they going to utilize him? Because we can see on his stat screen that he's got 16-10. This is a really solid tournament win rate on the Shadow Priest. He's been very vital. But at the same time, they've also been training up Calvish. And Calvish, surprisingly, has been playing a lot of Mage. So you can see it's kind of split almost evenly between Mage and Rogue on the roster. So they've got two compositions, basically the Rogue Mage and the Shadow Priest Rogue. Those have been their go-to compositions. And I'm really curious what they're going to break out in this series, because Direwolves, I feel like they've been cooking. They've been in the kitchen. They've seen what Welcome to the Jung's cooking up. And I had Mez actually ask me to play threes the other night. He's like, "Can you play your Hunter?" I don't know if he's using me to like test it out or what. Then,
I think you were, dude.
So I was like, okay, sure. And we were like winning most of our games. I was like, this is pretty good. I like this. So I am curious to see what composition they lead with, because look at that win rate. WizK and the Shadow Priest Rogue, that is such a good win rate. 16 wins in tournament. Whereas Rogue Mage, it feels like hit or miss. Sometimes it's looking really good for them. Other times I think I'd rather just see WizK play. So that's the big debate, I think, for Gators back right now, moving into this blind pick.
Sure. Then on the other side, you've got Direwolves, the team that's been the longest running roster in the AWC, of course. And I feel like this is a team, Seiko, that's historically not afraid of shying away from new compositions. They were actually the first team to try Double Demon Hunter a while back. We haven't seen them from this season, unfortunately, but I mean, what do you think of this team? How do you feel like they're going to do here in this series? And what do you want to see them play?
I feel like they've been struggling this season, but they did come to their, they kind of came together and started performing a little bit more to what we expect to see from them towards that very last cup. I feel like they kind of brought it back together. It looks like they've found some compositions. I feel like this season they've struggled with keeping Sam I Am in. Usually it's Mez more so on the bench, but he's been super vital for them this entire season. Just been huge to have him in the games, and he's been able to turn around a lot of things. So from them, I feel like their biggest issue has been they haven't found like that main comp that they kind of like to stick with. They've tried a couple of different things, and I think they have some meta comps. We've seen Trill on the Demon or we've seen Trill on the Demon Hunter too, but we've seen him on the regular Hunter, on the MM Hunter, with Mez on DK, and we also have seen Assassination with the DK as well. So they have a couple of different options. They've had some time now also to polish those options. So, you know, how much is that actually going to work in their favor this weekend?
Yeah, definitely the question. They kind of barely made it into the top 3. They did end up doing that, and they're number 3 in standings right now. So that was kind of the question, is like, how are they going to finish their season and how are they going to do moving into the finals? But they finished off strong, and they're looking to continue that streak here into the finals against their first series against Gators back. But there, the predictions look like everyone is on the side of Gators back, the majority of us at least. So they're definitely the underdogs on the side of Direwolves. But we'll see if they can go up against Gators back for this series. They're looking to finish, the majority of us at least. So they're definitely the underdogs on the side of Direwolves. But we'll see if they can go up against Gators back for this series. They're looking to finish off the entire expansion strong once again. Game number 1 here in the upper bracket. It's best of 5. Okay, we've got a mirror. Interesting. Gators back, Direwolves, game number 1.
Sea-Doo's Oracle and Cubsy's Voidweaver. This is literally midnight. It's the light versus the dark right now in game number 1. RMP mirror right now. I didn't expect this at all. I thought Mez was playing 100%, but Sam comes in, and this is where I was saying their debate between Calvish and WizK. Can Calvish play Mage at the level of Sam I am here in this first game, best of 5 in the upper bracket in North America? I did not expect this whatsoever. Cubsy on the Void Weaver on the matchup is also incredibly interesting. Sea-Doo into a kidney shot. Sam I am already getting blasted in the first couple seconds of the game. He's going to pop that Blazing Barrier. Sea-Doo comfortably sitting through a blind. Oh, but into a Polymorph. Trill, big swap on him. Sea-Doo triggers right away as Trill is getting demolished. Cubsy is adding a huge amount of damage to the team with this Void Weaver specialization, cooking up a unique flavor of that Rogue Mage Priest.
Yeah, but I actually like Sea-Doo being the Oracle Holy Priest more so than the Discipline Priest in this matchup. If Cubsy can actually free cast a lot, he's going to be more useful in the match, but at the same time, against RMP, there is a lot of CC, especially when you're going up against Sam I Am, who is such a playmaker on that mage. Looking for the Polymorph. Actually, Cubsy manages to get the death on that one. Sea-Doo, though, is going to be able to find a half fear there onto Cubsy, dazed in a Polymorph as well. Calvish in a counterspell. Calvish is going to shifting power around the corner, try to make himself a little bit more durable, looking for that next combust reset. And Calvish should be able to keep himself alive at this point with Cubsy spamming out those heals in the backline, spamming that damage. And now Cubsy put in a kidney shot into a full Polymorph Sam I Am, and the rest of the Wolves are looking 2 pounds here behind the pillar, but a nice triple Dragon's Breath is going to stall it for a second. And Calvish still down to half HP, taking a lot of damage here. Trill gets disarmed though. Cubsy not in any crowd control. Might have to trade out Pain Suppression, and he will, but here comes the combustion from Calvish, trying to get something back onto Sam I Am. He's taking so much damage, but a nicely timed alter time.
Oh,
Trill! Trill almost gets absolutely smoked there from that combustion, but does manage to get the Cloak of Shadows off in time, but Calvish still. Cubsy is struggling right now. I really like the fact that they have the Holy Priest here. Full Ring of Frost is going to connect. Calvish goes behind the pillar, manages to get a ring on himself, and should be able to survive with that defensive maneuver, but so far, Direwolves is looking kind of good.
Ooh. Nice chastise on the shifting power there. Really important to shut down as many shifting powers as possible. But then Sea-Doo gets caught for pushing in a cheap shot. Can they follow it up? They're going after Trill. There's going to be no follow-up. Sea-Doo Holy Wards. He's at the pillar. Calvish Dragon's Breaths it off to go for a full blind. Good teamwork from Calvish there to control Sea-Doo. Trill is still playing a dangerous game. Is Sea-Doo going to be able to recover him? He pops the Serenity, but he's into another Polymorph. Dazed got into a kidney shot. Cubsy into a cheap shot. They switch back onto Calvish, I think. He's going to pop the Blazing Barrier. Cubsy's trying to greed through the blind. He's not going to be able to. He gets feared on his trinket by Sea-Doo. A clutch fear comes in, but the Pain Suppression was active, and it kept Calvish alive for now. Defensive Ring of Frost. Sea-Doo's in Angel form, looking to buy time for his team. Really, mana maybe is a huge advantage, but a full Polymorph sneaks in from Sam. He fakes a kick and secures it. If he gets more of these, it could be a Cauterize, possibly the end of the game. Cauterize triggers. Where's the block? He blocks. Where's the Mass Dispel? Sea-Doo's in a cheap shot. Sam is low at the same time. A huge swell of damage towards him, but if they don't manage to get his Cauterize right here and now, it could be lights out for Calvish at any moment. Cubsy, no trade. Sea-Doo's pushing in. Gets the fear.
Nice.
But it looks like he was able to death it and break that crowd control. So Sea-Doo now in a Polymorph, and Gators back. Have to get something going here for the team. They've basically got no options. They're going after Trill, but not really finding a lot there. Comes into another Polymorph. Calvish on the run. Kick on the Ring of Frost. Polymorph around the corner. Catches Trill. Dispelled. Shifting power. Tries to go over the ice flows, but gets gouged on the opposite side of the pillar. He's not going to get that reset on his combustion. Sea-Doo's moving in, man. Sea-Doo's like, all right, Trill, I'm here. We're finishing this. But they walked into a double Dragon's Breath, double Mass Poly. Oh, nice counterspell from Sam off to the side. Here's the Smoke Bomb.
That's it.
And that is it. That is it. Direwolves take game 1 in the RMP mirror. I could not, there was no way I would have guessed that this was going to be the game number 1 matchup. I kind of don't think Gators back anticipated it either.
No way.
At the same time, with the lock-in, with the Void Weaver and with the Dwarf Mage, I don't think they were expecting that. So moving into the rest of the series, this is going to be a wild ride. I think it's going to be a roller coaster of weird picks for the rest of the series, actually, depending on what gets locked in blind. Look how close Trill is to dying. Minute and 40 in, but all right, Direwolves, man. If they can get, oh my God, if they can play RMP at the highest level, I feel like they could win the entire tournament. I feel like that's the one thing North America's been missing. We don't have like an Echo or a DOBOB level of RMP.
Yeah, and I mean, Direwolves, they are a team that is so smart. They are always doing their homework before these big tournaments. That's why they always consistently have good performances. That's why they're always at the top of the North American ladder. And you can see it here. Sam looking so comfortable on that mage, finally getting to shine a little bit here with a rogue on his roster. And you can see it during this moment right here. He gets the blink, gets the counterspell on Calvish. Now Calvish is playing blink stun, but since he's counterspelled on Arcane, that means he is locked out of using that blink. So he can't blink out of that stun, and Trill realizes that, pulls the smoke bomb as well. He's isolated, and that's a kill that's basically gifted to the Direwolves through Sam-I-Am's kind of shutdown on that CC. And when they got the ice block here, it was also Sam-I-Am once again faking out the interrupts, faking out the Shadow Word Death, getting a full poly on Cubsy, manages to get his damage off and force that ice block. So Sam having a phenomenal game in this matchup, but also the Void Weaver. The reason why we don't see it in Europe, like for example when DOBOB and Echo were playing their RMP mirrors, is because Void Weaver is excellent when you can just sit back and free cast damage. But in RMP mirrors, every 20 seconds you're getting kidney shot, and they're trying to CC you with a Fear, with a Polymorph, with a Ring of Frost, with Blind, with things like that. So don't actually have that many weaving windows. So you can tell on the side of Direwolves, they expected this come out from the Gators. But on the side of the Gators, they did not expect that.
Look at that. I told you, it's a roller coaster series right here. We're going to see Direwolves flip in, Trill onto Hunter, Sidhu onto Restoration Shaman. Every single player is changing their class for game number 2. For game number 2, and Gators back. Yeah, this is what they wanted. They wanted the Void Weaver into the DK team, I think. And they didn't get that in the blind pick. So we could see, I think WizK's going to come in too at some point in the series if Direwolves blind lock an RMP or something like that in the future. So this is going to be a very entertaining series. And this is the fact that draft went so quickly makes me think that that was the matchup the Cubs' team expected, and that's the matchup they wanted to get, and they didn't get it. So Direwolves getting the upper hand there, the blind pick. The vote did swing a little bit more in favor of Direwolves towards the end of the season. And look at these compositions they've been playing. It's just so many different ones, right? Like at the top, we see the Demon Hunter DK. It's kind of what we've known them for. They're staple, but they've pulled out some wild card stuff as well with the Hunter Boomkin occasionally. Then they tried to copy Welcome to the JUNG with the DK Rogue, and it seemed like that didn't work out as well for them as it was for JUNG. So they decided to go a different route with this Hunter DK, and even their Boomy Demon Hunter. Although this win rate, the 4-0, I think that was in the earlier rounds of the tournament, unfortunately. So their win rate on it looks a lot cleaner because it's not against JUNG, right? Like their win rates that are a little bit more even, those ones are most likely into a very high caliber team. So I doubt that we see the Boomy Demon Hunter too much this weekend, unfortunately, because they looked really good on it. So Direwolves had a slow start this season, but in the third cup, I really think they had a comeback. In that first game, the performance right there from Sam, especially on the mage. For me now, can they play the Hunter DK at that level?
The thing is, they might not even need to play the Hunter DK at that level because they're so smart with their picks. They're very deliberate with how they're doing these blind picks, especially, and they're always going to have that blind pick advantage. So the pressure is on Gators here. Direwolves, if they can win this game, fantastic. But if they don't, they will still have that counter pick advantage moving forward in the series. But one thing that they can do, and what I would like to see maybe even, is just go after Cubsy. Just do a Hail Mary on Cubsy and try to just get a quick 2-0 by just tunneling down the Void Weaver. We've seen it happen before. Like Mez just gets that grip, gets the Blinding Sleet, and then they just pop everything and try to take him down in a Strangulate. It could work, but we'll see. Right now it's going to be Mez under pressure, getting a nice Earthen Wall Totem nicely done there from Sidhu right before the crowd control chain. Looking for the stun into the trap. No, he wasn't able to get it before Daze shut it down with that stun. We have to trill a little bit as well, but he actually gets the trap there. Who are they going to go after? It looks like Calvish is playing very safe, far away here from the damage of the Wolves, but they grip Cubsy in. Are they going to go for it? Doesn't look like it just yet.
Okay, so Trill's playing Dark Ranger Marksman. A lot of hunters have switched to Sentinel, and it's kind of the Casino Hunter spec. If you get a lot of Black Arrow procs, you can just absolutely two-tap somebody. So curious to see how Calvish is going to navigate this at the moment. Mez is gripping him behind the pillar. He tries to get out of there, and he manages to get a little bit of distance. I wasn't sure if he got knocked out there off the corner. I'm surprised if Sidhu did knock him there. Trill into a cheap shot, but Sidhu in a good position to avoid crowd control. They need to land a freezing trap soon here. Pre-fade from Cubsy, but they get the Cap Totem trap. Great teamwork from Sidhu and Trill. They're pushing in on Calvish behind the pillar. The collapsing void has faded. They need to focus on stopping Mind Blast now to prevent Cubsy from getting... There's a Mind Blast. They Mind Freeze it. If they can stop every Mind Blast here, they can get a huge amount of pressure. He's going to go for it again. They get the Strangulate on it. They need to keep chaining these kicks on Cubsy. One more stop on Cubsy's Mind Blast. They might be able to force a Cauterize. Mind Blast is going to connect. Calvis should go back to full health in a moment, unless he gets a big crit from Trill here. Trill's disengaging in. It's game 2. They're up 1 in the series, but Mez is getting swapped to. Dangerously low. He's trying to push in, but he doesn't want to line of sight Sea-Doo. They do land the trap. Sea-Doo's moving forward as well. He might go for a Cap Totem here. Shifting power. They can't stop it. Calvis resets cooldown. Frost Nova behind the pillar. He's pushing in on Trill. Stuns on Sea-Doo. No trinket, but they can't get there for the poly. Maybe they don't need it. Another cheap shot. I doubt that they can take Trill down through Sea-Doo healing now at this point. Sea-Doo will be able to pick up the team. They're waiting for another crowd control. There's a binding shot. Trill disengages over. Does he play explosive here? He fakes the death. He explosives, but he gets gouged on it. Oh, but Calvin just dies to Mez behind the pillar.
Oh!
Mez is just soloing Calvin. I mean, this looks so good for Direwolves.
Yeah, that was a beautiful setup, and they continue to chain with the double blind. Can they take him down? The Cauterize is not 100% guaranteed here as well. If they can get those necrotics, it's not going to do any healing. Calvish still very, very low. The pain suppression is there. Cubsy gets interrupted. Dark Reprimand is coming out. Do they have an interrupt for the Mind Blast? It doesn't look like it. Cedar's pushing in for the knock, trying to slow down the healing, but it looks like Calvish will recover here. But that was a fantastic push here. Things are not looking too good. And Trill, guess what? He still has Word of Sacrifice this entire time, but does he get the trap? No, he's not going to be able to land it. Once again, Dave's
big
on
swap.
point there. Big swap onto Maz. He's taking a lot of damage here from the Phoenix. Word of Sacrifice will trade, though.
He's dead.
Fine. No, he's just going to die to the smoke bomb at a tremendous amount of damage. How does he die through the Roar of Sacrifice? I'm so surprised, actually, to see that happen.
He roared. Trill roared himself when he was stunned, and they swapped off of it. So they swapped off of it to Mez, who had no Icebound Fortitude, and Sea-Doo was not in a position to be able to save him, and that's a fumble, man. They were so far ahead. They just needed to cash out, and that series was going to be theirs. They were this play right here with Mez and Sea-Doo. He's just gripped around the corner in a stun, and they're just... That's it, bro. It's just got every cooldown. But then they make a critical mistake here. So Mez has used Icebound aggressively, which means he doesn't have it to save himself, and he doesn't have Trinket, so he can't escape a Smoke Bomb. So they swap off Roar of Sacrifice, and then they drop Smoke Bomb and a second off this Gouge, and everybody's casting on him. So Smoke Bomb right there, and yeah, you can't get in position for the link. He's not. It's just honestly Mez throwing the Icebound. Like, let me see if he really needed to do it or not. So they get block, and then he uses it like 5 seconds after this.
Yeah, he used it here to get the Blinding Sleet, I think, out of the trap.
I guess, yeah. Maybe, I mean, if he wins the game with it, it's the sickest play ever. But if he doesn't win the game...
I don't think it was a bad Icebound. I think Trill still had all of his personal cooldowns here. So I think maybe a bit of miscommunication there between Trill and Maz, because that Roar of Sacrifice should have definitely been on Maz. But it's hard hard decision to make, right?
Yeah,
I
don't
especially
know.
When Sea-Doo also
it's combust, man.
Link.
Like even if you're the hunter and you don't sack yourself, I don't know. Trill might have died because I don't think he pre-walled. Also, did Trill trinket aggressively or not? Because if he trinketed the same go. So I don't think you don't use roar and trinket. If you use trinket and roar, it just seems overkill.
Yeah, I think that's just the trinket should be enough there for Trill. Just trinket feign maybe if you still had it. I don't know. But yeah. Very unfortunate. I mean, you want to always use the roar or the combust. I think probably he just didn't know that Mez didn't have a break or a stun. That's, I think, what it comes down to. So maybe a little bit of miscommunication, but still, that comp looked really good from Direwolves. That was the game that they're kind of expected to lose. So Gators now blind locking Cubsy on the Holy Priest Oracle. So they know they can't blind lock the Void Weaver, because then Direwolves will lock in the Holy Priest RMP, and they will have a big advantage. So now we're seeing Cubsy go off of that. What are the Wolves going to do? Are they going to straight up RMP mirror them still? Are they going to go with something else? DK Rogue could be on the table. Hunter DK could also be an option here, where you don't have to deal with the Void Weaver blasting. They have options here.
I mean, they were so far ahead. I don't know if they're going to change comp or not. They were so far ahead. It was just a quick little fumble. Everything falls apart. Can Humpty Dumpty put himself back together again after falling off the wall tied 1-1. They still have they need to make sure they maintain the swing advantage here. So whatever they go with, if they throw this one away, I think the series is going to be tough for them to be able to win. They're taking their time to consider it. DK Rogue, it doesn't work for them when they play it, but when what was JUNG play it, Gators back are just sweating the entire time. So it depends on how much practice they put into it. I feel like they put a lot more time into this Hunter DK, at least based off the first part of that. But they're going to go completely different. Demon Hunter DK, El Clasico here for the Dire Wolves, and okay, but it's a Demon Hunter into a Rogue, so
yeah,
I don't know.
But it's also one of their most practiced comps, so I don't know. I mean, it's Hook Point also playing a melee cleave on Hook Point. I feel like it could work for Dire Wolves, but yeah, it's Demon Hunter into Rogue. That's the only thing that is not ideal. I feel like Gators back has a decent shot here at winning this. Another thing that Dire Wolves could do in this matchup, if they if they lose this game and they know, okay, the series is not looking good, they could just put their faith in Sam and go for pure RMP mirrors for the last 2 games. So they have a lot of different options.
I don't know if RMP beats Shadow Priest Rogue 100%. I feel like Shadow Priest Rogue could actually be threatening for that. So I don't know if they can rely on RMP kind of like blind for the rest of the series. So I see where you're going. I think if it was RMP mirrors, then they'd actually probably look pretty good. But we also haven't seen Cubsy on a Holy Priest instead of the Void Weaver. So maybe it wouldn't look that good. I don't know. This series, like I said, was going to be a very interesting one, played all the way through. We're likely going to see maybe different comps from each team every game for the entire season. And Calvish out here. He's got his bug catching net. Where do you get that transmog in the game? Why it's massive? Like, what? I've never seen that in the game. Is that from Dornegal or something like that? Is it? Yeah, what do we think of this mog? Actually, this is quite unique. I want to know.
I like it. Actually, yeah, I think it's nice.
I want to know the lore behind the net. There's got to be a lore. Like, do all of the teammates have the net? Is it like a triple thing? Like with back when Cedar used to be on Method and they had the crab. They're all riding the crab together.
The crab mount. Yeah, I remember that.
DOBOB took their name, but it was actually Cedar's team that rode it first in combat together with the triple orange crab. Okay, they're not in unison, man. Just a giant sheep and a giant net. Just.
Yeah, but Cubsy is always going to use this, bro. This is his favorite weapon. He's always rocking a Luneth.
It's just munching. Yeah, it's
pretty cool.
It's just grazing.
Well, it's cool on the TR because you can transmog it into this form. But on the live servers, it only looks like that when you cast a polymorph.
They need to put that in the game baseline with the sheep eating food. We need an update.
I personally would love that, but yeah. It's a cool little effect, though. I like Aluneth in general. Like, it's like whispering to you, saying all kinds of things, getting you to lock in and win. So it's always nice, a little extra motivation when your weapon is telling you, like, listen, bro, we got big dam right now. It's time to send it. But yeah, Dire Wolves gonna need some big dam here if they want to take Gators back to match point. Can they do it? We are on Hook Point. Trill tagged in on the Demon Hunter. Mez is going to be staying here on the DK. And Calvish is going to be the target of choice. Cubsy pushing in very offensively here, but doesn't have that Void Weaver extra damage. But look at Trill taking a lot of damage, but Mez playing Goalkeeper, getting the double Blinding Sleet into the double Chaos Nova there, onto the Rogue as well as the Priest. Going after Calvish with the Fell Eruption. Huge crack of damage coming through here from Trill on the Demon Hunter. Nice knock there from Sidu as well. But Cubsy out of crowd control. Should be able to keep Calvish alive, but it's going to cost him his Guardian.
They are cooking right now. Dire Wolves, man. Trill always, he's like the mad scientist of World of Warcraft. He comes in with the Fell-Scarred Demon Hunter. Nobody else is playing that. That's his unique build. He's got the Dark Ranger Marksmanship Hunter when most hunters have switched over to Sentinel, and it gives him that big burst window in his Metamorphosis. But outside of that, damage starts to fall off heavily, so we'll have to see how he can sustain himself here. He's trying to kite away from Dazed. He imprisons him on his go. Dazed just trinkets to commit it. He's powering down Trill. Massive damage. Trinket Nether at a sliver of health, and this is why we were doubting it in the comp selection was Demon Hunter into Rogue. That's bold move. That's a bold move.
Yeah. Trill has no trinket right now, and Smoke Bomb is available. Combustion is available. How are you going to navigate this right now?
Big
Calvish,
fell
though,
surge.
massive damage onto Calvish. Can they push for the ice block? 10 seconds remaining on that Guardian. Cubsy has his
Here it
work
is.
cut out for him, but
No
here's the
trinket.
Smoke Bomb. No.
Zone,
Oh, look
zone.
at Mez, though.
Oh, the blind.
Mez is too good, man. He gets the double blind. Doesn't need the zone. He just shuts it down before Calvish can even pop that combustion. So a very, very unfortunate situation there if you are on the Gators. But now that means that Trill can be a little bit more confident. That combustion is still available, but they're going to need to at least get crowd control on Sea-Doo to get it.
Double cap totem, I-beam. This is the big fell surge moment for Trill, where he's going to start exploding in green fell energy, but full blind and a kidney shot. Mez anti-magic shields and zones him. Mez once again protecting the Trill in the pack. A pack never fights alone, and we can see them start to recover and begin their push once again onto Calvish towards the tail end of this combustion. But Cubsy's right on top of Sea-Doo, baiting out that tremor totem for the future. But Sea-Doo actually catches Cubsy in a lasso. Beautiful catch. And they tried to disrupt it, but they get the block.
Nice.
That's putting them back in the game. So you just got Trinket Link, but he's got to be careful of his positioning. If he's too far away, he might not be able to connect it. But he also doesn't want to stack up against a rogue because you want the rogue to have to use a lot of mobility. You see how they're split up right now? They're baiting Daze to commit a grapple, and then Trill will use eventual retreat to immune the stun. But now they're getting close, so Daze might go. He's got his vanish. They're stacked up. He could get a double stun, but Mez is pressuring. He's gripping Cubsy away. And Daze is in this tough position where, like, do I go behind the pillar by myself? Because Mez is gatekeeping Calvish and Cubsy with Chains of Ice. They can't push in so easily. So Daze is pulling away from the pillar. Cap totem on Cubsy. Double hit. Trill. Vengeful retreated, so he can't immune the stun here. Is he going to pre-dark? He gets Dragon's Breath. He can't pre-dark. He can't do anything preemptively. Kidney shot connects. He's just dead. He triggers, but he still might just be dead. His blur comes up in 1 second. He drops the dark and shadow melds and holds on by a thread. Sea-Doo wraps around the corner, gets a huge heal, strangulate onto Cubsy, and now they are pushing for the win on Calvish. But Cubsy's free with Power Infusion. They have to interrupt his Shadow Tree if they're going to take a target down. But Cubsy's too far away. He grips Calvish into the corner. Trill is trying to stay on target. But Calvish blinks back away. He stuns it. He trinkets it right away. Cubsy's an angel. Should be able to sustain the team. If Trill can hold on, I can see Direwolves winning this in the late game. But every setup is so terrifying.
Yeah, and he's caught up in the kidney shot right now. Calvish pushing for the win, but at the same time, he's not feeling too confident. No ice block available.
Swap.
Nice swap here onto Sea-Doo. Big damn coming out, but Sea-Doo is going to respond. Astral Shift, Healing Tide Totem, moves the Healing Tide a little bit further away, but it was killed off there. And here comes Trill. Big damage. They're swapping to Cubsy. It looks like no. They're just going to stun him up there with the Cap Totem. Continue to chase onto Calvish, trying to push him down before that ice block comes back off cooldown. Cubsy doing not great on mana, down to 50% HP. There's the Strangulate onto Cubsy. Do they have anything to chain it with? Trill is moving over. Looks like he has a stun, maybe potentially. No, he's just going to retreat to safety. Trill has the Netherwalk. He has the blur. No trinket on Sea-Doo, no trinket on Trill. If Trill gets Dragon's Breath into a sheep and then they go after him, he is a dead man. The only one who can save him is Mez. Oh, the damage, though, is insane onto Calvish. I don't know how long he can survive. They have the Void Shift, though. They might need to just pop it. There it is. Void Shift coming out. And here they're looking to set up for the kill, but the gouge breaks on Trill. So they managed to get the big cooldown and run away for now, but still another 25 seconds with no trinket on Trill, no trinket on Sea-Doo. Can they find the kill right now? They're going after Sea-Doo. There's a stun. Nice grip by Mez, though. Gripping Calvish away so he can't connect on that swap. Mez once again saving the day.
Smoke bomb out into the... Oh, no. Trill just got caught out in no man's land. And Gators back take the swing match and the advantage, moving to match points. Absolutely devastating. Gators back were all over the map, and they just couldn't stop every single angle that they had, and they didn't see it coming. Trill was just out in the corner of the map while Sea-Doo was getting set up on, and he just couldn't do anything about it. So we'll see it in the replay how it breaks down, but he's just... You see the link come down on the bottom, but it's like no one's there. It's not going to do. They just got split up so heavily here, and we'll see it here in the replay exactly how it went down, because it's tragic. They were so close. They had so much pressure. This was a bit earlier when Trill shadow melded with the dark and almost died, but he holds on this setup, and then we'll probably watch a few other moments, I think, before we get to it.
They wanted to stun Sea-Doo and take him down. Mez gripped Calvish back to deny it. And when they did that, they also feared Trill to isolate Sea-Doo. And then they just killed Trill out of the fear.
So full fear?
Yeah, it was right here.
No. Sea-Doo, he probably knows if he walks in, he's dead too, but he's just got nothing. He can't, there's no AoE anything that they can do right there. It was just like the most unfortunate pathing. The most unfortunate pathing. they take it away, dude. My predictions are pretty happy, but like I'm starting to root a little bit for the direwolves. I feel like it's like they're returning to the former glory a little bit, you know, as opposed to the earlier cups where it was kind of just a bit disappointing. So let's see if they can manage to turn this around. But losing that swing match advantage means that they don't have the comp advantage.
Cedar was actually on Standard at this point, but yeah, I just didn't expect it. And it's such a difficult situation to navigate when you're playing with a Demon Hunter, you're playing against, you know, Rogue Mage, and you don't have a trinket, and the Demon Hunter doesn't have a trinket. Because that's ultimately what put them in this situation, right? They both kind of overlapped their trinkets, and it just gives the RMP such a long window to execute a kill on. And that's... it's a bit brutal for the direwolves, but yeah, I don't know. Was this the best option in terms of comp? I don't know. I feel like the Hunter looked pretty good too. But this also did... offensively, it looked great. It just defensively, it didn't look too hot.
All right, let's see what they can do here. The Gators back are not backing down. They're keeping in the RMP. It's up to the direwolves on how they want to deal with this. They're going to the Cage of Carnage, which is a chaotic map, to say the least. Direwolves are going to make this series entertaining. I said it was going to be. And I want this to go to Game 5 just to see what we're going to see from Gators. Like, what is their Game 5 pick? Is WizK just sitting on the bench like, yep, I'm the backup and I'm ready to go if you need me into RMP? Or do they just go straight down mid with the mirror? And they're getting Trill back in on Demon Hunter, or back in on regular Hunter now, sorry. So they felt too flimsy there. I think it makes sense. The Roar Sacrifice is just very vital into the Fire Mage, and this is it. It's ride or die. It's all in on Unholy DK, Marksmanship, Restoration Shaman. No second chances in this series. If Direwolves lose here, they will be going down to the lower bracket against Cats and Dogs, and Cats and Dogs have been back and forth with them all season, so that is no guarantee on Championship Sunday for them.
I like it. I think Direwolves can win this, and then if it goes to a Game 5, they have a lot of comp options. They're gonna have to fight an uphill battle, but I wouldn't count the Direwolves out just yet. I actually think the Direwolves has a solid shot at taking this particular matchup. It's just gonna have to come down to that Roar of Sacrifice. You need to make sure that you're winning that mind game against the Mage, with Trill on that Hunter, always making the right trade. And if they can do so, I think that they have enough damage and crowd control to actually push the Mage over. They also have enough damage to potentially kill the Priest in a swap, but now that he's not a Void Weaver, I don't think that they should go for that. Just try to crowd control the Holy Priest and push over the Mage. And I think if they do that, I mean, worst case scenario, they just lock in RMP blind in Game 5, and whatever happens, happens. You know, they can definitely still win. Like, even if RPS is going to be tough for them, I think they can win that matchup. So I think there is a couple of ways where Direwolves could take a potential Game 5. But yeah, they're going to have to make it work here on the Cage first. Going to make sure that they are just super solid defensively. Because offensively, they have looked super, super good. It's just been defensively, there's always just a tiny thing that goes wrong for them. And it just snowballs and falls apart from that. So if the Direwolves can kind of clean up their defense a little bit, I think they're still in this.
And if they're not, Sam is sitting here like, man, we should have just played RMP the whole time or something, because our RMP was easily their cleanest game as far as performance. So let's see how this is going to break down, because this is a very scary map to put all the chips on the table for your series in either direction. The knockbacks, the grips. I really want to see how Mez uses this map with grips, if he's doing any like tactics to jump off the side and grip someone downstairs, because he's been getting a lot of clutch grips on the previous maps, and I feel like he could abuse that pretty heavily here in this game, which could be the final game in this upper bracket series. Or Gators back going to hold strong with the Holy Priest, Fire Mage, Outlaw Rogue, and Direwolves penetrate through with their Marksmanship Hunter, Unholy Death Knight, Restoration Shaman. I also wonder if any intel between the regions after today will affect Championship Sunday. Like, does EU see like, hey, that 100 DK comp kind of looked good over in NA. Maybe we should try that over in EU, or vice versa, to see if the regions influence each other, because it seems like there's still a lot of stuff to be discovered, even in the current meta, even with the limited amount of changes that the game has received. But we're just waiting to get these teams in here. Likely want to make sure that they're locking in the right selection, making sure their gear is repaired right. You guys said with how fast was it limps or was it MVQ? Like, you want to make sure that gear is repaired, okay? Make sure it's repaired. Also, make sure you're wearing the right stats. I remember when I was trying to compete in WOD with Tony Style, he had an enhancement shaman cloak with agility the entire time instead of an intellect cloak for playing Ellie. So, like, you always got to double check that. You always got to have someone on the team doing the homework, making sure everything is right, because if it's not and you lose a game because of it, you are absolutely going to be kicking yourself. But here we go, the Cage of Carnage. Look how diabolical and deadly this map looks from the from the outlook here. I've never had this bird's eye view of just circling around it like this, 5 seconds away before there is no going back. The Dire Wolves need this to stay in the upper bracket.
All right, the teams have fallen into the pit, into the cage. Only one team will make it out alive. Is it going to be GATORS back, taking the serious, or is Dire Wolves going to be bringing us to a game number 5? They're looking for Dazed. He is hiding expertly in stealth right now, and they find him. That would be huge for the opener here for Dire Wolves. Mez trying to get combat here from Cubsy, manages to with his pad. Sidu pushing forward as well. No,
wait,
he
how
drops
is he not?
combat.
He rooted him out!
Oh,
he rooted him
that's
out!
Brutal, but he does manage to get Daze out of stealth. And Trill now pushing in, looking for the opener here onto Calvish, but Mez gonna have to play a little bit of a 2v2 here. Cubsy actually activating the fade, looking for a fear. Chastise on Sidu, full fear, but look at Trill coming out, immediate damage here, but he gets caught up in a kidney shot and already taking a lot of damage. Popping the Roar of Sacrifice as well as the Anti-Magic Shell is going to be more than enough defense.
What was that
here.
damage
Look
on
at the
Calvish?
damage
Oh
on
my
Calvish.
God!
Oh, he drops to 1%, but I think he's going to be fine here. Greater in Viz and Guardian, but an explosive opener for sure.
Ding, ding, ding. Trill just hits the lotto right there. What was that pressure? He still has True Shot. He didn't even press True Shot. They have Strangulate and True Shot. They could line this up, but here comes another attempt. Calvish gets the Mass Poly on 2 around the corner. See new trinkets, but Cubsy is there with the double fear. Can they finish it in that? Looks like Trill is solid. Freezing trap on Cubsy. Strangulate on Calvish, trying to limit his escapes, but he can actually stone form it off. That's why he's running the Dwarf, is specifically for that Strangulate, but now he's caught in a binding shot with that knock. Trill's trying to reposition. Here's the True Shot. Does he have a rapid fire? He could combo a lot of damage. Calvish blinks around the corner, trying to avoid Trill at all costs. And see where Sidu is? He's in this tough spot where if he pushes up with his team, he's going to get AWC. He's going to get Cheap Shot for free, Feared for free. So Sidu's playing on the bottom side. Cubsy's pushing in with the Chastise. Can anyone stop Cubsy? No, he gets a full fear. No trinket. It is match point, and Trill almost goes down as he trades the trinket. Survival of the fittest, disengaging back to Sidu. Sidu gust of winning to his side, but now there's no trinket on anybody. I don't know how Trill is going to survive this combustion. He has no Roar of Sacrifice.
Yeah, and Smoke Bomb is available. Trill, no stranger to getting absolutely sent in a Smoke Bomb this series. And they're pushing for it right now. How is he going to navigate this? He does have the turtle, so if he survives the stun, he could turtle, or he could try to pre-turtle. He's pushing in, and they do it.
Oh, the static field.
Nice knock there, pulling everybody back. Pre-wall coming out here from Trill. He gets gouged. Here we go. There's the kidney shot. No, pre-cap totem from Sidu onto Daze is going to be enough there to keep Trill alive. Nice anti-magic zone as well from Mez. He's going to shut down that combustion, so they manage to survive. Meanwhile, Calvish, though, on 1% HP, stunned into full trap. Calvish, they still have Blinding Sleet, I think, out of this one. Mez pushing up for it, maybe. No, the trap breaks. Calvish gets a big heal, and they will recover. Now it's going to be Trill on the back foot.
They still have Smoke Bomb. Sidu needs to be next to Trill so he can trinket Link if he needs to. Mez has saved the go last time around. Sidu with a clutch cap totem. It should have been game over. So Dire Wolves survive that situation narrowly, buying themselves a second lease in this series. But there's the blind. Trill pre-walls. Insanely well done there by Trill and the enemy. Oh, he traps Cubsy on his way in for a fear. Really clutch play from Trill. Now they just need to connect the damage. He disengages over onto Calvish. He kicks the shifting power, but now he's... Oh my god, he's just dead. He's might have to turn to the Blinding Sleet. They drop the Link in the nick of time, and Trill... No, he jumped off the side. He's so snared. He's going to have a hard time getting back to that pillar. And Dazed has Adrenaline Rush and Smoke Bomb, and there's no trinket. Sidu already dropped down the Link. He has trinket, but no NS. They've got pressure. Double cap totem. These cap totems from Sidu are carrying the game. Full trap, no trinket. Only cauterized remains for Calvish right now as he blinks around the corner, but Cubsy gets knocked off the side. He displaces back to Cubsy, but he's strangulated for another second. Guardian Spirit, big heals incoming, and there's the kidney shot. Roar of Sacrifice. It should be enough with the combustion. They swap on Mez. They killed him last time on a swap like this. Is he ready? He's death striking. He's at the pillar. Mez looks stable. Chastise on Sidu. Double fear. Double fear. Sidu trinkets it, realizing his team is in dire straits. And oh my god, they actually buy time. Trill is trinket turtle. They can survive. They can keep pushing. A full stun. Where's the trap? He gets it. Full trap. This could be a trinket swap. They need damage. He gouges the aim shot. He blinks through the aim shot. Sea-Doo is doing damage. He's lava bursting. He's lightning lassoing.
True shot.
He grapples over. True shot available. Silence available. Can Trill win the game right now? Massive damage incoming. Rapid fire. A huge explosion. Cauterize triggers into the void shift. Calvish is burning down. Their time is ticking away. Trill still has an out with the Trinket Turtle, and Mez smells blood. He is pushing the gas pedal down to the floor. One more crowd control. Could close it. There's the trap. Sniped once again by Trill. Cubsy trinkets it into his strangulate. And I think it's lights out for Calvish. He pops the mass barrier to buy a couple more seconds to restabilize. He holds on full blind. Trill. He pre-walls the cheap shot. He's got feigned death out of this. There's no way. Oh, this wall on Sea-Doo! They catch him in the middle of the map, and Mez is trying to get there. Mez gets there with the anti-magic shield. I can't believe Mez gets there, but now they swap on Mez. Everybody is dead. He icebound fortitudes. Calvish refusing to go down without a fight, but I think that was their last. That was their Hail Mary. They threw everything they had at Direwolves, and they didn't die. And now Calvish has nothing.
Yeah, what is he going to do now? Calvish in dire straits. He gets knocked away to the other side of the map. They just need one thing on Cubsy. There's the scatter shot. Do they have the follow-up trap? He grips him into a trap. Beautifully done. Mez is charging in behind the pillar, looking to close out the game, but no, he gets caught up with a Dragon's Breath full sheep behind the pillar. Sea-Doo can't dispel it. He gets cross-CC'd into a ring. They're trying to turn it around onto Mez. Big damage here, but Sea-Doo trinkets out at the last second. Manages to keep Mez alive. Trill still has defense. Mez has nothing, though. He's a very vulnerable target in this position. Strangulate onto Cubsy. They're pushing him for the win. They get the stun onto Cubsy. Full trap. No trinket, but the pre-Guardian is doing some work here. Is it going to be enough? Calvish.
The block came off cooldown.
There's the blinding sleep, but the ice block is back, and Calvish is going to immediately pop it here. Daze, though, is getting cleaved down a bit as well. He's got no defensive cooldowns. Vision just rotated back up for Daze as well, but Cubsy pushing in for the fear, trying to close it out as well, trying to get aggressive. Nice lightning lasso there onto Cubsy. There's the chastise, but Mez pre-anti-magic shells here. Sea-Doo can't get crowd controlled. Mez is going to survive the stun. The Calvish looking for the polymorph. He finds it. It's triple DR. And it looks like they're going to be able to survive yet another go. And now I am so afraid for Calvish.
Oh, True, what are you doing? He chokes! He chokes! He chokes! The Gators bite back, taking the series 3-1. It looked so good for the Direwolves. Trill has every cooldown available, but they choke right at the finish line. This was looking to be like the most legendary series. I feel robbed. It wasn't even just Direwolves that just lost. It's all of us. Everybody just lost because of that.
Dude,
the universe is worse off.
I was so sure he was fine. I was like, all right, he has every button. I'm handing it off to you, Sid, and then he just dies without using anything. I think he was gonna press it, but then he got feared at the same time, and then he had to trinket and press, and yeah, he just didn't get it off in time. But that is such a brutal way for them to go out, because they had everything. He had trinket, he had turtle, he had, I think, Exil too. So very unfortunate for Trill to go down like that after fighting such a good game. I mean, they had so much pressure. They got the ice block here on Calvish, and then here, this was right at the end. Look at Trill. He's got Roar of Sacrifice on him. He's chilling. Sea-Doo gets a big heal onto him, and then boom, he gets feared. Trinkets out of the fear, and it's just not enough. So disrespecting the damage a little bit there. Should have just traded the turtle. Unlucky. But Direwolf's not out of the tournament, at least. They're still in the lower bracket, but yeah, I do feel a little bit robbed, Sid.
The universe is worse off. I don't like this timeline. There's a timeline where he turtles, and that's the timeline that I want to be in.
I think someone hexed this match. Something's off.
This is, oh my god, man. He has feign too, but the fear. He got caught by the fear.
Yeah.
He was like thinking like he could maybe feign or something, and then Cubsy died in the fear from Cubsy. I mean, both these teams were so insane. I was thinking it was over for Trill earlier on in the game, and Sea-Doo clutches his cap totem, buys the time to survive the go. Then I'm thinking it's over for Calvish, and then he holds on by a thread till his block comes off cooldown to use it here at this moment. It was so back and forth. I wanted a game 5 in this series. I wanted it. I needed it. Okay, I rolled need, bro. You can't just take it. You can't ninja loot this away from me. I rolled need. It's not going to happen, though. Direwolves down in the lower bracket. We'll have to wait to see them now on Championship Sunday, as they are now facing elimination. However, Gators back versus Welcome to the JUNG. I'm trying to think if I had to pick out of all of the teams to be able to beat JUNG at the moment. I'm kind of thinking it's Gators. So maybe this timeline's not so bad.
Yeah, you know, I mean, maybe people are rolling need and getting a higher percentage than you, Super Tees. We'll have to see what that result of that will be. I am excited for the rest of this bracket, though. But yeah, I mean, you guys kind of already covered it. Unfortunate way for it to end. I do have a question before we move on too quickly, Super Tees. Do you feel like that is a composition that they should have locked in the entire series? You know, I know that it obviously didn't end the way that we wanted it to, but had Sea-Doo locked in that DK Hunter the entire time, would that have ended differently in your mind?
I mean, I don't know. Their RMP in the first game was really clean, but I think they're actually worried about WizK. I think they would actually rather play RMP probably for the whole series, but I think the Shadow Priest factor might be the main reason that they can't do that, so they needed to run this. And I think it was like, I mean, it was so close in all of these games, right? Like they were ahead in a lot of these games, so it's kind of a throw. So I mean, I think the series could have gone their way if they just stepped up a little bit more with the Hunter DK. Whereas the RMP, I don't know if they'd be able to beat WizK with it, even though they won that first game with it. Irregardless, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, prepare, because cats and dogs back and forth, direwolves all season, no guarantee there, and they would be out of the tournament in fourth, which means they don't get a medal, right? They're playing for prize money, which Gators back just, I think you said it was $10,000 every round, plus $10,000, something like that. So that, and they've guaranteed medal. They get a medal, so $200,000 on the line, and you look at that, you just going to be increasingly increasing your payout, and then look at the medals for the war within, right? Like, look at that. You got
nice.
Is that the that's the what is it called from the dude?
Oh,
Zalatath is trying to get it, and I can't remember what it's called now.
Are they also it looks like the shape of things that pop up in doves too. Like it's a reoccurring
related.
shape.
It's Zalatath related.
It's like that void thing that Iridicron is his name in Dragonflight. He got it. The heart. Yeah, it's the heart of the void. First place should have been purple.
Ooh. It looks like the lanyards are purple, at least, I think, from what it looked like. But yeah, I'm with you. I like the gems, and it's good enough. Nice, but no, I mean, you're absolutely right. They have played against this team, Cats and Dogs, a number of times, but have only been able. No, they've got an okay record, 1-3 against Cats and Dogs. So, like you said, it's a bit of a back and forth between these two teams, but we're kind of in a different proving grounds right now in terms of finals, and we've got Sea-Doo already sad on the Twitter timeline, unfortunately, but hopefully they'll be able to bounce back tomorrow, and I'm sure that they will. This is a team that has been in this situation before. They're going to be drawing on that tournament experience to kind of put this behind them and to put their best foot forward for the next time that we see them. But that means that, like you guys said, we've got that next series coming up. It's Welcome to the Jung. It is Gators back. I cannot wait for this team, for this series, Zico. We've got kind of the two top dogs in North America facing off against each other head-to-head in the finals.
This is the one we've all been waiting for. Like, let's be honest. Welcome to the Jung. The team to beat. Gators looking like the team that could do it. The team that has done it. So, I don't know what we're going to see. I don't know what these teams have cooked up, but these are the two closest teams in North America. I think we all expected this to be a match that we will see at some point this weekend.
Yeah, I think so as well. So let us know. We're going to have predictions soon when we come back from the break. So excited to see what we think of this. We're going to head out. When we come back, it's Welcome to the Jung versus Gators back coming up next.
The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light
Liadrin, it has begun. I need you with me on the wall.
Mortimer, the void will envelop us soon. Only the light can save us now.
No. The time for prayer has passed.
The Sunwell will not fall. Not while I draw breath.
Little elves. I can see you grow weary. How much longer can you hold out? Flee and save yourselves.
Liadrin, don't.
Light be with you. You see? She understands it's hopeless. Soon, you all will.
The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through... I know that I am unworthy. I don't know if I deserve your help, but I know my people do. Please give them strength.
I admire your spirit, but that will not save you. Soon, I will break your world.
You can't even break one elf.
This darkness comes to devour everything. And when it is finished, there will be no more light. Without your aid, we will perish. I beg you, help us. Will not fall.
Not while we draw breath.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are on a very big series, perhaps the most exciting and anticipated one of the day. It is Welcome to the JUNG versus Gators Back. Welcome to the JUNG. They've won 2 out of 3 cups. The one that they lost fell to Gators Back, Azael. And this one, for me, was a really hard one to predict. I feel like these two teams are extremely evenly matched. But chat disagrees with me, apparently. But what do you think, Azael?
I mean, they've had really competitive series, but more often than not, it is Welcome to the JUNG that comes out on top, right? You know, they have won the last 2 cups. They also beat them I guess they did lose to them once in the last cup, but then Welcome to Jung came back up and beat them in the finals. I feel like it's going to be a close series. I am still favoring Welcome to Jung just because of the history of these teams. It feels like they generally do come out on top, but it's by far the most competitive, two teams I think we have in NA this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, could not agree more. Welcome to the Jung. We've seen quite a number of seasons, Super Tees. We know them pretty well. Gators back new this season. What do you feel like it is about this roster that they were able to get together and kind of immediately have that X factor?
I mean, they're just all individually highly skilled, right? So you just poured together basically like 2 rosters together with Calvish and Cubsy, and then bringing in WizK really was formulaic for this season, and they've honestly had the meta kind of in their favor with the Shadow Priest Rogue and the Rogue Mage at the level that they are able to play it. And Daze has been a top level rogue for quite some time now in North America. So it's just been kind of a long time coming, I think, for this roster. So this is really WizK's season in my mind. It would be a little bit sad if he just rides the bench the whole time, but I guess he'd be happy with a bench win regardless. But I'm hoping we see him in one game. But with the way that I see this series, I think it's going to be a similar matchup to the last one. I think that Jung will probably play the DK Hunter, and we'll see Gators on the RMP. So that's my expectation, at least. Maybe Jung have something totally else in mind, though, because they can play pretty much everything in the game. They're like a Ditto in Pokemon. Like, if they see something, they can just transform into it and instantly copy and play it at the highest level.
Yeah, all right. If Welcome to the Jung is a Ditto, Azale, who do you feel like Gators back is?
I'm not up on my Pokemon lore. I only know like the original Pokemon, really. I don't know what's a strong Pokemon that loses
Pikachu,
to Ditto.
what's a good one? I don't know.
Pikachu from the original thing is just OP. Pikachu just beats everything in the show, right?
Yeah.
So we can't say Gators back as Pikachu because Welcome to Jung usually wins.
Okay, well, we'll workshop that.
Gators are back can be Brock, and Welcome to Jung is Ash. There you go.
All right. Love that. That's great. I'm sure chat is answering that question themselves, but let's talk about predictions then. This one, like I said, very hard to predict. Azale, I am curious though, what you did send in for your prediction for this series.
I went 3-2 for Welcome to the Jung. Like I said, I do think that they are favored just because of the history of their teams. I also think that their comps are really strong right now. The fact that you can play like DK Hunter right now, and that seems so powerful, just adds like another layer. Because when we saw these guys play last time and they won in the finals, they won with, Feral Hunter, with DK Rogue, with these kind of different varieties. And now I feel like with how strong DK Hunter is, they could maybe just bring that out and potentially dominate.
Yeah, they definitely did very well with that series earlier on today, but Gators back, they're a little bit of a different team, Super Tees. So what about you? What do you think for this prediction on the series?
I'm trying to keep my win record right now because this is the first time I'm not on the bottom of the leaderboard, so I'm not taking any risks here. I'm going with Welcome to the Jung as well, although I don't think we're going to Game 5. I think that it could be a 3-1. I think Gators back are probably going to struggle a lot more with the Hunter DK that Jung have. They just seem to be bulletproof when it comes to their performance. They just no openings whatsoever, and I think that's why it could be a little bit more one-sided.
Okay, all right. I am also on the side of Welcome to the Jung winning. I would love to see Gators back win, but I just feel like I'm down at the bottom, Super Tees. You left me in the predictions. It was you and me down there, bud, and now it's...
You can't claw me back. You can't.
It's you and the coin. It's you and the coin now.
I don't even think it's the coin. I'm pretty sure the coin is beating me too. I don't know. I think we do have those.
You can pull ahead of the coin,
Here's
though.
your chance.
This is your moment.
Thank you. Whoever flipped that coin, I really appreciate it. Oh, look, we've got
you passed the coin and Benruki.
I passed Benruki. Oh, this is the best day of my life.
Wait, what happened to Ben? What is going on?
I don't know.
Ben has gotten every
I just
single
swapped
one wrong
places
today.
with him.
I'll tell you what happened to Ben. He voted against Echo earlier. That was not a great idea.
And Welcome to the Jung.
Welcome to the Jung. Yeah, it's a high risk.
Both the high risk bets.
You took the high risk, no reward bets.
No reward. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. But thank you for your sacrifice, Ben. Feels good not to be at the bottom anymore. But we'll see what they have for this year. What is he doing? I mean, listen, I would love to see this win too, but I just don't know if it's possible today.
He's going with the strategy I was talking about when I was casting with him. I was like, if you get everyone wrong, you just have to commit to getting everyone wrong because to get every single prediction wrong, you have to know the right prediction, right? So
that's true.
Really, it's just as impressive if he goes the perfect imperfect predictions today and gets every single one wrong.
Yeah. Absolutely. It looks like chat's not going without logic, though. 83% for Welcome to the Jung versus the 17 for Gators back. Certainly the underdog, which is interesting because they were kind of chasing the tail of Welcome to the Jung the entire season, was able to consistently beat a lot of these other teams that have been super strong in North America as well. So, Super Tees, what do you feel like they're discussing behind the scenes on the side of Gators back? They've already got a win under their belt. They just beat Direwolves. They're going to be riding that momentum into this series. What's going on in their heads?
I mean, they're just locking in on their RMP, I can imagine. As far as probably running back what happened in that last series, what they could clean up against Direwolves for this matchup, because I'm anticipating it, but Jung could play anything. They've also been able to win as DK Rogue, so that could be a viable option for them in game number 1. But the Hunter DK just looks so threatening that I would imagine that's what they're going to lead with here for Nagrand.
Certainly a big question. Are these teams going to surprise us? Are we going to see an RMP mirror? It could really go any way here. And look at that. We've got Welcome to the Jung versus Gators back. Game number 1, Azael.
Yep, you called it, Supa. It is going to be that RMP versus this DK Hunter. Zhang Bahai on the Shaman here. Day's going to be off to the side looking to see if he can get a good opener, but can be very difficult to actually do so. Nick already sent his ghoul in, so going to be able to get in combat, and Zhang Bahai should just be able to pull combat off of that, and we'll see how patient these teams want to be.
Interesting. Prev is playing Sentinel, so that's a big difference from Trill. With the Dark Ranger, is a lot more RNG damage, whereas the Sentinel locks a lot of your damage into rapid fire. But you can guarantee it more. So you see the Sentinel called in right there, that blue circle from his first rapid fire over onto Dazed, and popping the Rogue out of stealth. A little bit of an edge as you're going to force a Vanish for him to stun lock. So it is a nice advantage here. They're going to go for a kidney shot on DK around the corner, and they're just waiting for the Void Weaver window. We see this giant collapsing black circle right here. They're going to wait for that to go away before they make their push. But they actually land a counterspell. They're cleaving everybody. They swap on the Shaman. They're pouncing right now. Anti-magic zone comes down. Is it not enough? Is he dying through zone? He gets gouged at 10%. He gets the NS off. He needs to stabilize. More pyros incoming. Now Calvish on the back foot from that push. A risky assault from Gators.
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, he got the AMS, he got the AMZ, almost died through everything, and now Calvish pulling back, looking to reset some of these cooldowns, did commit the combustion on that first go. Prev out in the middle of the map, trying to get in position here to keep that damage rolling onto Calvish. Day's going to swap over onto Nick, though. Nick taking a lot of damage there, will have to pop the IBF to get out of that stun. Zhang Bahai is gouged up. Prev trying to get that damage rolling. Zhang Bahai has a little bit of catch-up to do here, though, as Cubsy going to be stunned up by that calf totem, as is Calvish. Days jumping everywhere, stunning them up. The poly tries to come through, but a great AMS from Nick protects Zhang Bahai from that polymorph, breaking up the CC chain.
Oh, big catch on Nick. Around the corner with the kidney shot, but it looks like he's fine. Nice double fear from Cubsy. Nick maybe not so fine. Limited cooldowns. Zhang Bahai gets back into the mix here. A couple Riptides out with Exhilaration, and they commit the Roar of Sacrifice, but they're probably going to swap back on Nick with the remainder of this combustion. Actually swap on Zhang Bahai a little bit, trying to keep him as a viable target. And Gators back, they're really all over the place. They're trying to make sure that they can go on a target that doesn't have Earth Shield. Nice polymorph, cheap shot on Prev. Could be the Trinket Turtle. Trinket Turtle at critically low health. That Penance almost ticking through it, but he does manage to stay alive. Huge heal comes in, but now Nick, limited defense. Prev, limited defense. But they have pressure on Calvish at least, and it seems like Welcome to the Jung are playing a lot more passively with this DK Hunter than we saw from the Direwolves.
Yeah, it does feel that way. I mean, partially just because they're putting so much damage on them. Calvish incredibly low behind the pillar. Cubsy trying to get that damage out onto Prev with Dazed, but Prev is going to get gouged up in the middle of the map. Great shear over on Cubsy. He's trying to fake these Void Blasts. Is going to be able to get one down and is pumping this damage into Nick. Zhang Bahai pretty split from the rest of the team. There's a cheap shot from him over onto him, and now Nick going to get CC'd up. He trinkets out of one stun right into another. Dazed going to use his trinket offensively as well. There's a blind over into Zhang Bahai, and Cubsy is camping in on top of him. Zhang Bahai trinkets out, tries to pre-tremor, is just looking to stay away from Cubsy right now. Now Prev is going to be throwing into the kidney shot, trying to turn the damage around onto him. Gators back are just swapping back and forth constantly. Cubsy's into the trap, but it's Prev that's in trouble. It's Zhang Bahai into a gouge, and it's Daze looking to try to put the finishing touches on this one, but Calvish has got to run. He is kiting back behind this wall here. Prev going to be dismantled. Nick can't finish the job. Strangulates over there on a Cubsy, but they just can't connect in onto Calvish. Daze is just peeling everything. Calvish still incredibly low. The cap stun is there on a Cubsy. Will this buy a cooldown for something? Surely, but they just can't get anything. Everyone's getting peeled by Dazed.
Oh my god, these crazy peels. Calvish gets to a great position, but Cubsy gets grappled into the open here. He's going for a Mind Blast. He's trying to heal off the totems, I think. and trying to get whatever he can for atonement healing onto Calvish because the entire team is shredded at the moment. He's still trying to recover. He does manage to top Dazed. He's topping Calvish slowly but surely. And honestly, welcome to the Jung. They're playing defense right now. They're trying to buy time because it's 15 seconds till Prev has a trinket, 30 seconds until Jung has a trinket, and they can easily win the game if they survive to that point. So they're just turtling up right now at the pillar and sending Nick at them because he's got Icebound, he's got Zone, and he has AMS. So they're baiting Nick as the target. They buy time. There's the Hunter trinket, Shaman trinket. Maybe they can go Shaman right now with Combusto. They're going to do it. They pull the trigger on it. Can they kill him through Zone? They almost did in the opener, but I don't think this time around they will be able to. Scatter shot on Daze, double blind into a trap. Beautiful setup from Welcome to the Jung right now. And the Strangulate on the trinket, but Cubsy did get paint suppression up. They're swapping on Cubsy. He's in the middle of the map. A couple of arrows flying towards him from Prev, but not enough damage to finish. Shifting power, he blinks away from the kicks. Calvish getting a reset here. Meteor available for the next hit. They get Icebound, Fortitude. Jung Bahai's trying to greet it on the blind. He manages to. Collapsing Void is on top of him. It's going to break crowd control. Really good positioning for the team. That's why they're line of sighting. They're avoiding the Void Weaver damage, and they're stacking up to break crowd control.
I mean, Zhang Bahai just landed a really big heal on a Prev before that blind came in, so it saved him from having to trinket. Nick now under some pressure. Gouge over to Zhang Bahai. Can they force some cooldowns now? Scatter, though, from Prev breaks up the CC chain onto Zhang Bahai as Daze was trying to camp out on that Shaman, and Calvish has been pushing in, so now he's going to be exposed. Grip in there from Nick, but it's right at the same time as the life grip came through, so they swap places. Calvish does get gripped out perfectly by Cubsy right as he's about to get CC'd. So even though Cubsy is stuck in his CC chain, he's taking some damage now. He's going to get strangulated. He's just getting rocked. Will Cubsy just get one shot here, trying to survive? Life comes out on the Daze, but Daze just gets killed. Welcome to the Jung, just changing targets. First it's Calvish, then it's the Priest, and then the life swap comes in onto Daze, and Daze the one that dies.
Oh my god. Okay, early game, I was like, okay, Gators look pretty good. They're mixing it up. They're going after 3 targets. It feels like they're keeping Welcome to the Jung on their toes. But then in late game, Welcome to the Jung just flip a switch and they're like, okay, we're done with this. We're just going to fly arrows at anybody that comes in our line of sight. And it absolutely banged in game number 1 there. Prev almost died, not even 2 minutes in this game with that turtle. It was such a close call, back and forth. And this is going to it's going to increasingly become an important matchup, I think, for the weekend, at least in North America. And I do actually wonder if this could affect, like, Bikmex at all in Europe, because he was kind of the trendsetter on survival, making a lot of people re-roll, but Marksman has just been sitting here as like a pretty good spec the entire time as well. So look at that damage, man. Like, oh my god, he just hit the biggest crits.
Was Prev already lining up on Dazed, like when
preemptively for the swap?
I think he was.
The end here.
I think he legit was. It looked like Cubsy. He's like, okay, Cubsy is not going to die, so I'm just going to pre-line up my damage onto Dazed, knowing he's going to life swap him because that's the only out that he has. Because look how much damage Dazed takes right out of this. Like, it feels like Prev just already swapped his damage over onto him. I want to see.
Trinkets?
Okay, so there's the swap. And the damage it was already there.
He might have had an instant aim shot. He was off screen. A lot of spells for Hunter make aim shot instant, explosive shot, and volley.
Yeah.
So he might have had one lined up, and that's why he could just instantly.
Either way, that was so fast out of the swap. Like, great job by Prev. I mean,
yeah,
it's just so clear when you watch players at this level. Like, not only does he know his win condition, he knows your win condition. You know what I mean? Like, he's thinking about, okay, the only way Cubsy could possibly survive this is to swap Dazed because Calvish is already low and it has been a big target, and just instantaneously sends him as soon as he gets that swap out. So beautifully played there by Prev. Also, credit to Nick. I mean, well, the whole team played well, but Nick did such a good job at actually breaking up a lot of these goes where he had the AMZ, he had the AMS to break up some of these CC chains that are coming through. He had really good grips to pull people in difficult positions, and they just played it out expertly on the defensive end. And then once they got that damage rolling at the very end, it is just lights out. I mean, look at all the aim shot damage.
The HG from the Void Shift makes it look so sudden.
There's just 40 aim shots in there in a row.
Yeah. That's the window.
Aim shot.
So you got a volley, instant aim shot, explosive shot, instant aim shot, and just all ticked at the same time. He might have even got a proc for an instant aim shot.
Before they zoomed out too, there was like 6 more aim shots in the combat log.
He's not going to have as much fun in midnight.
Yeah, look at that. Aim shot. There's literally 8 aim shots in there.
Oh, man. Just 18 million damage.
Brother is just a turret.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting is the Outlaw Rogue was historically the counter, because you had Gouge and Disarm and Kidney, and you could stop the Hunter. But now with all the ways to get instant aim shot, I'm not sure if it's as directly of a counter as it was in the past. I also wonder how much it matters being Fire versus a different mage spec. Like when we see Tessia against comps like this, like Cleave comps, he'll actually go Frost. It can be really good against the pet classes. It's a lot better for kiting and a bit more durable. So I actually kind of wonder if a Frost mage could be better or not in the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it is tough, right? You know, we have seen a lot of people going away from the Fire Mage because of Petsack, like you're saying. You know, obviously, you know, it fully negates crit, which means you're not getting all those free instrument pyros and everything. But we also have seen a lot of mages have some success even against it, where they're just doing a lot more swaps, right? Like you clearly can't just commit to one target, but you can still combust, force a pet sack, and then try to instant swap and just be pumping out damage into someone else. So I feel like that's really what you have to look for. You have to be, you know, flexible in your targeting. You have to be pressuring multiple people. Like that's where I think the success of the Fire RMP can still come in against hunters. But that being said, that's very difficult because then you're balancing not even just working through, you know, one set of defensives, you're working through multiple sets of defensives, right? Because you can't just train one target hunter to zero. So you have to be aware of Turtle, you have to be aware of, you know, IBF, you have to be aware of Astral Shift, you have to be aware of all these different things and kind of play appropriately around it, which is obviously super hard.
It's a lot of tracking, a lot of management, a lot of shot calling, I can imagine, from the sides of Gator's back. But it's also probably very entertaining to play. It's like looking for that line and then getting excited about who's going to be the next target. So this is a very dynamic matchup. Here's to see how it evolves here for game number 2. If Gator's back can manage to take this in their favor, or if Enrique's going to be terribly sad about all of his predictions for the day. And Calvish is running this Dark Iron Dwarf, and you might be wondering why, right? There's not like any bleed damage to remove with the stone form, which is typically why you'd run the Dwarf, but he's running it exclusively to get Strangulate off. We've seen Mez in the last series, you Strangulate on Mage to stop him from kiting and line of sighting the Hunter. So that window looks very devastating, so he's specifically Dark Iron for that one crowd control effect.
Yeah, and I mean, it can be really worthwhile in some of these matchups. Like that is what it comes down to, is being able to, you know, answer specific windows, being able to, you know, make sure you're not actually having to deal with that Strangulate at a key time can obviously be completely game changing. So we'll see if they can pull it back here a bit. Calvish, very, very good Fire Mage, obviously. But again, Nick, to me, I think played that last game so well. I feel like DK's, it's not as flashy as some of the other classes, you know, when you're watching like a Rogue, it's just instantly jumping around everywhere. But when you're watching the best players, they just make it look so smooth, right? They make it look so easy to deflect a lot of these goes, just based on when they're using their utility and balancing how many of my defensives do I need to actually save to keep myself alive versus when can I use IBF to just break a cheap shot, to break up a CC chain that's coming in on my healer, to stop follow-up CC, to, you know, grip Calvish to interrupt the cast and things like this. So, you know, being able to really expertly balance that, I think is so key to the success of Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, definitely. Nick's been an MVP on this roster, multi-classing from range to other melee, and him on this Death Knight has been looking very glorious. I'd love to see like a head-to-head with him and Mez at some point, but what are the chances of that happening? I don't know. It might be pretty slim, but it would be awesome if we could get to see that. But here we see Sap on Nick. They're going to start on Zhang Bahai, possibly. Cheap shot. They're waiting for Prev to open, and Prev is not falling for the bait. He's just staying in camouflage. He knows he's going to be the first target. Zhang Bahai's earthen wall down. They're just really staying back. Maybe they want to go into dampening, so they're playing it slow. Flare around the corner so Daze can't re-stealth. Prev is getting closer, and he's refusing to leave camouflage, so I can't imagine he wants this to go into a little bit of dampening. He's not just going right away. There's a kidney shot. He immediately stun traps the priest on the kidney shot, so Prev was waiting for their impatience. Nick trades Icebound Fortitude. I think it's fair, and massive damage crashes in, and man, Prev got a really big edge on his positioning in the opener, but they finally catch him in a cheap shot. They swap back off the Roar of Sacrifice. 2 targets are low. They sap up Zhang Bahai. Can they just close it? It's massive damage on Nick at this point. They can't follow up the sap. They should likely recover, and now, oh, maybe not. Full cheap shot, killing spree. Big heals. Zhang Bahai just tossing in Riptides off to the side. Prev is chasing down Cubsy, getting ready for the next freezing trap.
Yeah, you can see Calvish use that racial on the very first strangulate. Got incredibly low, but Prev's going to be kidney shot. Calvish in a lot of trouble here. Cubsy trying to catch him back up. Is going to use one of the charges of PS. Zhang Bahai pushing in Calvish, trying to look for some CC here, very likely, but is going to get interrupted once again. Daze now trying to get involved here on the middle of the team. Nick is that main target, but Prev is just free firing onto the back of him. Nick going to pull back though, as Calvish has been topped up, and Nick was in some trouble. Daze just putting pressure on everyone right there. There's a cheap shot coming through, but the AMS is going to be used. That gets cracked immediately. Nick getting really low here. CC coming across the entire team. There's that trinket and the spirit link coming out from Zhang Bahai, but Prev never was able to get in it, so they're still low even after that spirit link is killed, and Nick might just get ran down through everything. Zhang Bahai is also incredibly low, still trying to pick him back up. Nick just teetering at 10% HP. Zhang Bahai is struggling to top his team off, and now Prev is low here as well. Kidney shot used there onto Zhang Bahai. Nick still at about 20% HP. Cheap shot now onto Prev. Prev's in a lot of trouble. He does have that turtle, might even have to use it. Gouge thrown over there onto Zhang Bahai, and finally now it feels like the CC is ending, and Zhang Bahai will be able to catch his team back up.
Big window here. Nice kick on the Mind Blast, but a triple Dragon's Breath, double Ring of Frost, triple Psychic Scream on their push here on Calvish, and they're trying to set up for damage. It was a huge swell of damage. Combustion's coming up for Calvish. They stun him around the corner before the combustion. There's no Roar of Sacrifice. This combustion is going to be absolutely devastating. They swap on Zhang Bahai with it. I think he's toast here. It's huge pressure incoming. They need more stuns. They can't find it, and it looks like he got knocked away on a binding shot by Prev, and he stunned the rogue to prevent the restun, so Zhang Bahai survives. But now they swap back on Nikki. Icebound Fortitudes. He's got a bit of runic power for Death Strike. Is it going to be enough to survive? Into the Gouge now here in game number 2. Into the Dragon's Breath. Not enough to finish as he blast waves him away, but with Ascendance up, massive heals from that Resto Shaman Master at low health. Big catch with the Smoke Bomb. Prev, Roar of Sacrifice committed. Oh man, he didn't even have to trinket the Smoke Bomb actually. That puts him in a great position.
Yeah, they just might have withstood the onslaught here. Zhang Bahai about to have his trinket back. Nick was so low. Zhang Bahai was so low. Everyone was under pressure, but they've withstood the onslaught. Cubsy, though, just teeing off on Prev right now. Calvish takes a big chunk of damage there from Prev. Nick now finally reconnecting onto this target. There's the Intimidate Stun over onto Calvish. Gouge onto Prev, trying to stop this damage. Calvish looking to try to push in here. Gets the shifting power off as Cubsy's going to get wind sheared there by Zhang Bahai. Now the Mind Blast coming out. That's actually going to get silenced, and that's going to be Stormformed off, but he's going to get interrupted again. Calvish now incredibly low. The CC is coming out really heavily now onto Zhang Bahai. He's into that stun. He's into the Ring of Frost. Nick in a lot of trouble. Nick has nothing left. Zhang Bahai into the full Psychic Scream. Couldn't actually pre-tremor it. Trying to keep his DK alive. The Death Strikes come through, and he's going to be able to survive for now. And Cubsy now may be the one who's going to have some work to do here as Calvish is getting heavily targeted. He's out in the middle of the map. He's going to have to blink back that pillar. He needs to get out of there.
All right, Freezing Trap available. Cubsy has Trinket. Dazed, no trinket. They could swap, actually, no evasion. They got that earlier with an aim shot. Nice dismantle on Prev. Calvish is just pausing damage with Polymorph, waiting for their moment here to strike. They might want to go on Zhang Bahai here with no trinket in a swap. They get the kidney shot, they're not. They're going to go on Death Knight. They're committed. Can they finish? Full blind, no trinket. Cheap shot about to end. Can he get the anti-mag shield? He gets it just in the nick of time. And he will be able to Death Strike in a moment. He grips them in. It's the Mind Freeze with a Blinding Sleep. Doesn't connect. He's clawing shadows into Calvish. He wraps around the corner to shifting power. His cooldown's back. There's no kicks there. He can't get back. And now Cubsy's pushing in for a fear. Static Field comes down on Calvish to try and prevent his retreat, but it looks like it missed him. Now he's just getting bursted. What was that damage? He's got no block. Cap Totem on Cubsy's Trinket. Calvish gets Pet Stun. Is he going to go down? He's got a couple more seconds to invis. He's got Masked Barrier as well for a big shield at any moment here if he absolutely needs it. I think he's weathered the storm, and he is ready for another push. Cheap shots onto the entire team. Icebound Fortitude popped immediately. Is he going to die through it? It crushed through the anti-magic because there's no Roar of Sacrifice for the combustion. Calvish is tearing in. They stun him in desperation. They drop the anti-magic zone for the Psychic Scream. They kick Cubsy on a cast. Nick is going to be using Death Strike a lot right now. Polymorph still no trinket for 2 more seconds. 1 more second away. Healing Tide Totem at a sliver of health and just enough to survive.
Yeah, and Zhang Bahai doesn't even use the Spirit Link there. Nerves of Steel to hang on to that major cooldown. That could be huge later. 2-man Blinding Sleep. Kidney Shot going to expire on a Zhang Bahai. Calvish in a world of trouble here. Going to have to use the Dragon's Breath defensively. Spamming Polys out onto Nick. Trying to get away, but Cubsy still can't get there. Going to get sheared on the Mind Blast. Strangulate comes out onto Cubsy. He's going to use the Racial to get out of that. Has to try to heal him back up, but it's a double cap stun that comes through and forces the block. MVP plays here from Zhang Bahai, putting the pressure on. Cubsy still trying to catch back up, but he just can't do it yet. He's still trying to get back towards Calvish, who's behind the pillar, gets that shifting power off. Nick now is the target. Doesn't really have any defensive. It's going to be up to Zhang Bahai to deflect this next go, but he has the trinket, he has the link, he has the tools to do it.
And they have True Shot. So there's Smoke Bomb, there's threats on both sides. Prev pops True Shot. Calvish is going to be in trouble. They paint suppression right away. They're going to deny the kill with that. Here come the cheap shots. Jung behind needs to get ready. This is going to be the big push. Could be the final one of the game. He's gouged for one more second. Does he connect it? The link comes down. They just died through the link. They just cut him down like he is nothing in that moment right there. Gators back. Crazy chomp in game number 2. They tie it up 1-1. I thought there was no way they were going to die right there. And they just slipped through. Prev can't turtle in time. I wasn't anticipating that, let alone on Prev. They've been targeting the DK the whole game. And just out of nowhere on the link, dunk him.
I mean, that was really well played. It looked like Prev couldn't actually get into the link. You know, I think that Zhang Bahai sat through all that CC, didn't want to use his trinket, you know, was just focused on Nick. And he gets out, he drops the link instantly onto Nick, but they had already swapped over onto Prev, and Prev just not able to get that turtle off. And ends up going down. This is the kind of stuff that you really want to see from Gators back, you know, where it's mini CC after mini CC coming out constantly on a Zhang Bahai, and you never want to trinket these micro CCs, but at the end of the day, he sat through 3, 4, 5 CCs in a row at the end, and yeah, he gets that link off, and you can see here, there's the gouge, there's all these little CCs coming out, he instantly drops that link, but Prev was never in it. Prev was just outside of it. He didn't realize, I think, that he was going to be that target, that they were already giving up on Nick and swapping over onto him. So Zhang Bahai unable to land the link onto Prev, and Prev unable to get that turtle off means welcome to the Jung. Do fall at the end of the day. This was a lot of close calls, though, throughout this entire game, honestly. Gators back almost had them a bunch of different times.
Yeah. They were really getting a lot. What I like about it is that they're enabling the Fire Mage. So they're going after the DK because he's the easiest target for the Fire Mage to hit. So they pop Combust on him, and he's got limited mobility. So the Phoenix gets a lot more uptime. It's a lot scarier. And then they switch off of the Combustion when the teammates push in to try and help. So I think it's a really good strategy from Gators back. Just attack the DKs exposed and then swap off of them to whoever tries to push in to help the DK. It gets a point on the board. This is, I think, their best game, honestly, as RMP in this matchup. As far as pressure, because it felt like constantly Nick had to be worried. Welcome to the Jung. They're going to Cage of Carnage as well, so this seems to be a favorite map for the DK Hunter composition.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Prev definitely going to want that one back, though, because he wasn't CC'd when he died, and he did die pretty quick, but he had that turtle available, and that's something that normally he would be able to react to. You could see 2 seconds before his death he used his Exil, and maybe he thought he was going to be closer to that Spirit Link than he really was. So I can understand if he's thinking, okay, I'm going to be in the Spirit Link, I'll just pop Exil, we'll split our life, like we'll be okay. But then the Spirit Link doesn't really come down where he expects, and wasn't actually in it, so as a result goes down, couldn't get that turtle off. Because I feel like if they get the turtle off, then they probably kill Calvish before Gators back can really set up another go, because we saw Zhang Bahai sat through everything. He still had his trinket, so he still had tools to be able to survive for a while if they hadn't gone down there. But really well played game by Gators back. Honestly, they could have even closed it out earlier potentially. There was one go where they had Nick super low. They had a blind or a cheap shot, whatever. They had some sort of CC combo come down, and there was a full sheep out of that, but they broke the sheep. As a result, Nick was able to live.
All right, let's see what Welcome to the Jung are going to do. Are they going to mix anything up? Are they going to change the comp? Because, I mean, game looked good, like it was winnable for them, but it's also very scary. Is there something maybe safer that they could play, less volatile that they could play? I kind of don't think there is. I feel like you need to have the Roar of Sacrifice to at least remove one target as an option for the Combustion, because it's just so threatening.
I was gonna say, everything feels volatile against RMP. I'm not gonna lie, man. And you could say that for the last 20 years of WoW. It's just a scary comp when you play the best players and best players around that are playing these comps. The setups are just so powerful, right? Rogues have so much control. They can set up for their casters. In this case, you have that priest, you have that mage. That are being set up for constantly with these cheap shots, with these gouges, with these kidneys. So you're able to chain CC off of it really effectively, and I think Daze is doing a great job. So I don't think there's any comp against RMP that's just like, yep, you're feeling nice and comfy the whole time.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. I was thinking maybe a Shadow Priest comp, because that's what I was wondering if WizK was going to come out at any point against RMP, was as a Shadow Priest comp, because he's kind of been a pocket pick in that type of matchup, and Prev has been a phenomenal Shadow Priest for some time, so maybe that was just the one thing I was considering for Welcome to the Jung, but they're going to keep going with this, with the Hunter DK. You can see even Welcome to the Jung go die without turtling, so it can happen to even the best teams. in the region, because that damage is like perfect storm. He got hit by every hard-hitting ability at the same time. It was Killing Spree, Phoenix, Mind Blast, all at the same time when the DK was the first target. So it was like this tab target, almost the same way that he won game number 1, where he tab targeted preemptively.
I just like how you have you're like, he got hit with Combustion, like long cooldown, Killing Spree, long cooldown, and Mind Blast.
Well, Mind Blast is a big cooldown now.
I know, but it's just so funny, right? You're like, it's like 3-minute cooldown, long cooldown. This thing that's up almost all the time, and that's why priests seem pretty scary. So definitely true, but we'll see if they can battle back here. Gators back up now a game, 2-1. So welcome to Jung, has some work to do. See if they can get it going.
All right, flares down, doesn't hit Daze. Daze keeps going. I wonder if teams will adapt and go VOD review and watch where Daze is in stealth on this map, because he always goes to the same spot, which is like his team's side ramp on the opponent's side of the map, because his flare's not going to hit. Is he going to Death and Decay when he tries to make a move here? Flare now in the back corner, getting closer. The flare there, shining some light. Death and Decay almost hit him. Daze is going to pull. It's very important actually against the Outlaw Rogue. If you can delay his opener, he misses one track of Subterfuge. He's going to pull even further away. Death and Decay, they're marching forward across the middle of the bridge, but Daze sees all their AoE has been committed. He's just sending it. Massive damage incoming onto Nick. Are they going to use the Roar Sac? They do commit the Roar Sacrifice here on Nick, so they could swap. Prev pre-walls, anticipating the swap, and he's in a spot where he can avoid the mage. So that's why Prev used his wall here at full HP, but it actually just waited. They waited for it to be gone, and now he doesn't have it. And Jung Bahai used his trinket. He's almost dying through the trinket. Gator's back looks so good.
Yeah, they are just pumping. Look at Cubsy's Void Blast, Void Blast, Void Blast, Void Blast, just in the background, just pumping out damage right now. He was actually doing more damage than Prev for a minute there early on in this game, and that's, I think, a big part of how they had so much pressure early on here. And Nick now has stabilized. This is when things can start to turn around. You live through that go, and now you need to start getting aggressive. Cubsy does get interrupted. There's the full trap coming down, and it looks like they're trying to push forward here onto Calvish once again, but Calvish already popped the altar time here, and Calvish is expecting this. Calvish is dealing with it so incredibly well. There's the Strangulate over onto Cubsy, but he's just going to use the Racial and gets a massive fear across everyone. Nick in a lot of trouble here, has to use the AMS, but that just gets cracked immediately there by Gator's back. A big blinding sleet, though, across all 3 members comes out here, as well as the cap stun, and pulling everyone away from that wall was Zhang Bahai. They're trying to get back onto Calvish, but Prev is just struggling to ever get there. Calvish is just pillaring them non-stop, and now the CC is back up and available. Zhang Bahai, the kidney shot comes out. There's the AMS going to be used already. His team's trying to all jump into it, but Nick's going to get knocked out, as is Zhang Bahai. Nick now going to be thrown in the cheap shot. Do they have any more CC here for Zhang Bahai? Calvish may have to push for it, but he's happy to just sit back at that pillar. Cubsy gets the Mind Blast off, and he's going to get gripped into the center of the map. Maybe going to try to look for a different target, because Calvish is just not exposing himself, and the blind is going to be used on Zhang Bahai. Cheap shot there to follow. Nick's still in trouble. Strangulate used defensively to try to stop Cubsy from going for the fear, but he's still going to be able to get it. 3-man Psychic Scream. Kidney shot there onto Nick. The bomb comes out. The Trinket Link has to be used immediately there by Zhang Bahai, but Prev isn't even in it, so they can turn the pressure onto Zhang Bahai now. Now they're targeting Prev. Everyone's in trouble on Welcome to the Jung. Zhang Bahai has got so much work to do to stabilize. He's finally able to do it with a big blinding sleep coming out across multiple members, but Calvish now having it turned around on him. He's down about 20% HP. Calvish, these shields are just getting crushed through. They proc the Cauterize and get the block there. Calvish got really aggressive to try to finish the game, and Welcome to the Jung made him pay.
Welcome to the Zhang, back in it right now. They got Icebound Fortitude available. Prev still has a trinket. Might have to use it right now. He's caught in a kidney shot. They power through with the Earthen Wall Totem. Nice play from Zhang Bahai in the back here. Nick is line of sighting as well before the next push. They silence Calvish. They're waiting for the freezing trap. They want to secure this on the Cubsy as soon as possible, but they're waiting for the fade and the death. He doesn't want to immune this trap. There's the stun, full trap. Could be a trinket. Calvish buys time with the barrier, but he's caught in multiple stuns. Daze gets a kick on the lasso for a moment, but then he walks through a binding shot. Oh, nice lightning totem from Zhang Bahai, pulling Cubsy in for the Strangulate. They could swap on Cubsy. He knows it. He's trying to go off into the corner here and get a Mind Blast, but they're shutting him down on his Mind Blast. Can they kick him again on it? They kick him again on the Mind Blast. Can they? I think they're going to run out of kicks at some point here. Nice double fear setup on Zhang Bahai with no trinket. Roar of Sacrifice immediately ripped out from Prev to reduce the critical strike chances, but now they swap back on Prev. Is he going to survive this attack? He feign deaths into the final cheap shot and gets the aspect of the turtle off. Now he's pushing in for the freezing trap, trying to get on top of Cubsy. He baits out the Shadow of Death. He goes for the trap. He gets it. He gets the trinket with this one as well, but time is ticking.
Yeah, Nick had a big double blinding sleep there to help keep Prev alive, but even with that, had to trinket, had to turtle. A lot of these major cooldowns are missing now. Interrupt comes out on a Cubsy. Calvish is that target. He's back over by the pillar, though. Kidney shot used on a Zhang Bahai. Can they get the follow-up CC? Calvish looking for the polymorph, but he's going to be interrupted on it. Calvish may just be going down right here, right now. Cubsy gets out of the strangulate, but he's stunned up. The trap lands. Daze couldn't actually eat it, and Calvish has nowhere to go. Welcome to the Jung. Take the second one for them. 2-1 series lead now. They move to match point.
All right, that was a really good purge at the end of the game there. I don't know if it was Zhang Bahai or if it was Prev. I think it was Zhang Bahai, but Calvish had this massive shield, and I was like, oh my god, he's going to live. And then it just disappeared in 1 second. I'm like, somebody purged that, and then he just fell over right when it happened. This is the push. Right after their entire team was devastated, they just rip a rapid fire and get cauterized block from Calvish, and they continue to ride that momentum. Prev clutches out the turtle here on this swap to him based on that Roar Sacrifice commitment, and he knows he's in trouble. He uses the immunity to push in on the healer, and then right here he gets a massive shield and a pain suppression. So I'm thinking he might be okay, He walks in line to Zhang Bai, purge, gone, dead.
Yep.
Just got dunked by Zhang Bahai. Instant purge there with a greater purge. It hits 2 magic buffs. So maybe he got a little lucky. I don't know how much buff protection he might have had at that point, but like pretty sure he hit the barrier and whatever other shield was on him at that point. So maybe a little bit unlucky for Calvish in that position. Might have been able to keep that going, but this is a crazy series. This is the most evenly matched I think Welcome to the Jung has had in an opponent in some time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean it's really hard, in these moments. Yeah, he has the barrier up at the same time. You're trying to LOS Prev, you're trying to LOS Nick. He pops the Elder Time, but just kind of dies so quickly there because he had no cauterize, he had no block, right? So not a lot of tools to work with for Calvish in that moment, and I think that's partially why we're on this map, is that it can be really difficult for Calvish to stay safe on these pushes. The pillar's pretty small, and it's difficult to be perma LOSing on it. Gators back had a really good start to this game, but once those cooldowns start to go away, and in between these goes where they have the big CC setups on a Zhang Bahai, it's just very difficult for them to survive the push from Welcome to the Jung. So I'm kind of expecting them to go to a much bigger map, and I feel like if they're playing at this level, they're still absolutely in this series.
All right, here we go. It's match point. Is Welcome to the Jung going to make it to the finals for North America? We already have Echo in the grand finals for Europe, and will Welcome to the Jung seal the deal here because it's such a close call. It's such a tight race. Gators back. There's no more room for mistakes right now, and they're basically giving themselves an extra $10,000 if Welcome to the Jung win this game right here, and Gators back could potentially lose out on it if they cannot manage to do it, and then you can double your money if you win the entire thing after that. So very important tournament. The most important tournament. It's the last tournament of the expansion. Welcome to the Jung, boldly locking in, not even taking their full time to try and think that one through. They know exactly what they're going to do, and it's Zug on the Death Knight Hunter Restoration Shaman. Gators back. Are they going to take their time? Are they going to consider their options? They went for a big map here with small pillars, which means they can swap more easily, but it's also easier for Prev to get on his target with those small pillars.
Yep, no, it's definitely true, but I do think it's like when they pull back, it can make position kind of difficult because the map is pretty big. They obviously have a lot of mobility, can kind of move forward, get the CC setups on a Zhang Bahai, and then if they're pulling way back to the other side of the map and Zhang Bahai has to kind of cross through the center, that can really expose him to CC as well. So we'll see. I do generally like those bigger maps, I think, for RMP in this matchup. So we'll see if Gators back are going to change anything up, or if it is kind of just the expected same comp. I feel like they're playing it really well. All these games could have gone either way, so no reason to not feel confident on your map pick. And Gators back just going to be locking in the same comp as expected.
All right, Void Weaver, RMP, that's it. They need to win here. They've had great momentum in the early game for the last 2 rounds, and they just can't close it out in a lot of those cases. So welcome to the Jung. If they can just hold on, keep their heads, keep their wits about them, because these combustion windows are so terrifying. It's honestly really the Phoenix. I don't know if there's like a weak aura or something you could get that would like buff up the Phoenix with a mark so you can see it, because it's kind of invisible. It's like one of those things where it's like it's a Phoenix. You'd think you'd notice it, but I swear it's almost invisible a lot of the times, and that's what's actually blasting you. So if you can get out of line of sight of it, you'll be able to survive a combustion window a lot more easily. But we are zoning in Empyrean Domain. Is this going to be victory for Welcome to the Jung, securing their spot in the grand finals for North America tomorrow? And they just get to watch the gauntlet of the remaining North American teams beat each other up and get there exhausted and likely without steam. This is, I think, a very important series to beat Welcome to the Jung, so you can maintain your momentum and have that advantage for Championship Sunday, and also just avoid the RNG of you don't know what's going to happen. You know, and we've seen the best players choke, so I think you'd much rather just lock yourself in to the grand finals right now. We are 5 seconds away from possibly the final game between Welcome to the Jung and Gators Back. They're looking so evenly matched. Can Gators Back bring this to a game 5?
Yeah, that's the question on everyone's mind. They're going to have to win back-to-back games, though, which will be so difficult to do against Welcome to the Jung, who has been the best team in North America this whole expansion, really. And it's going to take perfection from Gators Back. They've shown us some really, really close games, but are down, backs against the wall now. Prev just kind of chilling, waiting as he has for these openers. We'll see how slowly Gators Back want to play it. You know, if Dazed isn't willing to open, if Prev isn't willing to open, it's going to be interesting to see how the game actually advances. Because if neither team thinks that dampening is bad for them, you could end up with a really slow start.
Yeah, it looks like they're pretty happy. I think they just want to try and pop the rogue out. So they got the pet for combat for no sap. If Prev can keep flaring, he can tar trap, they can death and decay. And if they hit the rogue, it's way better for the start of the match. So they're going to at least wait for the camouflage. But camouflage is not permanent. I think it's going to be ending here pretty soon as we're about to hit 1 minute. So they pull the trigger on it, and they catch the binding shot on the mage, which is amazing for Prev's opener. But Dazed grapples over, gets the kidney shot. Big damage incoming. Roar Sacrifice is up. They're going to swap off the Roar Sacrifice. And who are they going to swap to? It looks like the DK for now. Cubsy pre-fades the grip, but a massive hit of damage on Calvish on match point. No room for errors. They cut through the barrier. They dismantle Prev. Calvish wraps around, but Cubsy's in the middle of the map in a strangulate, and he's still struggling to get Calvish topped right now. He needs to get a Mind Blast off to be able to successfully heal here. Is he going to be able to get it? Doesn't even need it. He gets a huge instant heal with the Evangelism, but now he's in a freezing trap, and Nick is all over him. He's got to get ready to protect Prev because they are focusing the Hunter a lot more in game number 4.
Yeah, they absolutely are. They did get one charge of PS out of Cubsy there, but he sat through the strangulate, didn't use his racial. So Gators Back, I think, pretty happy with how they deflected that first go. Nick connecting onto the back of Calvish. Nice grip in onto Cubsy, but there's the big fear coming out here. Prev trying to connect as well. They're going to swap it over potentially onto Zhang Bahai. The AMS deflects it perfect from Nick there, immuning that sheep that was coming in onto his shaman. And Calvish now not going to be able to get that CC that he was looking for. Lightning Lasso coming out, but it looked like it was super DR'd on Calvish. Calvish just kiting for his life. Going to get sheared, though, on the poly as Cubsy trying to pick his mage back up. They're looking for the pressure now onto Prev. Prev be thrown into another cheap shot, but Zhang Bahai deflecting this go expertly. Stun comes down. Smoke bomb going to be used as Nick now becoming the target. They're just bouncing back and forth between all these targets. There's the gouge on a Zhang Bahai. Can Calvish push in and try to get something else down? The second PS charge is going to be used on a Calvish. He has these massive barriers back behind the wall, popping the shifting power, but in comes Nick with that Wraith Walk. Going to be put in the Dragon's Breath. Polymorph will land, and he's out of LOS to Zhang Bahai, who also has a blind on him. Prev now in a 1v3. Prev could be in some trouble. Fear there to follow it up on Zhang Bahai, but it came out early. Kidney shot now there as well to follow. Are they going to try to swap the damage over onto someone else? Zhang Bahai becomes the target there for Dazed as he's just pumping damage into him. Gouge thrown over there onto Prev. Cubsy going to get knocked away. Nick is just bouncing back and forth between these targets. He wants to go for Calvish, but he doesn't want to be too far away from the rest of his team.
Full trap, alter time. Does he purge off the alter time here? He can't. He's going to alter back here in a moment. He alters not a huge amount of health, though. Almost in kill shot range. He gets another barrier up. And Cubsy should be able to pick him up. He faked a kick here. Cubsy's free casting, Mind Blast, and Void Blast. He should be able to stabilize Dragon's Breath onto Nick into the poly. They're setting up once again. Can he poly the Dispel? Here comes the Phoenix. Big push. Prev pops the Sacrifice. They swap off the Sacrifice onto Nick. He Icebound Fortitudes immediately to get into the Earthen Wall Totem, and they should be able to survive this combustion. And right after they survive it, I can imagine they're going to make a big push. Aim shot going to connect. Pet kick over onto Cubsy. Disengage from Prev. He's getting close to the Freezing Trap. Cubsy fades the Freezing Trap mid-air. Excellent play, but they get the binding shot. Likely a scatter shot out as well. If they want to commit it, they go for the Strangulate. He's going to stone form it off. Big hit of damage. Lasso on Calvish. Nice binding shot. Dazed got binding shot on his grapple kick on that lasso. It was really clutch from Prev, but Prev has no trinket to get to his turtle. He's kidney shot. There's no smoke bomb, at least, and they proc cauterize. Nick just does that all by himself while Prev is in a kidney shot, and now Prev is going to connect. He's on stun DR. He can make a push here, and he might just be able to close the game out. It's so much damage on match point, and an ice block comes out in the nick of time.
Yeah, Cubsy going to be coming out of the trap, but there's the follow-up CC. He's going to be into the cap stun, and Calvish will have his ice block expiring soon. Cubsy has a lot of work to do, going to get sheared. Pennant's coming out. He's going to get interrupted once again on the flash heal. Now he gets scattered again. These interrupts are just non-stop. The Mind Blast now going to get gripped in. Cubsy trying to fake. He's going to get interrupted again with the pet kick. Such beautiful interrupts there on a Cubsy. Strangulate comes out, and welcome to the Jung. Do not allow Cubsy a split second to breathe. They close it out. There was like 5-6 interrupts in a row on the Cubsy. He had the PS available, but didn't think he needed it. Desperately was trying to get those casts off. And he's like, well, I took 1 interrupt, I took 2 interrupts, I took 3 interrupts. Surely I can get a cast off now. But welcome to the Jung. Do not allow it. They close it out 3-1.
They know their win conditions here, and I think that that's a matchup that's been evolving week to week against Voidweaver, is understanding what casts to you allocate your crowd control to. And Nick did such a good job of moving between the priest and the mage, and interrupting him and shutting him down time and time again. We see the counter shot into the freezing trap, sits through the ice block, and Daze is trying to get pressure stunning targets, but then he gets gripped on a cast, and this is the shutdown moment where he tries to Mind Blast, and Nick just farms Cubsy, grips him on the cast, pet kicks his cast, strangulates his cast, he tries to trinket, can't get there in time. Nick just had a crazy play right there, right? Like you were saying, we always talk about the rogues. It's always the rogues who get all the attention, like big flashy players, but I feel like Nick had the most insane pop-off right here at the end of the game. He single-handedly won the game for his team. He stopped every key ability, and Prev was like, don't worry, dude, I'll press rapid fire.
Yep. I mean, it's just beautiful, right? And it's one of these things where you feel as Cubsy that there's no major CCs to worry about. You got through the trap. You still have your trinket. You're like, yeah, this is great. I'm going to be able to top you up, no problem. But just all of these micro CCs, all of these little things that he had to deal with. And this was all after going through the trap, into the cap stun, into a knockback, into like all these little micro CCs that he was dealing with. He gets out, and finally it's his time to play, he thinks. But nope, rip, mind freeze, pet kick, strangulate, all of these things just delayed him enough that he couldn't top off Calvish, and Calvish lost that cauterize earlier, so didn't have that as a little bit of a safety net. So just really well played here by Welcome to the Jung. And Nick isn't just doing it offensively, he's doing it defensively too. These AMSs that are coming down to break up CC chains are so beautiful from him. Always has the blinding sleets, really well timed as well, when it feels like, oh, surely this RMP has a moment here where they're going to be able to get a big cooldown, get a kill. It always feels like there's a 2-man blinding sleet every single time.
Oof, welcome to the Jung. Near perfect series. They had that one victory on the side of Gators back, but welcome to the Jung. That is just their specialty. They're serving up counters. They're serving up adaptability at every single corner. And they just seems like, since you guys have been saying it all day, they have an answer for everything. And they really did prove it just now in the final series of the day. So Gators back. They're definitely going to have to figure something out if they want to close out the rest of the day successfully tomorrow. They're knocked down to that lower bracket. But I mean, there's a strong possibility, Supatees, that we see this matchup again. And Gators back is going to have to figure something out if we do.
Yeah, at the same time, I think Direwolves could have a rematch possibility as well, because it's just a couple of small mistakes, and if they had corrected those, they probably would have beat Gators back. So that rematch is not guaranteed. I could see a world where that happens. Cats and Dogs, I'm a little bit shaky on their possible performance. I think if Shards can clean up on the Destro Warlock, that maybe they could have a chance here. But it seems like their positioning is just is holding them back as a team. And if that continues to be the case tomorrow, I think Direwolves are going to have a bit of an advantage there. But I think either Gators or Direwolves, whoever's playing on top that day, has a really good likelihood of making it to the grand finals.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I mean, you can prepare all you can as a team, but it's really how you perform on the day that truly counts, as we saw time and time again throughout the course of this weekend so far. We've got 1 day left of games. We've got Championship Sunday. That's going to wrap up NA and EU for us. Here is the bracket for North America. As you can see, welcome to the Jung in that final spot right there. They're looking for an opponent from the bottom 3 teams. Cats and Dogs and Direwolves will be facing off against each other in that lower bracket as Ale, and then winner of that moving on to face off against Gators back.
Yep, should be a lot of fun, honestly. Big pressure on both of these teams. They both were kind of on the receiving end of some pretty dominant series, from Welcome to the Jung as well as from Gators back. But they're 2 super strong teams, and they have a lot of comps available, especially for Direwolves. I feel like this is always just such a flexible team that they're never going to go down without trying some different stuff. So really excited to see how they actually are able to perform against Cats and Dogs, and if they can maybe take a page out of how Welcome to the Jung was playing against them and kind of try to emulate some of the comps that they were using. because they are so flexible, that could be something that could really work in their favor.
Yeah, certainly. And that is not all as well. We've got the European bracket. There are teams over there ready to make their comeback. Also, we're starting off the day with DOBOB versus Under Pressure, and the winner of that one, Super T, is moving on to face off against StreamerZone.gg. But any series you're particularly looking forward to or hoping for that do happen for this bracket over here, Sid?
Well, I wanted to see Under Pressure versus Echo because we haven't seen it the whole season, but the likelihood of that happening, I think, is now very low.
Yeah.
It's very low. So,
yeah, go ahead.
Out of the remaining series, I kind of want Streamer Zone rematch against Echo. I feel like they had the closest rounds going head-to-head with them. So
that series was sick.
Yeah, that's probably the best series of the day. I think Direwolves could have maybe lived up to that if they had gotten to Game 5 and cleaned up a couple mistakes, but definitely that's Echo Streamer Zone. And it's honestly been the series of the entire season. Like every week it's getting better and better, so this is the best way to basically close it out. But I could see them possibly struggling. It definitely looks like it's a bit more difficult without the High Mountain Tauren for Big Mix on the Survival Hunter. He's looking a little bit easier to take out, so no guarantees for them to make it through.
Yeah, potentially a spoiler for tomorrow. I did actually speak with Big Mix after that series, and they're saying that they're so close, and it sounds like they are confident for tomorrow. Big Mix says we will win against them tomorrow, so we'll have to see. It seems like they're confident they're at least going to get the rematch, so that's definitely interesting nonetheless. But definitely be tuning in for that tomorrow. That's going to wrap everything up for us today. Been so exciting. Do want to mention just a couple of quick things before I send you off. Of course, for the first time in 7 years, the Arena World Championship and the Mythic Dungeon International Finals will return to BlizzCon in 2026, and I'm sure you guys are just as excited as we are. So be sure to get your passes. The next wave of BlizzCon passes available starting November 18th. Visit BlizzCon.com for more details on the event, and you can claim yours today. Additionally, we have all been playing the beta, and you guys have an opportunity to do that as well. The Midnight Beta test is now live. Players who have opted in can be selected to be testers, and players who upgrade to the Epic Edition of Midnight will also gain access to the beta. More details at liz.ly/midnight beta. Hopefully our lovely mods can get some of those links in the chat for you guys. But that is going to wrap up everything. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you are tuning in tomorrow. We're going to make some dreams happen, and some dreams unfortunately are going to die. So be sure to tune in. Twitch.tv/Warcraft. We are also on YouTube, and for all of the updates on Twitter at WoW Esports over there. Thank you guys so much. See you tomorrow.